Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here directing all the action for us. Another glorious, beautiful day for racing here at Summit Point Raceway here, Edwin.
Yeah, we were treated to some great racing yesterday. Few off-track excursions that we hope to limit today, but the on-track product was very good, and expect it to repeat again today. Different format today. These really short 9-lap heat races this morning, and that'll be interesting because doesn't give you a whole lot of time to figure out. There's no strategy. It's like a drag race.
Exactly. So, Spencer, why don't we bring up today's schedule, show everybody what we've got going on for the rest of the weekend. We're going to have cars heading out on track in just about 4 minutes, I believe. And as Edwin said, we're going to start the day off with these 9-lap sprint races. And then we're going to go to a longer race, a 14-lap race, where the strategy is going to be somewhat different. It's, it doesn't look like much, 5 additional laps, but it's 10 more miles of racing and a lot of opportunity to change up your strategy. Maybe you set up your car as well to make it stronger for the start or for the end of the race. But great thing here. Let's, Spencer, then take a look at Summit Point Raceway. Thank you very much as we descend in from the clouds of this beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn course that you know so well, Edwin.
Natural terrain road course. Literally, back in the day that this track was built in the late 1960s, it truly was. Guys on a bulldozer, we get to a boulder that's too big to blow up. Let's turn right. What it gave us, though, was a very old school track that has remained one of the most raceable, fun tracks, and very versatile as well. So whether it's folks coming out to do an HPDE, coming in and just learning the sport, or when you get into this level of club racing, it lends itself to some great racing. Part of it is multiple places to pass, and we saw that. Now, those passing zones will vary a little bit depending on the cars. What's the horsepower? What type of car is it? But we saw. I believe it was in the open wheel guys yesterday. Mm-hmm. It was Wayne Nicolette, somebody else, and they were swapping positions like 2-3 times per lap.
Exactly. You've got this very long, draftable front straight leading down into a threshold braking zone at the end down at turn 1, and you can see there's a big gravel trap there to catch you if you get it wrong. But also being able to hold that line and come into turn 3, the one of the few left-hand corners on this course, and be able to make passing there. And then, of course, there's where nobody ever expects it, going in the carousel down at the very south end of the track, down at turn number 6. But it's interesting, Edwin, as we look at this map, how much has changed since the Summit Point circuit was built in the late 60s. We see all of these other race courses and additions to the facility. There's the Jefferson circuit just to the right. That tucks in underneath turn 2 and turn 3. We've got the Washington circuit that they use for autocrossing here. You can't see it, but there is the Shenandoah circuit down at off the bottom of this map as well. That Summit Point Motorsports Park is much more than just this Summit Point circuit now, but this is what everybody knows, and again, it's got that feeling, it's got that flow that I don't think some of the other courses here have.
One of the neat things we'll watch is in turn 1 and a couple other corners is drivers will try to hang on the outside till the track comes back to them and they're on the inside. In fact, one driver yesterday actually had the choice of which side to start on, and actually started on what would be driver's left, the outside.
Right.
Because hey, if I can hang to the outside there, I might be in better shape to go. Yeah.
Yep, and set up for turn 3. All right. We've got our pace car up at the top of the grid, ready to start our first 9-lap race of the day, and it is going to be a good one. It is Spec Miata here to start off day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. And Edwin, why don't we run down the starting order?
So let's start on the pole, a lap of 127.211. He's out of Arlington, Virginia, the Tech Sport Mazda. That's the 4 of Rob Hines. Next to him, the 63. That is John Hotz. And then row number 2, Michael Lamena in the 88. And Kip Gaynor. He'll start on the outside of row number 2 in car 44.
All right, starting on the the inside of row number 3, driving the number 49 machine out of Ashburn, Virginia. It's Sebastian Landy with James Lindenthal, pardon me, in the RP Performance machine out of Morgantown, West Virginia. He will start 6th with Ted Cahall starting on the inside of row number 4 in the number 78 Cahall Racing J&L Auto machine, with then Forrest Landy, who had a great race yesterday. Had to start from the very back of the pack. We'll talk about where he finished in just a few moments, but he's going to start today's race in 8th. He's also out of Ashburn, Virginia, driving the number 94 car.
Row number 5, Warrenton, Virginia's Ryan Anderson in the Windsor Custom Mazda, car number 80, and then flanked by the 54 of Michael Cohen, and Michael's out of Owens Mills, Maryland. Row number 6, that's Bob Cahall in the Cahall Racing number 148, and then on the outside of row number 6, Westminster, Maryland's Kevin Conlon in the 41.
All right, then we've got Newmarket, Maryland's Christopher Kelly driving the 131 machine. He's going to start lucky 13th today. He's going to start alongside, would you say Ben Foltz 5? Ben Foltz driving the number 08 car. He's representing the New England region. He starts 14th. Chung Lee out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania will start 15th today in the 118 Mazda, with David Gass driving the RP Performance machine. He's from Great Falls, Virginia. He starts 16th.
Let's go to row number 9. Shauna Lamena in the 6 car will be on the inside, and then Dylan Moore, the Full Send Sims machine, car number 82. Row 10, Ben Forster in the 123 car, and then Andre Ivanescu, thank you, in car 57. He's on the outside of row 10.
All right, and rounding out the fields in row number 11, Dominic Mandiel driving the number 68 two-man racing machine out of Ellicott City, Maryland, and then driving the number 83 machine. We'll have to see if this car makes the grid, Edwin. I think it was caught up in an incident yesterday. Oliver Jenkins driving the 83 Mazda Miata. He is out of Fleetwood, Pennsylvania. That car is scheduled to start 22nd.
You mentioned Forrest Landy, and he did not get a qualifying time yesterday. Started at the back end, came forward. But something interesting we've got in front of us now is qualifying for these races based on your best time of the weekend.
Correct.
So for some people, it was in qualifying. Well, for Forrest and others, it was actually their best time set yesterday, and you can tell we've got a cool morning. Everybody working to get some heat in the tires.
Absolutely.
Yep. But that's great, because you see some people who sat on their qualifying time, others if they're heat. Now, if today you're even faster, then the next race is based on that
exactly.
So I like that format.
And by the time you get to the end of the weekend with our 20-lap feature races, it really makes a difference. So all of our drivers, as you mentioned, try to get some heat in those tires, with the exception of Beans Forster in the 123 machine. All of these drivers on a spec Hoosier racing tire, Hoosier 7.5 tire, whereas Beans Forster are going to be driving on the Toyo tires. When we put up our timing ticker, you'll notice his name in separated out, I think in a blue color, notifying that he is in the SMT or Spec Miata Toyo class versus all of our other racers in Spec Miata. And so Forrest Landy yesterday ended up starting at the back of the 22 car field, finished in 6th position, right behind his brother Sebastian Landy. So and Forrest was just quick. He quickly knocked off, I think, 10 cars. And then as he got to the racers that ran very similar lap times that he was possible, you could see he kind of had to pick and choose his spots to get by here. And we've got the pace car now, that beautiful GT40 on the pit lane, turning the field over to Rob Hines.
Just a little bit after 8 o'clock in the morning. It's time to go racing, Greg.
It is. I cannot wait as Hines leads the field, leads that inside row with John Hotz in the white 63 to the outside, and the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. It's the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Now, yesterday, we saw this same thing. Michael Amena yesterday was pushing John Hotz to the lead. Today, he's pushing Robbie Hines to the lead as we've got a lot of brake lockup now. Big puff of smoke going down into turn one. Robbie Hines jumps to the lead. It is Mike LaMena and Kip Gaynor, though, I think that have gotten around John Hotz. Hotz was yesterday's winner, Edwin, as he and Robbie Hines early on managed to separate themselves from the rest of the field. And Hines just late in the race did not have anything for Hines didn't have anything for the 63 car, but today Robbie Hines jumps out to an early lead. Gaynor getting around LaMena, moved the 44 car up in the third, and then Sebastian Landy slots in the fifth position.
We talked about getting some heat in those tires. You saw it down the front straightaway into one, locking up a little bit. Gaynor, super competitive run yesterday, but got knocked out early in an incident, so he'll want to redeem himself. And so far, so good for the driver in the 44 car.
Indeed, and so good, clean start. And you notice today, Edwin, and maybe this is because we've got the shorter race, most of the field has already gone single file. Obviously, one big exception to that, and it's I think that is Forrest Landy alongside Ted Cahall coming up the hill. But yesterday, we went through almost the entire lap with everybody except for the first two, door to door, 2 by 2 across the line. Today, it is a different pairing. It is Rob Hines and Kip Gaynor jumping out to an early lead, almost 2 full seconds on Forrest Landy. Landy, who started today's race in 8th position, finds himself in 3rd ahead of Mike LaMena and John Hotz. And he had a great start to today's race as we continue to see some brake lockup going into turn 1.
Gaynor sets that first fast lap, coming again from 4th to 2nd, and all over you see Rob Hines down into that corner, and Gaynor right now just following his tire tracks. And again, open up a little bit of gap to 3rd place and go for it on the last 2 laps if they can. Watching Hotz now. Hotz stuck there in between LaMena and the 19 of Lindenthal.
Yep. And so Lindenthal was our last podium finisher yesterday. Ended up putting the car on the podium as he had worked around Mike LaMena with 2 laps remaining. So a big fight there. We'll see how things work out. But at the moment, he's challenging John Hotz, who at least early on doesn't seem to have the same pace that he had yesterday. Real quick, Edwin, let me make a call to the grid for our next group because we got these really short races this morning. Attention in the paddock. First call for race group 2, improved touring and B-Spec. Please start heading to the grid. Race Group 2, improved touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Hines and Gaynor now have opened that gap to 2.5 seconds over Landy, which is a huge gap for these guys. So they're trying to get away, and then that battle, Landy, LaMena, and Hotz is a good one. In fact, you see them coming right there trying to find a spot. But the front two are going to try to get away, let those guys race behind them, and then go racing for the win here a bit later. But that Landy, LaMena, Hotz battle, that's for that 3rd step on the podium, and you see it coming at you right there.
Yeah, indeed, as Forrest Landy manages to hold off Mike LaMena with John Hotz slotting in the 3rd. And, you know, again, as we're seeing that battle for 3rd position, that is allowing our 2 leaders, Hines and Gaynor, to move away. Probably a good thing for Kip Gaynor, who, as you mentioned, had that incident where he went into the gravel trap at turn 1 yesterday as he was fighting with his teammate Mike LaMena. At this point, we can see here when he doesn't have to fight, he's nicely in the toe of our leader, Robbie Hines.
We mentioned this yesterday. It's been extremely dry in this part of the country. So all it takes is a little two off, and you see a ton of dust and stuff flying. So something looks a lot worse than it is because it's so dry. If you just touch a couple tires offline, it looks like somebody's going on a 4-wheel drift.
We've got, who is this in the chat? Who say what's the deal with all the footprints in the gravel traps?
I saw that, yeah.
Well, you know, better just to have footprints than tire tracks going in there. We'll see how that ends up the rest of the day as we now complete lap number 3. And Lindenthal still holding steady in 6th position. And, you know, in the top 10, we're not seeing a lot of movement. Bob Cahall still sitting in 11th, although he's out of the top 10. Ryan Anderson sitting in, where is Anderson? Anderson actually lost a couple spots. He's now down in 13th after having started in 9th position as he falls out of the top 10. James Lindenthal started 6th. That is where he still stands, as well as the field now starting to move into a couple different pairings, but a big change now up in that battle for 3rd. And that is because John Hotz has managed to get around both LaMena as well as Forrest Landy. So move the white 63 up in the 3rd position and joining that fight. He had been a little bit off the back, was James Lindenthal. It's now a 4-car fight for the top for the last spot on the podium.
It'll be interesting to see now because it was about a 3-second gap that Gaynor had over 3rd place. Let's watch now and see if Hotz, now that he's gotten into that 3rd spot, can he start to close the gap? There's the first 2, and you see that white car in your picture there. That's Hotz. He's got a lot of ground to make up. Still has be 5 laps as they go by start finish.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we saw a lot of pace out of John Hotz yesterday, again, taking the race win. And yesterday, he was able to get his lap times down to a 1:27.4, but showing the cooler temperatures that we have for this race today, where it's only about 50 degrees or thereabouts ambient air temperature. John Hotz, who just turned in the fastest lap of the race so far, is down to a 1:27.3. So he's already lapping faster than he did in yesterday's race.
I was going to say, and resets his fastest lap of the weekend
exactly
as well. So that's shows you track conditions are good this morning. Cool, but the guys are moving. Now, I want to watch when they come back by start-finish. Hotz is already that last time by with that quick lap got it down to 2.5.
Right.
That's the gap between 2nd and 3rd. You see it there. You can see it visually on the screen what that gap is. And Hotz starting to pull away from Landy a little bit.
Yeah, indeed he is. And it is, as you said, interesting to note how, of course, that's going to reset the fast time and perhaps help John with later races this weekend. The bogey time, our pole time from Rob Hines today coming into this was a 1:27.21. So we're gonna watch that and see if John Hotz or any one of our other racers can improve upon that and maybe swap positions on the front row. That's going to be real tough to keep up with.
The gap was 2.5. It is now just about 2.1. So Hotz cuts about 0.4 of a second off that gap in the last lap. And right at a 2.1 second gap as they're back into turn number 1. Hotz, I think, has a shot to catch those front 2 before we're done.
Indeed. Edwin, we've got David Miller in the chat. It may be a little bit too early to talk about this, but he says he still owes you a beer.
Let's wait till at least well, I was going to wait at least till the track goes cold. So
there you go. All right, so David, he'll take you up on it in about 8 hours. How's that? All right.
Gaynor's getting racy now.
Yes,
Gaynor
he is.
Down the chute, tucked up right behind Hines. And Hotz is reeling those front 2 in.
He is. Now, I think Gaynor, right now, although he's sitting right on the back of Robbie Hines, he hasn't made any moves to try and make a pass. I think as soon as those 2 racers go into a corner side by side, you're going to probably see John Hotz pick up 2 to 3 car lengths. So Gaynor, I think, probably having to keep himself in check for at least a couple more laps, as we will have only 3 laps remaining when they come to the stripe. Pitching in the paddock, second call for race group number 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, this is your second call to the grid.
John Hotz wants to see those 2 guys get side by side, like you said, because that'll let him reel it in. The gap now down to 1.3 seconds. Gaynor's going to look on driver's left, can't quite do it there. And now look, it brings Hotz right into this battle for the win of the race here.
Yeah, it's so interesting there, watching him come down the front straight. Rob Hines moved over a little bit to driver's right to protect the inside a little bit. Of course, Kip Gaynor, who you almost can't even see coming down in the run out of 2 to 3. He's so close to the back of Rob Hines. But we didn't see John Hotz, even at 4 or so car lengths back, move over a little bit to mirror what they were doing, to maybe catch a couple whiffs of the draft. He stayed all the way driver's left, but now under braking, look at this. Look at the amount of ground that John Hotz made up under braking, and he is there. John Hotz reset fast lap the last time by, ran a 127 flat. That is enough to take the pole for our afternoon race today.
Hey, don't count out Landy in the 94, LaMena in the 88. They're right there. They're running 4th and 5th, and not too much to go. But those guys get 3 wide and get racing. Those guys aren't out of it either. So they're going to hold about, where are they, 1.7 behind 3rd place. But look at your front trio. And there is Landy and LaMena. They want those top 3 guys to go racing so they can get in on it now with just 2 laps to go.
All right, and now John Hotz moves all the way to driver's right, wants to make it 3 wide going down into turn number 1, and not quite close enough to make a move on his teammate there, Kip Gaynor. He'll slot back into 3rd. Should mention, and they're coming down into turn 1 now. Great fight going on a little bit further back between Sebastian Landy and Ted Cahall. That is the battle for 6th. And then a little bit further back from there, Bob Cahall and Chris Kelly. Also within about a car length and a half of one another. So we've got all these pairings, great races all the way back through this race as we watch our leaders come down through the high-speed chute.
Right now, they stay single file. Right here, believe it or not, you'll sometimes see somebody try to take a peek to the inside under braking before they set up. As you said, that's that tight left-hander. Now they roll through the carousel and can't be too patient because it's 1 to go next time by.
You know, and when they come down through the chute there, a lot of the Miata drivers, most of the Miata drivers, you'll see that where they set the car up almost center of track as they come out of turn 4 and come under braking in 5. It means the car is still a little loaded up as they go under braking. It's not square, but it does double duty. One, it helps protect to the inside to keep somebody from sneaking underneath you. And we saw a couple passes down there where people would just throw the car down to the inside. But in addition to that, it also gives them the ability to get the car to rotate and set up for 6. As our leaders are shown the 1 to go board, just 2 miles remain here. And now it goes 2 wide.
Gaynor.
And Kip Gaynor around the outside of Rob Hines. So late on the brakes there, and it looks like he's going to be able to make that stick. He does as they come out of turn 2, but he's now the sandwich as they come into turn 3. He's going to protect to the inside. Rob Hines going to try to sweep around the outside, but if Gaynor can hold position here, he'll have the advantage as they sweep down around this corner into turn number 5. What will John Hotz do, who's been the best on the brakes of the 3?
Boy, Gaynor did a great job down the chute to hold that preferred line because he was going to be caught out if he didn't. Now they're thinking about, and look who's right into it now. That brought Landy and LaMena right into the battle.
Right, and so now John Hotz doesn't just have to worry and concern himself with the cars ahead and how to move out of 3rd position. He's got to concern himself with holding on to that last podium position with Forrest Landy and Mike LaMena directly behind. Now Kip Gaynor moves right as they come underneath the bridge to protect the inside going into turn number 10 as both he and Rob Hines had the slightest of breakaways coming up the hill. And as they come onto the front straight, Kip Gaynor is your leader, and as they come to the line, checkered flag in the air, it's Kip Gaynor winning race number 2 on the weekend. Spec Miata goes from gravel trap to checkered flag here. Oh, what a change in fortunes for Kip Gaynor as he takes the win. Robbie Hines will finish in 2nd for the 2nd race in a row. John Hotz, yesterday's race 1 winner, will take the last step on the podium. He finishes in 3rd. Forrest Landy finishes in 4th. Mike LaMena 5th. Sebastian Landy runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He'll finish 6th. He holds off Ted Cahall at the line, with Bob Cahall finishing in 9th. Cahall getting around Chris Kelly with 2 laps to go. And David Gast, who started today's race back in 16th position, makes his way up to 10th.
We talked about it in the pre-race. Into turn 1, if you can hang on the outside, not easy to do, but if you can, and that might have been a situation where Hines was protecting the inside as Hotz was coming, so it gave Kip a little bit more of an outside line. If he can hang on to it, then the track's going to turn back slightly to the left. You can make that pass, but hanging on the outside, not easy to do, but that's a situation where Hotz actually helped Gaynor get to victory lane.
Exactly. A great fight there to start the day off. We've got What do we have? Another 15 races to go here today. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 2, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. All right, so as Kip Gaynor brings the field onto the pit lane, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by RP Performance and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue. And next up, this was another exciting race that we had yesterday. Improved touring, ITS, ITA, ITB, as well as B-Spec. And Edwin, let's run down the starting order.
So the top four are all ITS cars. That qualifying lap, 124.347, the 32 Deacon Greenfield, the OG Racing Mazda. Mark Johnson, the 17 car, will go second. Now, row 3, probably a change here. The 127 Mark Liller, supposed to start there, but Mark with some damage to that vehicle yesterday, I'm going to say not making the start. And then next to him in car number 10, the Minnie's Mission of Glenn Evans. That's row 2.
All right. On the inside of row number 3, it's the professor from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, running the Motorsport Auto Datsun 240Z. Jeff Lucas, Joel Gambino, your ITA winner yesterday, driving the number 31 RP Performance Mazda. He's from practically right in our backyard, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Starting in 7th position, driving the number 55 Murph Dog Motorsports Smoketown Brewery Nissan 240SX. It's Murphy Nichols with T. Wade Heron starting in 8th position. He's driving the number 78 Rockhouse Mazda Miata.
Row number 5, Medford, New Jersey's Peter Doan in the number 59, the Auto Bella Toyota. And next to him, the 100 of Justin Shepard, and that is the Shepard Racing Miata. Row number 6, Tristan Herbert in the 103. That's the Rat Sport Cooper. And then Thomas Martin, car number 88, set to go. That driver out of Great Falls, Virginia.
All right, starting 13th today, driving the number 99 Rat Sport Mazda 2. Talk about coming back from adversity. He finished yesterday's race on the tire wall. He drives the number 99 car. It's Robert Ahern. Kevin Fryer driving the number 98 Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002 out of Durham, North Carolina, will start 14th with his father Alton in the number 89 Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002 starting 15th. Giovanni Crisafulli from Virginia Beach, Virginia, will start 16th today. He drives the number 41 Mazda Miata.
Row number 9, Jonathan Kinberg in the 02, the York Automotive BMW, and Ryan Moran next to him, the 08 car out of Lyndhurst, Virginia, the Cop Motorsports Mini. And then Alex Ratcliffe, the other Rat Sport Hyundai, car number 105. And then Jim Kohler in the 95, the JK Racing Mazda, goes from row 10.
All right, and then rounding out the field, driving the red number 82 Porsche 924, the Free Soft Frederick Motorsports machine of Carl Fossler, as the pace car leads the field up the straight underneath the bridge. And we'll see here, we had a decent amount of attrition yesterday in this race, specifically in the ITB field, where I think we only had one car running at the end of the race. We'll see if things play out a little bit differently. Of course, a little bit shorter race today for them as well. That's going to be helpful. We've also got some drivers that did not make the field yesterday, like Jonathan Kinberg, that are on the grid today as the green flag flies, and we're racing once again here at Summit Point. Our two ITS front row drivers jump out to a early start, and Mark Johnston, much like yesterday, a lot more torque off the green flag and a lot more straight line speed in his Nissan, where the Mazda has the advantage is with the braking. And we've got a driver off into the gravel trap. Looks like they might have either lost the brakes or lost the motor, skipped right across, and I think that might have been the number 10 black Mazda Miata of Glenn Evans, because Jeff Lucas now has moved up in the 3rd position overall. And then now making his way up in the 3rd is Joel Gambino, who's gotten around Jeff Lucas. But I believe that was the Evans car that went off into turn 10, the number 10 ITS Mazda Miata.
It was hard to tell because as they got there into one, there was a lot of lockups and brake smoke, so couldn't tell if it was something mechanical that sent him off. It was a lot of wheel lock as people got down there. He just had nowhere to go but sitting there, and they'll obviously have to go get him, I would imagine, where he's sitting.
Yeah, indeed. And there is already a safety worker responding to him over there. But much like we saw yesterday, Edwin, whereas Mark Johnston got that great start, but when they got down to the carousel, that very well-balanced NC Mazda MX-5 came to the fore. Deacon Greenfield, again, for the second day in a row, jumping out to a big early start. Joel Gambino, who was our ITA winner yesterday and ended up finishing 5th overall, he is now sitting in 3rd place, and he's got a nice advantage now over T. Wade Heron, who has to contend with the ITS Datsun of Jeff Lucas, who's running 4th overall.
And great comparison looking at your two lead cars, the red cars, Greenfield and Johnson. So interesting, different cars, which are then faster in different places. And
exactly.
Made for some interesting racing yesterday on one, you've got more torque and horsepower. One, you've got a handling advantage, and you see them faster in different areas. Right now, advantage Greenfield, as he has a couple second gap over the second place of Johnston.
All right, big front brake lock up there for Murphy Nichols in the ITA Nissan 240. That's another car that, much like Mark Johnston's, a lot of torque compared to the ITA cars. The handling a little bit tougher to get that car to rotate, and it's a much heavier car than most of the other ITA cars out there, specifically the ITA Mazda Miatas. Good to see Tom Martin out back on track today as he comes through turn 8 in that black and yellow A4 Volkswagen Golf. Yesterday, Tom, who had just gone to the lead in ITB, ended up pulling his car off track with a mechanical issue. They've gotten that repaired. He is currently your ITB leader, running 9th overall.
Good news is we're able to stay green, so where that car is, they'll let it just become scenery here for the rest of the race and pick it up. You see the yellow there. They're still covering that corner with the local yellow, but we don't have to go full course yellow. So they're able to cover that corner with the local yellow, and we'll stay green. We'll pick him up after the race.
All right, and real quick here, Edwin, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3, SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid.
Getting our way down to 6 laps to go. So real quick, Greenfield leads ITS. Gambino, the 31, is your ITA leader. As you mentioned, Thomas Martin, the 88, is the ITB leader. And then it's B-Spec, Tristan Herbert, the 103. So those are your class leaders. As when we come by, there'll be 6 to go.
And so Tristan Herbert looking for his second B-Spec win of the weekend. Want to welcome Steve Moeller to the chat. Steve, watching his favorite race, an ITS Mazda Miata racer. Wish you were out here with us this weekend, Steve. Also have Sherry Mack, that is Deacon Greenfield's auntie, and she's in the chat as well. Thanks for joining us, Sherry. Really appreciate the boy is doing good this weekend as he's now built up almost 7 full seconds on Mark Johnston here early on in this rather short race, and actually we're almost halfway here. Tristan Herbert leading Ryan Moran in the Mini Cooper Coupe. James Nurr, who's we talked yesterday about the Mazda 2 that was being driven by James Kohler. Kohler shares that Mazda 2 with James Nurr. So Nurr today in this race, we'll see which driver comes out for the afternoon race today.
Good battle for second spot ITB. Alton Fryer and Kevin Fryer literally running nose to tail. That's second and third place ITB, but just taking a look at timing and scoring. Good battle there for second and third spot ITB.
All right, and again, ITB yesterday was the race that nobody wanted to win.
High attrition, yeah.
Exactly, as Tom Martin pulled off early. Then when Kevin Fryer was leading ITB, he pulled off. John Kinberg did not take the green yesterday. I think Carl Fossler pitted in after 2 laps, and that left Alton Fryer, who is currently in very good stead, in good position. He's running second at ITB. Left him as the only running ITB racer when the checkered flag came out.
And glad to see everybody, whatever mechanicals or whatever happened, everybody got back together, and in that ITB field, everybody made the start. So that's good to see.
All right, let's take a look here. Going down into turn one, if we can, now under braking. This is the battle for second in ITA. T. Wade Heron out of Manassas, Virginia, in the green ITA Mazda Miata, being now hounded by Murphy Nichols in the number 55 machine. And Nichols, he's going to get a good run out of turn two, moves to the inside on Heron. Can he make that pass stick? He hasn't done it yet. They're going to go door to door through the little kink at the top of the hill, at the top of the chute, going to pass turn 4 and down the hill through the chute. Nichols will be set up for turn 5, but we know he had braking issues there once already with a big cloud of smoke in the air, but he gets that pass made.
Well done. Well done. And sometimes that pass takes patience, not aggression,
Yes.
but pick my line, be very patient, and wait for that time. That was well done for the pass.
All right, and so Murphy Nichols now moves up second in ITA. Talked about it yesterday. He had a magical race in the rain back in July. I think showed some of his karting experience and almost lapped the entire, not just the ITA field, but the entire field in wet conditions. Great run for him. As Greenfield now completes lap number 5. We're now working 6 of 9. And he turns in his fastest lap of the session, a 1:24.560, about 2/10 off of his qualifying time. But again, not under a lot of pressure. He's just putting in consistent laps to get that car to the end. As T. Wade Heron takes a look to the inside on Murphy Nichols now coming through turn 1 and 2. But again, this is where that Nissan really has an advantage. It has a lot of torque. It's a 2.4-liter 4-cylinder motor versus the 1.8-liter motor in T. Wade Heron's, and he's got a lot of grunt off the line in that Nissan.
Still back checking the Fryer battle. That still is a good one. They just went down the front straightaway, sort of nose to tail. So they come off to, they open the gap up a little bit, but that's your battle for eye. In fact, there you see them right there. Those are the Fryers coming your way. That is second and third in ITB, and that gap now about 7 car lengths as they come up over the hill. Great shot right there. Down this chute. Yeah, they were about 2 car lengths separated down the front straightaway, but now Kevin Fryers opened it up about 5 or 6 car lengths. We'll see if he can reel him in. And they're trying to chase Martin, but Martin in the 88 car, he's got a gap of about 13 seconds on them. So they're going to battle it out for second. Looks like Martin's in good shape for the win with 3 to go.
All right, and in B-Spec, Tristan Herbert, still your leader in the light blue number 103 Mini Cooper. Coming into our view now, and although started to make up a little bit of ground, Ryan Moran in the bronzish colored Mini Coupe. The last time by was almost a full second faster than Tristan Herbert, but he's still about 3.5 seconds back, and he'd have to get around that BMW 2002 at John Kinberg in order to have a good chance at competing for the win with Herbert.
Track really coming in now. Deacon Greenfield goes back-to-back, improving his best lap of the weekend. So now that's down to a 1:24.5. So Greenfield track continues to get quicker as once again we pick up Kevin Fryer there coming off turn 2 in the field now down the chute as we're coming to the close.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
So next time by, we'll have the 1 to go. Most of the battles here pretty well sorted out. Like I said, Greenfield, 11-second gap now over Johnston.
We've seen a nice little battle a little bit further back the field. This is not a battle in class, but Giovanni Crisafulli, he is in the white with red stripe number 41 ITA Miata. Carl Fossler in the red or orangish ITB Porsche 924. They've been dicing it up quite a bit. Again, not a battle in class, but 2 racers in fairly close proximity. We could see when things straighten out a little bit. Crisafulli in that Mazda Miata, he's probably got a good 20 horsepower or so on the Porsche. able to walk away. But when things come under braking, Fossler's been much harder on the brakes, is able to clear up and make some ground up. Chris Afuli now making his way past some other traffic as well. Matter of fact, just gets around Ryan Moran's B-Spec machine. So Moran, who again is running second to Tristan Herbert in B-Spec, now will have two out-of-class cars to contend with if he wants to get his way up to Tristan Herbert. And there is precious little time to do that, because Deacon Greenfield, our overall leader, now heads down into turn number 1 as he starts his 9th and final lap at Wood.
Been all his way so far in this event. He just about resets his fast lap for the weekend, and there he is for the final time. Greenfield led from the start. Like I say, Johnston's best bet, as he tried to do yesterday as well, is get ahead at the beginning. But Greenfield just is really running just perfectly now. So Greenfield leads in ITS, Gambino in ITA, and then it's still Martin, who Martin just goes by and takes the 1 to go, leads the way in ITB, and Herbert's still there in B-Spec.
In B-Spec, yeah. You know, and we'd seen early on where Joel Gambino, looking for his second win on the weekend in ITA, he and Jeff Lucas were dicing it up a little bit for third overall. Lucas now in that Datsun he's pulled back a little bit. The Datsun solid front brake rotors. You know, it's something with that chassis you need to be able to make it run to the end of a race. And the Mazda Miata, even though he's down quite a bit on horsepower compared to Lucas, has a much stronger chassis for a long run, as the checkered flag is in the air, and taking his second ITS win of the weekend is Deacon Greenfield out of Bristow, Virginia. Mark Johnston will bring the Alien Force Racing Nissan home in second. There's the blue Harper's Ferry, West Virginia native Joel Gambino crossing the line. He's going to take the win in ITA. Jeff Lucas, finishing 4th overall, will take the last step on the podium in ITS. T. Wade Heron gets back around Murphy Nichols. He's going to take second for I believe the second day in a row. Indeed, for the second day in a row, T. Wade Heron going to go onto the podium in ITA. Murphy Nichols takes home a 3rd place finish, with Justin Shepard in the number 100 ITA Miata finishing just off the podium, 4th in class, 7th overall. Peter Doan in his Toyota MR2 will finish 8th, 5th in ITA. Thomas Martin takes the win in ITB. And who's going to be second? Is it going to be Alton? Is it going to be Kevin? Kevin Fryer beats his dad to the line. Kevin Fryer will finish second in ITB. Alton Fryer will round out the podium. And now, right behind him, it is Tristan Herbert, who's going to take the win in B-Spec.
Tell you what, Gambino won the ITA, but that race, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for ITA, tightened up right at the end.
Did.
You mentioned Heron 2nd, Nichols 3rd, but then Justin Shepard was just 2 seconds behind at the finish. Shepard will end up 4th. But that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in ITA got real tight the last couple laps.
Yeah, and I think as we saw Heron and Nichols starting to fight more and more towards the end, it definitely brought that 100 car into the fight. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. SSM race group number 3. Please head to the grid now. This is your final call. Race group 3, SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. And with that, we're going to pick up the car sitting in the gravel trap over at turn number 1, Glenn Evans. And while they do that, we're going to take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. You're watching the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Last night's spread was pretty damn nice.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Edwin Pardue. And next up, Edwin, this, if it's anything like yesterday, hopefully not like the end of yesterday's race, but anything like most of yesterday's race, it's going to be a barn burner. It is SSM, up to 40 cars deep today. Let's run down the starting order.
A lap of 128.031 puts Ryan Maloney on the pole in car number 15. Jordan Fuhrman in the 8 car starts next to him, row 2. John Hotz in the 63, and there's Rich Roman, car number 11. He'll go 4th.
All right, Colin Murchison, all 15 years of him, is driving the number 58 machine. He will start 5th today, with Arif Kazem scheduled to start 6th. Arif in the red line number 8 machine, 98 machine, starting 7th today. Callan Crocker in the Hang Loose Racing Toyo machine out of Herndon, Virginia. The 123 car starts 7th, with Scott Brunk starting on the outside of row number 4, driving the number 79 RP Performance Mazda.
Jack Murchison, he will go 9th in the number 29 car. And then Jamison Huffman in the OG Racing Mazda, car number 89, is 10th. Row 6, Dylan Adele in the 75. RP Performance, and Isaac Jordan in car number 46, the International Bar Mazda. He starts on the outside of row 6.
All right, starting lucky 13th today in the number 88 Mind and Body Clinic Mazda's Jay Bindrum, with Brent Simonson driving the RP Performance Mazda. The number 26 car starts 14th. Andy O'Brien is in the number 14 machine. He will start 15th, with Mark Rougeau in the number 2 car, scheduled to start 16th. That's the DBM Racing J&O Automotive entry.
The 112, Kevin Geeman, starts in 17th spot, and next to him, David Weibel in car number 18, the Performance Auto Mazda. Brooks Hunt, the 65 car, is the Ten Oaks Motorsports machine, and then Ron Etzion in car 76. He will go in 20th spot, the Eli's Heating Mazda.
All right, starting 21st today in the number 22 RP Performance Mazda from Potomac, Maryland, it's Mark Sylvia. Oliver Jenkins will start 22nd. He drives the number 83 machine, with Rich Ura scheduled to start 23rd. Rich is in the number 61 Ura Motorsports machine. He's from Fairfax, Virginia, 23rd. Stephen Rollo in the RT Racing Mazda comes all the way from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. He is starting 24th.
Row 13 will find the 199 of Ben Sarley, the Millersville, Maryland driver, and then the 56 of Jim Hess. Next to him, row 14, that's Isaac Clark in car number 86, and then it's the 24 of Ken Siegel. Ken Siegel on row 14.
Almost had a good portion of the field get together there, coming down the chute, going into turn 5 on the pace lap here. Luckily that didn't happen. Starting 29th today, driving the number 44 entry from Hedgesville, West Virginia. He is the drivers are up for the class. It's Mike Monahan, with Ray Siebert Heath scheduled to start 30th. Ray is driving the RHR and L Windsor Customs entries from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Then we've got Fairfax, Virginia's Chase Kovach driving the 71 Mazda. He starts 31st, with Scott Kane starting 32nd, driving the number 97 car. He's from Washington, D.C.
Jack Kellum in the 39 will go 33rd, and then next to him, the driver out of Knoxville, Tennessee, that is Stephen Bindrum in the 07. And go now to Jim Roberts, car number 6, the Jim Roberts West Main Auto Parts machine, and Patrick Sharkett, the 96 car. He is a Maryland driver.
All right, then we got John Grayhort. John and all of our remaining drivers fielding RP Performance entries. John's out of Ashburn, Virginia in the number 40 car. He starts 37th. Gregory Gale out of Reston, Virginia, driving the number 73 car. He'll start 38th today. And then on row number 20, starting 39th on the field, driving the number 95 Mazda from Stafford, Virginia, it's Nathan Reynolds. And Anita Barnes, she is out of Round Hill, and she is driving the number 72 machine. As we've got our second pace lap underway, giving these drivers opportunity. Edwin, it took so long for all the drivers to come off the grid that we felt that they weren't going to be able to get gridded up in time for the race. So it gives them an extra lap, extra 2 miles of reconnaissance to see if there's any gravel that's been pulled on track, any dust, dirt, what have you. and also gives them an opportunity to get these spec Toyo tires up the temperature. Of course, this race sponsored both by Toyo as well as G-Lock Brakes, who have great contingency programs for our racers in SSM.
Yeah, this one got crazy at the end yesterday, but you've got a big field. It looks like the majority of the cars have made the start. We may have lost one or two from incident yesterday, but you see now on this second of the pace laps, everybody starts to get 2 by 2, get the field as tight as they can for the start. They look good going through the carousel. The corner workers will call them around to start, and if the start likes what they see off of that final corner, we'll have a green flag next time by. But field's starting to bunch up. You see them down at the bottom of the racetrack.
There we go, 2 by 2, almost like Noah's Ark, except a lot more than just two Mazda Miatas. And yeah, they're getting very well formed up here. Still, I don't want to say stragglers. Again, a very deep field as they make it through that carousel, but everybody's starting to get formed up now as they head up the hill with our pole sitter. Now, Ryan Maloney, who was also yesterday's race winner, looking to repeat today. He's got, again, Jordan Furman, who finished 4th in yesterday's race, but has multiple race wins so far on the season.
This thing is only 9 laps.
Yeah.
The most interesting part might be right here, Greg, our start.
That's right. As Maloney's going to bring the field down the front straight. Starter looks over the field, and the green flag, it is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point as both the inside lane, the outside lane, right at the front seem in a dead heat as they make their way down towards turn number 1. Can Furman sweep around the outside? I don't think it's going to happen here as Ryan Maloney much later on the brakes from the inside lane than the outside of Furman. Now as they come out of the horseshoe and start to make the run, a couple drivers trying to shortcut that run going through the dirt, but it is Maloney, and now sneaking up the inside, the 2 white cars. Is it John Hotz or is it Rich Roman? Roman worked his way up yesterday from an 11th position start all the way to finish 2nd on the podium to Maloney. He's looking to do a little bit better today.
Boy, they finally get single file down the chute. They looked like they were still doing a pace lap when they went through turn number 1, but everybody's gotten pretty much single file. There's one side-by-side battle, but everybody else single file settled down to do some racing. But again, this thing's only a 9-lap heat race. So here we come, leaders now coming through 9, and you see those front 2, they've opened up a little bit. Maloney and Furman, maybe 2-3 car lengths back to that 3rd and 4th place battle as they head for the final turn to complete lap number 1. Few battles deeper in the field, but pretty much single file as they come off the final corner.
All right, another driver to look for, and again, I don't think he's showing up in our timing and scoring, is the white number 89 machine. As he comes across the line, he is running in 7th position. He's the 3rd of the white cars that we have in our top 10. Ryan Maloney leads the field down into turn 1 with Jordy Furman tucked right underneath the bumper there. The red number 8 machine right behind Rich Roman, John Hotz, 3rd and 4th with Arif Kazem, who has been very strong in the last 2 years. He is in the red number 98. He currently sits in 5th position. He's got Colin Murchison tucked right underneath him.
Yeah, you've got them right now sort of paired up. Maloney and Furman out a little bit, Roman and Hotz right there together, and then you just mentioned Kazem, but Murchison literally with his nose right up the tailpipe as they came through the corner. Single file down the chute. This one will go quickly as they're down into the carousel for the 2nd time under green, and you see that lead group now just going out of your shot. Maloney, Furman, Roman, Hotz, Kazem, top 5.
Yeah, and still everybody in a nice line here. They're not going to have a lot of opportunity. As soon as a driver makes even the smallest of bobbles ahead of them, they're going to have to take advantage of that. They don't have a lot of time to sit back and wait with just 9 laps total. Here today, going to be the shortest race of the weekend as our leaders now come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 2. And now making a quick look to the inside was Fuhrman. He very quickly got back over driver's left to get in the draft. And right behind him, it is the 2 white machines. It is Rich Roman, former MARRS champion in the number 1163 of John Hotz. In the second of the 2 white cars there, and they are almost in lockstep here as now the top 4 starting to separate a little bit more from Arif Kazim. But look who's joined the chat: Jamison Huffman and another former MARRS champion after a number of years away now for I think the 3rd time this season. Scott Brunk out of Frederick, Maryland, one of the OG DC region Mazda Miata racers here. I think he's been behind the wheel for about 25 years. He's now looking to move up to a podium position as well.
You said, look who's joined the chat, Jamison Huffman. You were talking about the chat. I thought you meant the online chat. I was very impressed with Huffman. He's driving and on the chat.
Although I have called iRacing events where Huffman has been behind the wheel and putting things in the YouTube chat. So it's... You never know with these kids today.
Last time down the front straightaway, Hotz got a really good tow for Rich Roman. Yeah. Look what we have now back there in 3rd and 4th place. And Hotz has lost a little bit of ground. That last time by, Hotz got a tow. I thought he might try to pass Rich into 1, but now Rich is open back up, and you can see why. He just set fast lap of the race, 127.7. So Rich Roman going to the whip early.
Yeah, indeed. And not only is that the fastest lap of the race, that at the moment is enough to put him on the pole for this afternoon's 14-lap SSM race.
And boy, Fuhrman now in the tire tracks. In fact, not quite in the tire tracks. He took a little peek driver's left.
Yeah, he is trying to maybe unsettle Ryan Maloney just a little bit. Maloney has spent most of the year running not an SSM, but running at the national level in Spec Miata, getting qualified for the national championship runoffs at Road America this year. I believe this is his first weekend back behind the wheel of his SSM car, and obviously been very, very strong taking the win yesterday.
The shot coming up here, when you see him go through 9, you can really see, you see a little bit of body roll. This is a shot right here. Shows you how hard they drive them through this corner right here, and you see him just leaning on that left side. It's a great corner because it's going to pay dividends all the way up to the top. You got to get turn 10 right. And again, so much of the passing happens going down into 1, and there is Fuhrman now in a spot. Or let's see what he can try. Get a little bit of a tow from the leader. Try to pop out at the end of the front straightaway.
All right, as they head down now into turn number 1, still does not make a move, gets onto the brakes just a touch before our leader Maloney, and so that 3-car train going to hold station for at least one more lap, at least going into turn number 1. Then we've got John Hotz sitting all by himself now in 4th position. Kazim and Murchison have not been able to make any headway there in moving up to the 63 machine. Colin Murchison, again, only 15 years old at this point. When he started the season, Edwin, only 14 years old. No karting experience, nothing except iRacing to prepare him for a real-life road racing experience.
That fast lap by Roman to catch those front twos kind of messed up Fuhrman's ability to go and attack Maloney. For a while there, Fuhrman, the second-place car, had no one right behind him.
Right.
Now that Roman's there, now he's got to think a little bit and play it 2 ways. One, how much risk can I put in to try to get by Maloney? But I got to keep in mind, I've got a fast Rich Roman behind me in 3rd place as they come off 9 and maybe a car length and a half now between 2nd and 3rd.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
They have opened up a gap a little bit to John Hotz now. Hotz is 3 seconds behind Roman as that lead trio heads right towards you now into turn number 1. Fuhrman's there. Can't do anything right now, but at this point now, wait for that last lap. Now here's the thing, a lot of people, you don't have enough room to make that pass if you wait to do it coming off 10.
Right.
The finish line comes up too soon. If the finish line was down there, a little bit further, you could wait for the final corner. But the finish line comes up before you can complete the pass. So you want to get that pass done somewhere else on the track.
Right.
Either going into one on the final lap, maybe down at the bottom.
5.
You've got a shot maybe at 9. You got some traffic playing into it. They'll work by that okay. But you can't make that final corner pass. You just run out of racetrack.
Yeah, and these cars, even with the draft, and the draft can be very strong in these cars, there's almost no difference in the amount of power that each of these cars are putting down. Again, they are dynoed at the beginning of the season. They all have to make anywhere between 105 and 108 horsepower, so very small variance between them. But now Ryan Maloney has managed to work himself free of the pair, Jordy Fuhrman and Rich Roman. Now, and it doesn't look like a lot. It's only maybe 2.5 car lengths, but it may be enough to break the draft, especially as Fuhrman has to contend with Rich Roman behind, who's looking for at least his second place finish of the weekend.
And let's see what Roman's going to try as they go down into turn number 1. You see him right there, Rich on the outside. That's that outside pass. It can stick if he can hold that line. In fact, he gets it done going into turn 1.
Yeah, and so, again, that's the effect of the draft. Fuhrman moved very late to the inside to try and protect that entry. Roman, using the draft, just made the pass from the outside later on the brakes and was able to go around the outside. Fuhrman really had no defense for that move.
Maloney may have gotten that little gap. They were dealing with one lap car. May have been where they caught that lap car that let Maloney get his gap.
Indeed. Yeah, because they actually came up on it right at the apex of turn 5, and as it tracked out the two trailing cars, I think in that short run to turn 6 had to hold back just a little bit.
John Hotz might have to deal with Chasm behind him because he's closed that up. You see right there, yep.
Yeah, as Chasm now has been able to work free of Murchison, Jamison Huffman, Scott Brunk, and I believe Callan Crocker is in that group as well. It's a long distance then back to Dylan Adeli. Good to see Dylan out here. He had an early issue in yesterday's race. I think we mentioned yesterday he's back from the UK where he's been going to school. But got a driver who runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 10. That was Jamison Huffman dropping a wheel. Just a little whiff of the dirt there. But again, as dry as it's been here, Edwin, so much dust and dirt gets flown up in the other. Heck, you can see it from this shot here.
Maloney was able to hold that gap a little bit, but there you see Romans cut it to maybe 3 car lengths as they're in turn number 1. So that gap less time by about a half second. Here come the lead trio off the corner. They've opened up some to that third place car, Fuhrman. You see Hot still dealing with Chasm there in 4th and 5th. You got the top 9 all within about a second of each other.
Yeah, and so, again, Roman has been the fastest car on track. He was yesterday as well, but fastest car on track today. He's lapped almost, up to 0.2 of a second faster than Ryan Maloney, our leader, has. The problem for him is time is winding down and we have only a lap and a half remaining. Is that Roman, when we started this lap, was about a half second behind, and the math just doesn't add up at that point. So we'll see here as we did have a driver go around over at turn 6. He's now gotten that car back underway.
Leaders are coming up towards the final corner to get the one to go. There you go. Maloney and Roman. Fuhrman now about 8 car lengths behind, but White final lap here, and let's see what Roman can do down the front straightaway. Somebody else, got my attention. All you have to do is drop 2 wheels off down here, and like I said, it's so dry it looks like something massive. Yeah, and it's like, oh, it's no big deal. Here the leaders are back in turn 1 for the final time.
All right, now that last lap, Rich Roman was able to make up ground on Ryan Maloney. Unfortunately, it was only 5/100ths of a second. So almost a drop in the bucket here as Roman, we see him go through the dirt at the apex of 2, trying to shorten that corner up a little bit, trying to take a little bit shorter distance as he tries to inch closer to Ryan Maloney, as we now have only about a mile and a quarter, about a mile and 3/4 actually, remaining on the course here as they come down into turn 5. Maloney again protecting a little bit to the center of the track. You can see as those cars get so loaded up under braking. But no advantage there for Maloney nor for Roman as they continue now at the tail end of this race to stretch things out from Jordy Fuhrman.
Maloney, nice job. Once Roman got past the number 8 car, thought he might reel him in. Maloney's done a great job there in turn number 9 to hold that gap now to still about 2 car lengths as they're coming through the final corner. They'll look for the checkered flag this time by.
All right, as they come out of turn 10, Ryan Maloney, he's got that same 2 car lengths advantage on Rich Roman. Checkered flag being displayed and taking the win. His second win this weekend. It is going to be Ryan Maloney out of Dayton, Maryland. Rich Roman will finish second again for the second day in a row. Jordy Fuhrman, yesterday, he finished 4th. Today, he takes the final step on the podium, finishing in 3rd. John Hotz will finish in 4th. Eric Chasm 5th. Colin Murchison 6th. Scott Brunk 7th. Jamison Huffman will finish in 8th. Kellen Crocker 9th. Dylan Adeli runs his fastest lap of the race. On the last lap, he will finish in 10th. Jay Bindrum, Isaac Jordan 11th and 12th. Andy O'Brien finishing 13th. Mark Rougeau, after finishing yesterday's race in the gravel trap at turn 10 on the last lap, he finishes today in 14th, and Dave Weibel will finish in 15th.
That was a good race. Nice job by Maloney. So much going on behind him, but just pounded out good lap after good lap to take the win. Nice job. Hotz held on for 4th place because that battle was starting to get close.
It was.
The last couple laps. In fact, at the line, it was less than a half second, that gap between 4th and 5th.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 Race Group 4, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a moment. So, I think also there, Ed, when you look at Rich Roman, he started 4th today, worked up to 2nd. Yesterday, he started much further back in the pack, also finished in 2nd position. With the lap time that he turned in today in this race, the 127.694, he's not going to have to work his way through traffic in the opening lap. He's going to be your pole sitter for this afternoon's SSM race.
By about 0.4 of a second from what had been the previous pole.
Yeah, and so, if he can hold that lead going into turn 1, he's got a good chance to end Ryan Maloney's streak here. But we'll have to see. That second SSM race on the day, we're going to see that probably around 1:40 this afternoon, if we say on schedule. So definitely make sure to stay with us here today. As we're going to take a quick break, we'll be back here in just a few moments with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Summit Point. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Number of people that could not figure out, because you had to do it mathematics, they couldn't do it. I said, no, that's surprising. You get the app, they couldn't do it themselves, and it's like, I mean, think about people that go to get change in a convenience store. Yeah. Right?
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg, he's Edwin, and right behind us, that's Spencer. And we're getting ready for our fourth race of the morning on a very full day of racing, Edwin. And wow, if it's anything like that last race with more spec racing coming up now, it is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And a very deep 20-plus car field. Let's run down the starting order.
Up front, the 55, Sam Schechter in qualifying. He set the quick time of 1:19.859, so he'll go from the pole in the Surf Shop machine. Next to him, Theo Pepis in the 27 car, that driver out of Clifton, New Jersey. The doggone racing machine of Liam Kerper in the 44 is starting third, and then it's Joe Banks in car number 74. That's row 2.
All right, starting fifth today, driving the number 56, Spec Race Ford Gen 3 out of Flemington, New Jersey. It's Jason Pintar with Stephen Shue from Gibson Island, Maryland, driving the Surf Shop number 81 entry starting in sixth. Then we've got Chris Windsor in the Windsor Customs machine from Thurmont, Maryland, starting seventh in the 38 car with Matthew Polk. Also at a Gibson Island in the MSI DFAT Services entry, he'll start eighth.
Row number 5, Jeff Valentino in car number 68, and then Keith Fraser next to him, the alltackle.com car, that's number 7. Row 6, there's Mike Thomas, the Triple T Cutting number 54, and Stephen Minkin. He is out of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, car number 99.
All right, starting lucky 13th today in another Surf Shop entry, the number 14 car of Kevin Silbert. Then we got Kyle Hurlitsky. Kyle's out of Coon Valley, Wisconsin in the WNA Racing, while Willing and Able Racing, number 50, he starts 14th. Michael Amena starting on the inside of row number 8 today, driving the number 8 machine. That's the Cornerstone Financial Partners entry out of Oakland, New Jersey, with Andrew Waldorf out of Leonardtown, Maryland, driving the number 13 machine starting in 16th.
Row number 9 finds Richmond, Virginia's David Lanning in car number 16, and J. Mark Windling, the doggone racing car out of Little Towns, Pennsylvania. Brad Gould in car number 197. He'll go 19th in the other doggone machine. And Phil Ackley in car number 80. He is 20th.
All right. Then we got the doggone entry of Bruce Kreminga. He's going to start 21st today in the Kermit the Frog Green, number 31. There he is. Then we got Alan Rothman driving the number 79 Surf Shop entry. He's out of Freehold, New Jersey. He starts 22nd. And then Dave Trossel in the Sterling Acceptance machine out of Annapolis, Maryland. He'll start 23rd.
This was a good race yesterday. Enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, the fight yesterday between Scheckter and Kerper for the win. Kerper managed to get around Sam Scheckter, who started off with the lead early. And then with, I think, 2 laps to go, Scheckter was able to hold off in advance going into turn 1. A great move that Kerper had made just a lap earlier was just really defended well against. And,
and then it classic spec road racing, because throughout the field, I was at dinner last night, sat down with Stephen Shue, the 81 car, and he and I were talking the battle he had yesterday back and forth with Jason Pintar in the 56. Yeah. That wasn't a battle for the win. I think it was off podium as well, back a little bit.
Yeah, it was for 5th. Yeah,
for 5th. But a whale of a battle. So in these spec races, sometimes you got to look through the best race maybe somewhere else. Yesterday, the best race was up front, middle of the pack, tail end of the pack. So it was really a great battle throughout. And these guys swapped places quite a bit as pace car heads for pit road. This one's a sprint. It's only 9 laps.
That's right. And those 2 blue cars at the front, Sam Scheckter and the light blue 55, darker blue Theo Pepes to the outside. Pepes, I think his big goal today is going to be to hold off Liam Kerper. He could not do it yesterday. Ended up finishing in 3rd as the front row gets the green flag. Sam Scheckter with Liam Kerper directly behind him, and they got a much better start than Theo Pepes now as they make their way down into turn 1. Pardon me, Pepes behind Sam Scheckter. They got a better start than Kerper. Kerper in the black number 44 car as they sweep around the outside. And Pepes now moves to the inside, comes around, and gets ahead of Liam Kerper as they now make their run through turn 4 down the hill. As the field now coming out of turn 5, they now seem to merge together, all come down 1 by 1 as Jason Pintar here gets ahead of Stephen Shue. And it looks like Chris Windsor, who for a while was in that fight with Pintar and Shue, he now moves up in the 6th position, shuffling Stephen Shue back one more.
And Pepes must have done something on the start there, because he was able to change lanes. He was set to start there in 2nd spot, which would have put him on that outside line, and he made his way to the inside rather quickly. So nice job on the start there to protect that inside line.
All right, as they come underneath the Toyota Bridge and round turn 10 for the very first time, Sam Scheckter opening up a multi-car length lead, almost 9/10 of a second, separating Scheckter from Theo Pepes. Now, what we saw during yesterday's race, at least under race pace, Liam Kerper was the fastest of the drivers on track. He was in the same position, made up a lot of ground. Big brake lock up there a little bit further back in the pack. That was from Jeff Valentino in the 68 machine. And then once he got by Kerper, he was able to slowly close things down on Sam Scheckter. But at this point here, again, the pace, and we'll have to see when they complete another lap, but the pace we've seen across our first 3 races has been quite a bit faster than yesterday's race pace and even qualifying pace.
Scheckter was able to open a little bit of a gap there because Pepes and Kerper were running side by side. They've now gotten single file, but when Scheckter had almost a full second gap last time by. That's because Pepes and Kerper were doing some real battle. They've gotten single file now, see if they can draw him back to him a little bit. The gap is still pretty significant off turn 9.
Right, and once you get past our top 3, there you go, from 4th all the way now back to, looks to be back to the green and white machine. I think that is Mike Thomas in the 54 car. There is a almost an 8-car fight right now for 6th position.
Well, and it picks up there. There's a gap from Kerper in 3rd back to Pintar in 4th. And then after that, now you see everybody. That's a huge gaggle of race cars from 4 back to 9th place, actually. Yeah.
So Joe Blanks in the number 74 machine took a quick look to the inside on Jason Pintar. Pintar was able to come across and protect against it. But in doing so, Joe Blanks loses a position to Chris Windsor. Windsor seemingly brings out this Spec Racer Ford once a season. He now moves up in the 5th position.
Battle there into the left-hander. Schechter's gap 1.4. Pepes now is clear of Kerper. They've gone single file and still can't quite reel in the leader. Schechter, as you said, laying down some good laps now as Pepes and Kerper start to do battle again for second. There's Pintar in 4th, kind of leading that second group, that blue and orange machine.
And we're getting word from a couple of the corner stations here. Wow, as Kerper takes a look to the inside on Pepes, and Pepes ended up having to adjust his entry into turn 10. I think he thought Kerper was going to come underneath him, and that really affected his drive off the corner. And, as I said yesterday, Kerper was the fastest driver on track. He's now down into the mid-120 range. He is lapping about 0.3 of a second faster than our leader, Schechter. The problem is he still has to get around Pepes.
And we could see somebody, I'm pretty sure somebody will set a weekend fast lap before this session is over. Track is ideal for quick laps right now as we've completed 3 laps. Somebody putting a couple of tires off there into the gravel trap, but everybody rolls on. 56 degrees, a light breeze, and sunny skies. Couldn't ask for anything better.
No. And this is, I think, this time at our last event here at Summit Point, it was about 84. So I think I'll take it, and the Spec Racer Fords will certainly take it. Now they are fuel-injected 1.6-liter all-aluminum motors, the 3rd generation of the Spec Racer Ford, and they all seem to be coming into their own now, all on a Spec Hoosier Racing tire.
Now look at this, Pepes and Kerper. Boy, Pepes tried to peek there to the inside of turn number 10. That was a cool move. Didn't pay off yet.
All right, Schechter now resets fast lap as he extends out, and quite a bit, almost 2.5 tenths over Kerper and Pepes as they go down into turn 1. And Kerper takes a look to the inside on Theo Pepes, and again, cannot get by that outside lane. Edwin seems to be a little bit grippier this morning.
Boy, I'm watching this group right here. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all there together. Oh, Shoe puts one tire off into the gravel trap, but that is just off the podium. Pintar leading that group. That's fantastic. Coming down the hill, and you see, is that Windsor trying to make a move?
Yeah, and so Windsor moved a little bit over to the driver's right to try to not bind up the car as much through that very sharp turn 5, maybe get a little bit better run coming in the 6, maybe be able to force Pintar a little bit wide on entry into the carousel. Not able to get the result he wanted, but both he and Pintar now starting to inch away just a little bit from Joe Blanks, Keith Frazier, and Stephen Shue.
Pepes and Kerper continue to do battle, and Schechter goes faster now, 120.471.
Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Race Group 5, big bore racers, please head to the grid. Race Group 5, almost forgot we had another race. Race Group 5, please head to the grid.
Battle continues for second place. That's close right now. Pepes in the 27, Kerper in the 44 last time by.
All right, Brad Gould dropping a wheel coming out of turn 10. The Greensboro, North Carolina driver we talked yesterday got into racing Spec Racer Fords after doing it online and iRacing and wanted to see the difference. And he basically said there is actually pretty good modeling in that online version of the Spec Racer Ford, but he likes this more.
It's now Pepes second, Kerper third, and Pepes is opening the gap.
And Windsor makes the move to the inside on Jason Pintar. Pintar opened up the door as they came through turn 6A and 6B. So move Chris Windsor now into 4th position. Great move there, and I don't think Pintar really thought that move was going to come.
Now Pepes clear of Kerper and has opened the gap to to a little over a second, and there was somebody making a move coming off turn 10.
Yeah, Steven Shu trying to come underneath Jeff Valentino, and then Valentino coming by, carrying more speed across the line. So Valentino and Steven Shu, who started today's race off in 6th position, now finds himself back in 9th.
Next time by 2 to go. Schechter, now Kerper, and Pepes running there, and that's Windsor in a battle with, that's Pintar in the blue and orange machine. Windsor just in front. That's 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, and so Pintar trying to find a way back around after Windsor got around him down in the carousel. Carried good speed there, but now not able to return the favor is the 4 cars directly behind them. That's Joe Blanks, Keith Frazier, Jeff Valentino, and Steven Shu looking to move up. Keith Frazier had a good look on Joe Blanks coming down into turn number 5, hard under braking, but from the outside there, it is a very long way around on the outside there at 5.
And somewhere, timing scoring now, Kerper back in front of Pepes. Is that right? Let's see.
Well, we're going to...
Kerper and Pepes. Yeah, I guess so. Kerper and Pepes. Okay. Because I thought Pepes had gotten by. I think they swapped the spot back over.
There is Sam Schechter, and yes, the dark number 44 car, the black car, that is Liam Kerper. And not only that, Kerper, first off, just reset fast lap of the race at a 120.29. That is not enough to move him up to pole, by the way, for this afternoon's race. Theo Pepes dropping back to 3rd, and there was almost 2, if we watch now, one of the reasons, there's almost a 2-second gap between Kerper and Pepes. So I'm listening to the radio to see if anything happened between them, maybe going into one of the corners.
Yeah, that's a big swap there. In fact, their last lap was about a second and a half. Pepes was slower. So
yeah.
I don't know if they caught traffic or something, but swap there. Now, does Kerper have time? Not much time, but try to catch Schechter. He's 2.1 seconds behind.
All right, as our leader now, Sam Schechter, comes up the hill. Remember, yesterday, Kerper, who had quite a bit better pace than Schechter at the end of a 15-lap race, was able to challenge for the lead, had the lead momentarily, as we've got a car that spun coming through turn 10, and that is the 20, or might actually, I think, lost the motor. That is the 27 of Theo Pepes, and I think now we know why Theo Pepes was falling off the pace. As he bails out of that car, he lost the motor coming through 10 as we jump back to the race action. And so that is now going to move Chris Windsor into a podium-paying position with Schechter and Kerper separated by about a second and a half.
Pepes got out of that quick because he had some fire behind. That thing that motor just grenaded on him.
Yeah, so emergency services teams now have responded to the 27 car, and we are going on the last lap here to a red flag condition, Edwin. And what that means, and that's because we've got emergency services vehicles on the front straight, as opposed to the FIA, it shuts everything down. Our racers are supposed to come to a slow, controlled stop where they are on the track surface.
Yeah, they'll go to the nearest flag stand where they can see the stand and then stop. And so Pepes had gotten by Kerper, and then at some point Kerper got by, and that's probably when Pepes first started having engine issues. But Pepes had made the pass for second,
right? And
then there was a lap where it was about a second and a half where Kerper was faster. That's probably when Pepes started having issues. And then when he came off 10, that engine, it just grenaded. And of course, rear engine here, so engine exhaust right there, and that's what you got, was just probably oil fire from the engine exploding.
Exactly. And so Kerper, he bailed out of the car before we even saw any flames from up here, because it's right down from where we are over here. And again, you can see him over driver's left. He was out of the car and fine. And luckily, Edwin, we've got our emergency services teams literally feet away, staged feet away from where that car is now.
And once Theo Pepes got out safely, then the next thing is, get the race locked down. But then you also want to get there and try to save a guy's race car.
Right.
I mean, the primary is taking care of the driver first. He was fine. There was nothing that he hit or anything. It just exploded. He pulled over. He got out. You get the race shut down so everybody's safe, and then you go to work and try to save a guy's race car for him, which I know he'll appreciate. Yeah, that was a grenade on the back end of that engine. They're still hitting it with some fire retardant there. Make sure he's good to go. But that's funny because you touched on it like a lap before it happened. You're like, okay, well, something must have happened to Pepes because he was a second and a half slower, and that's when that engine started to go. And
well, usually they're fastest right before they go. This was the exception. He was losing time there, and I'm wondering if he maybe had any inkling. Well, I'm sure if he had an inkling that the motor was about ready to leave the chat. He was right by the pit lane, had the opportunity. He thought the car would be okay, and he'd be able to maintain his position in the end because he had a pretty good gap back to Windsor and Pintar, who at the time were running in fourth position.
Nice job. Kerper resets his best lap of the weekend, a 1:23.88. So that should put him second place when we go feature racing a little bit later today. Right.
So we'll see here. I would suspect, we had originally one lap remaining. They have timing and scoring has rolled the race back to the prior lap, as they would do under a red flag condition. And so we'll see next all the cars. We'll see all the cars head back to the pit lane. We'll see if they give them a green-white checker or a green checker.
Yep.
Here with 2 laps to go, technically, when they come off the pit lane, they'd only have 1 lap remaining. So you don't know if they're going to.
Yeah,
and there we go. There's the answer. The start stand's going to display the checkered flag. That's going to end the race. We roll things back. So the interesting thing is that they roll things back to the prior lap. Theo Pepes actually holds on to third position here, as he was in third at the time that lap number 8 had begun. So Sam Schechter will take the win. Liam Kerper, who ran his fastest lap on the prior lap, ran a 1:20.297, and that's about 0.4 off of the pole time. So it looks like Sam Schechter is going to hold on to pole for our afternoon race. But so Kerper, then Theo Pepes, as I don't think it's much of a consolation for him as he watches his car continue to get doused with fire retardant. Chris Windsor works up to 4th. Jason Pintar will finish in 5th. Joe Blank 6th. Keith Frazier 7th. Jeff Valentino, who made a great pass on Stephen Shue with 3 laps remaining. He'll finish in 8th. Shue finishes in 9th. Steve Mincon rounds out your top 10.
That was a good battle there. We were watching the front 3, but from Windsor back to about Valentino and Shue, great battle there for position in the late stages. So you see the cars, they get the black flag all, which means they can slowly return back to the paddock area. So you said, race is complete. Got a little cleanup to do. And then we've got Big Bore coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, let's give them a final call because I think we still got a couple spots open on the grid. Race group number 5, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 5, Big Bore, please head to the grid. And so, yes, Edwin, we're going to have a little bit of cleanup. As you can see, that's still ongoing on the front straight. And when we come back, the big ground pounders here at Summit Point, they are next. We'll be back with more racing action here in just a few moments. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fire, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
You wouldn't believe some of the memes.
Basically sitting on top of a volcano is what you are. If that thing ever explodes, it's like, and you're not supposed to be flying drones in the
Walking, I mean, I feel like something's gonna pop out.
Almost in October, it'll be 3 years ago I had a place. He's clean up!
up and they bleed into the river. So where they're going into the river, the water temperature there is like 96 degrees. That's perfect. Right? So in the middle of the winter time, and it's all natural because of these springs, but it's there's hot springs all over the place in Montana, which is interesting. But it's yeah.
I got both eyes redone. Still wear glasses though? Yeah, they try to get me what's called monovision. I had monovision before for like,
Hot, cool, people will go in and there's oil down at 10, so we have a little
Probably what part of that fire.
what ignited the fire, yeah. And because I can't go out and buy an elaborate exotic car. Well, who can, right? That's right, unless you're a banker.
It's got a bottom and a back to it and armrest.
You got a back to it, which is good.
got another one in there if anybody wants it. Hey, Jake.
It's not how much you make, it's how much you sell. Yeah. Exactly. So no matter if you make, if you make 300-400,000 a year,
motorcycle events around here. So I've gotten to know him quite a bit. He's given me a lot of advice and tips.
Kind of what happened in March, it made this big drop. And then it came screaming back up. That was nice because they're going to get me. It is inevitable they're going to hit you with this shit. Obama got me. Yeah. When he
Clear, double yellow.
There we go. That sounded a lot better. I mean, still, even a kit car on its own isn't cheap.
No.
And they're still just as beautiful.
Yeah, the Cobra is a kit car.
Yes. And it was good. They tell me it was an incentive, right, to kind of do that kind of stuff. Well, what it used to be is your
He has an E30 with a one-of-one Gimbala kit on it. Beautiful car.
Well, out here, my vote for originality is the convertible Rabbit.
Yes. Yes.
That's crazy.
One and go.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. After a little bit of cleanup, we're ready to get back underway with the next race here at the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire and the DC region of the SCCA. Heading out on track now for their first of two races today is our big bore group, touring and GT and ITE and super production and you name it. Edwin, let's run down the starting order.
The 84, Gianluca Petiti, a lap of 117.458, puts his Porsche Cayman on the pole. Nicholas Carangla in his Porsche second fast. He's in car 76. Marshall Lytle in the BMW. He's third fast in car number 14. And Ted Warning in the 72 car. He'll go fourth.
All right, starting in fifth position today, driving the number 10 ITE Ford Mustang, the universally modified performance entry of John Polisha. Bob Kashak starting in sixth position. He drives the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra. That's the CSRS machine, with Chris Maiba, our American sedan pole sitter, driving the number 77 Dodge Challenger, the Silent J Racing machine. And then scheduled to start 8th, but he's in the chat, Edwin, and I mean the chat in the YouTube chat, not the chat on the track. Said he broke a front suspension piece, cannot make it out for this weekend's racing. Mike Herbert, again, scheduled to start 8th, not with us today.
Row 5, Alec Maisel, the 61. That's the Armor Auto Ford Mustang. Melvin Miller in car number 60 will start 10th. And then the final row, Jonathan Wrights, the 20 car in a Mustang as well. And Mebane, North Carolina's Ralph Gunderson, car number 3, he starts in a BMW.
All right, and I thought we had one more racer joining us for this race, Edwin. That was Joel Pence, our splitter, who had a race car hat on. I mean, it was like a full-blown, like 1/16th scale Formula car on her head. And Brian Donati wanted to know what that was, but yeah, it was definitely interesting. And along with the Mickey Mouse hands that she goes out to split the grids with, it was quite the outfit here. As our Ford GT40 pace car brings the field up the hill underneath the Toyota bridge. You see they're holding that flag right in front of our camera here now on the pit lane, Edwin.
Yeah, I want to watch something. The track has been fast this morning.
Yes.
Let's see what Gianluca can do here with a fast track. Can he better his fast time for the weekend? It's a 1:17.4.
All right, so green flag is in the air, and yesterday Nick Caranglan did not join us in his Porsche 911 Cup car. He is here today, and he gets out to a very quick start from the outside lane. Both the Porsches, for the second day in a row, separating themselves from the rest of the field. And Caranglan's going to take the early lead as they go through the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. One driver not joining us today is the ITE BMW E36, the ML2 Motorsports entry of Marshall Lytle. Lytle, if you remember, had an incident in yesterday's race. Apparently it was a brake failure. He is okay, and he unfortunately his car not so okay. I don't think we're going to see that BMW for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it had some severe damage, but like I say, good news, he was A-okay, but obviously won't make the start the rest of the weekend. There's that 77 car. That's Chris Mashba's Dodge Challenger. Having a brain break there. That Challenger that thing is so beautiful on track, but I'm telling you what, on some of the tight corners, he has his hands full with that 77.
Yeah, I mean, it is by far the heaviest of any American sedan entry spec in the SCCA's rule book, and also I believe has to run narrower tires than some of the much lighter American sedan cars as well. And it looks as though Alec Maisel in the orange number 61 Mustang has managed to work his way ahead of that beautiful Dodge Challenger. We'll continue to track that as we complete lap number 1. And should be a good fight there in American sedan with Maisel, Maiba, and also Jonathan Wright. It's good to see Ralph Gunderson bring that silver ITR BMW 325 out as well. So the 3 drivers not making the grid. We talked about Marshall Lytle. We talked about Mike Herbert. And again, I want to thank Mike for joining us in the YouTube chat. And Melvin Miller, driver the number 60 American sedan Ford Mustang out of Lincoln, Delaware. He also did not make today's start.
Karangelin in the 76 leads that first lap over Petiti. Started side by side up front, but give the first lap to the driver of the 76 car. And we want to watch again. Lap times have been quick this morning. Good conditions. Let's see where they can go. The leaders come by and put a second lap on the board. And let's see what the lap times look like for Karangelin. A 119, and for Petiti, a 118.824. So he's getting close. He was a 117.5 roughly for qualifying. They're getting close to that qualifying range.
Indeed. And so, it's they go by that 119.1 and a 118.824 for Petiti. That is about 1.4 seconds off of the qualifying time that he set yesterday morning. And temperatures now, and they've come up quite a bit this morning now, Edwin. We're just a little bit north of 60 degrees, about 63 degrees ambient air temperature, and much like yesterday, very few clouds in the sky, so a lot of opportunity for the track surface to heat up here as well. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. We already got one early bird there on the grid. Attention the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 6. Small bore, please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting just a few moments.
The 61, Alec Maisel, that's the largest class group on track. So he now has taken the lead there over Chris Majba in the 77. Jonathan Wright is third in class, and they run together on track right now, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
And a little bit of a gap opening up already. Maisel in the orange Mustang jumping to the lead there. Now, yesterday, the Dodge Challenger of Miata took the win in class with Maisel finishing in second, and then Jonathan Wright finishing in third. Melvin Miller finished 2 laps down, and if I remember correctly, he did pull that car in at the very end of yesterday's race, and that might have been a precursor to him not heading out for today's event. Well, hopefully, if he's got something to fix on that car, he's got another opportunity and a couple hours to get it ready for this afternoon's race. This group's scheduled to be back out again somewhere around 2:20, 2:30 this afternoon, so he's got a couple hours, and maybe he'll get it ready. If not, they've got one more race tomorrow.
Petiti retakes the top spot, and he did it with a lap of 117.9. So he now leads over the 76 car. As again, with this group and the fast laps they turn, 9 laps go by rather quickly. That's why on the first lap we're already calling the next group, because it'll be here soon.
Exactly. When you have cars that are this quick, they go through very, very quickly here. Ted Warning, who yesterday finished second overall, he's our sole Touring 2 racer in the field, still getting up the speed with this new-to-him Chevy Corvette. There he is coming across the line. As Warning has for years been an American sedan racer, racing in that iconic burgundy number 72 third-gen Chevy Camaro, and so staying in the bow tie family, but big upgrade, also about 15 years newer chassis here. As Warning currently lapping in the low 1:22 range, and he's already 0.3 faster than he was at any point yesterday.
Track is in good shape. It's fast, and we see it as Cranglin now fastest lap of the weekend for anybody here in Big Bore, and it's down to a 1:17.174. That's getting it done here this morning in the Big Bore Group 5 race.
Yeah, and it looked like even as Karanglin jumped to that early lead, being a little cautious, didn't have the car out yesterday afternoon, wanting to bring the tires in. Petiti had the opportunity for a short period of time to move to the lead, but now Karanglin gets back by Petiti. And as you mentioned, that 1:17.174, that would be enough to move him to the inside lane and give him pole for this afternoon's race. But Petiti there now, he's got the opportunity. Petiti with the 1:17, he's only run a 1:17.8 today. That's about 0.3 off of his qualifying time, as he's now just sitting right underneath the wing of the Cup car ahead.
Yeah, that's the cars you're seeing coming down the hill right there, first and second. Overall, they've swapped the lead back and forth a few times as we're just past halfway through the carousel they go. And again, yesterday Petiti didn't have anybody who was kind of in that range with him. Today, those cars are pretty evenly matched. Now, different classes, they're out of class, but they're pretty evenly matched with lap times.
Yeah, indeed. And so yesterday, as we said, Ted Warning finished second overall, but Warning was lapping almost 4 seconds off the pace of the GT4 RS Club Sport machine of Petiti. And so Petiti was, until he had to work his way through some of the slower traffic towards the end of the race, not a lot of challenge for him there. And this will definitely, I think, keep both he and Karanglin honest as they continue to work through. Now, it looks as though the GT4 car of Petiti starting to fall a little bit off the pace of Karanglin, as that last time by Karanglin was almost 0.6 of a second faster.
Yeah, now put one lap car in between them, so Petiti will have to do business with that one probably as they come down the chute here in just a little bit. But next time by, we're already to 2 to go.
Move quick here. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. Small bore, please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. And for those of you watching now, I'd like to ask you to stick around this morning. We have a tribute to a very special person coming up before our Group 7 race. So just one more race ahead here, so please stay with us.
Leaders are up the hill. They'll go through the corner and be at 2 to go under the bridge. Karanglin and both cars have backed off a little bit, not down to the 117s where they were earlier, but both finding a comfortable spot, and there they are with 2 laps to go. Warning, in the 72 car still sits third. That's your overall podium with a little less than 2 laps to go.
That's right. Hey, Edwin, I wanted to call attention to one comment in our YouTube chat, and I think this is very important. It was Steve Moeller, ITS racer, giving a huge shout out to our emergency services team, Jim Brostek, Bill Smith, Ken Anderson. I'm going to also throw in Dave Sue, who's out working with them today, as well as they work alongside the team here from Summit Point to get that Spec Racer Ford fire and engine explosion cleaned up very quickly so that we could go back racing.
Driver could have lost a race car there. They were out quick, and not that it'll be easy, but need a new engine, maybe need a body panel or 2, but they saved a race car for him.
Exactly. So I want to thank them, and of course all of the volunteers that help make this weekend go.
Petiti is off pace. Petiti off pace here as he's dropping through the field, and I wonder if he is off track somewhere.
Oh, there he is.
Nope, there he is. But trumps multiple
I'm wondering.
positions.
Well, I'm wondering if we maybe have a transponder issue, because as they come down into turn 1, there's Karanglin in the Porsche. And there's Petiti coming right underneath Chris Maiba.
And they just fixed it in time and it scored, so he still is second. Good call.
And just wanted to also bring up, just got a message from one of my good friends, JD King, to remind me about my mispronunciation of Robert Hayeshak. It's not Hayshak. The Factory 5 racing driver here, as Nick Caranglan and Petiti come underneath our American sedan leader. I think they probably had a much faster closing rate than they expected as they came through the fastest corner on the course. Handled it well, though.
Well, and I think as we looked yesterday, I think the disparity from quickest to not the quickest in this class is bigger than any other. So that closing ratio can be quite interesting. The leader's now making a race. The final time they head for turn 10. Here they come.
Yeah, and as they came up on Alec Maisel, almost 10 seconds a lap difference between what these two Porsches are running and our American sedan racers, as our leaders come out of 10 onto the front straight and see the checkered flag. And Nick Caranglan, driver of the Porsche 997 Cup car out of Hobie, Florida, did not post for yesterday's race. Today he takes the win and wins GT2 over Gianluca Petiti, our T1 winner, who will finish second. Ted Warning in his Touring 2 Chevrolet Camaro. He comes out of turn 10 onto the front straight. It's going to be the second car that we see here. Ted Warning will finish third overall, takes the win in Touring 2. John Polishuk in the black number 10 ITE Ford Mustang should, when we see him come by. Here he comes now out of turn 10. He'll finish fourth overall. He'll take the win in ITE. Beautiful car, that universally modified Fox body Ford Mustang. And great run for him. Hayeshak will finish in fifth. Alec Maisel. And here comes Hayeshak now onto the front straight. That Factory 5 Cobra, that with that Ford power, it just sounds so. And I guess that's an old 5-liter Ford Mustang out of like the Fox bodies. Beautiful sound to it. And then taking the win in American Sedan will be Alec Maisel. I think he's already passed the start-finish line. He takes the win in class over Chris Maiba. Then Jonathan Wrights will finish third in class. And Ralph Gunderson, our ITR winner, crosses the line. So that is going to wrap up our big bore race. Let's make a final call for the day, or not for the day. Final call this morning for our next race group. I keep forgetting they've got another race. Final call to the grid for race group 6. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And we're going to take a quick break. Back with more racing action here from Summit Point in just about 5 minutes.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And next up, we go from big bore to small bore. Our production category cars, super touring light. We've got our touring cars and a great mix of vehicles. Edwin, let's start running down the starting order.
So your pole sitter, he set his best time yesterday in the heat race of 123.013. CFF Farms Caterham of the 65 Minor Wilcox. And then it's the Radial Tire Acura, Paul Marconis in the 48. Row number 2, Thomas Beverly, car number 4 in the Honda, and then Ted Cahill, the Cahill Mazda. He's car 182.
All right, starting in 5th position, Graham Fuller driving the number 22 F Production Toyota TRD Goodyear Toyota Tercel. He's literally right outside the gates. He lives in Summit Point, West Virginia. Jack Bana, your H Production winner yesterday, will start 6th today. He's in the number 7 Woodlawn Garage Volkswagen Cabriolet. And then we've got Benjamin Brunk. Ben is driving the number 114 Touring 4 Subaru BRZ. He's your Touring 4 pole sitter. He'll start alongside Nate Lucas in row number 4. Nate is also in Touring 4, driving the number 67 Mazda MX-5.
And row number 5, this is a versatile driver. Might see him on a road course one day and a dirt track the next. It's Mike Kelly, car number 86, the European Imports VW. And Scott Krastek goes next to him, his BMW cart number 91.
Palasinski.
Michael Palazinski in the 152 car. His BMW goes 11th. And then it's Steve Wickersham in the number 82 car. The Computer Pros Mazda rounds out row 6.
All right, starting lucky 13th today, driving the number 178 STL Mazda Miata from Gurney, Illinois. It's Bob Cahall with Owen Sheffer driving the number 18 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, starting 14th. Starting 15th. Scheduled to start 15th today. Don't think this car is going to make it to the grid. Mark Liller in the number 127 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 with then scheduled to start 16th. Another Touring 4 machine, the Mazda RX-8, the no person left behind outdoors car of Alex Cumming.
Bob Connor in the Crosby Crab Legends. He will go 17th. Next to him, Bruce Shelton. In the Pinto car number 11, Alex McBain, the universally modified machine. He is number 75, 19th, and then it's Mike Collier. The Rossini Racing Mazda rounds out row 10.
All right, looks like we've got that in-car video from Alex Cumming with us here today. Kevin Conlon starting 21st today. He's driving the number 41 STL Mazda Miata. That's the Rossini Racing Products machine. Jennifer Romes, she is in her Scion FRS racing in Touring 4. She'll start 22nd. Michael McQueen in the H Production number 27 MG Midget out of University Park, Maryland, starts 23rd, with Chuck Allard driving the number 50 H Production Porsche 924 starting 24th.
Drew Erie will make up row number 13, car number 16 in the Pinto. Next to him, John Moyer in the Mazda 113, row 14. Elazar Mann in the Madman Toyota, and Hudson Williams, the 01. He's in the Volvo out of Forest Hill, Maryland.
All right, scheduled start 29th, driving the number 14 GT Pinto from York, Pennsylvania, John Fiore, with Carolyn Bear Boring driving the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit starting 30th. And then finally, Michael Hirschberger out of Middletown, Pennsylvania, driving the Busch Welding GT Pinto starting 31st. Pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to the two yellow E-Production machines of Minor Wilcox and Paul Marcones, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing once again. Yesterday, Wilcox started on pole, but Marcones took the E-Production win, and they walk away from the rest of the field as they come under braking down into turn number 1, and it is coming around, sweeping around the outside. Graham Fuller and Jack Bana, the Tercel and the Cabriolet, now as they make a great move. It looks like Tom Beverly's STL Honda Civic, the bright green hatchback, did not take the green flag, and now it is door-to-door, side-by-side, Mike Kelly, along with, I believe that was Benjamin Bunk, the Touring 4 leader in his Subaru, as they come through turn 3 and down the chute.
That almost got interesting through the gravel, but everybody stays in the right direction, gets back on track. Might want to debris maybe just if somebody drug some gravel back on, and maybe somebody with some damage?
Yeah, possibly. That was Owen Sheffer, who put 2 wheels in the dirt at a very low speed as if he was trying to get off track. We'll see if that car can continue. Now, as they come up the hill, again, that big fight in E-Production, but a fight that we thought was going to really unveil itself yesterday during the H-Production race was Jack Bana and Mike Kelly. Mike Kelly was your pole sitter in H-Production, but he just did not have the pace of Bana. Bana took the win in H-Production by, I think, somewhere along the lines of 9 seconds over Kelly. And Kelly had a mechanical issue, had a ball joint break on him at the Mid-Ohio round a couple weeks ago, and perhaps still had some alignment issues at the front of that Volkswagen. And he and a number of people in the paddock were working on it very late last night. He thinks he's got his pace issues solved, and he's now slowly but surely coming up on Jack Bana, as Bana now went side-by-side with Graham Fuller.
Mike Kelly had posted on social media. It was probably about 3 o'clock in the morning saying, all right, we just finished up. He said, we're ready to go racing tomorrow. I mean, today. So it was exactly. early morning. Those guys were still working on the race car. Paul Marcones leads overall, but Wilcox in Decatur still right in his tire tracks, as you'll see the leaders coming into your shot right now.
All right, and so again, that's where we were yesterday. And towards the end of the race, Minor Wilcox and that Lotus in the Caterham, started to fall off the pace. Now, the best thing that Wilcox can do is keep that car in the draft of the much larger Acura. While that car is the lightest thing out there and an incredibly nimble machine, especially down in the carousel, it's not the most aerodynamic thing out there with its motorcycle fenders at the front and the driver really exposed in the wind. So if he can let Marcones put a big hole in the air for him, all the better. As we go on board with Alex Cumming in the No Person Left Behind Touring for Mazda RX-8. He is currently running third in class, about 6 seconds back from Bunk and Nate Lucas.
Boy, I love to. You can't actually see the feet, but you can see the leg work, and you can see how busy they are, especially when they're getting through some of the technical parts of these tracks. And, one lap around here, depending on the class, how many times you're shifting that machine.
Yes, exactly. I was just checking because there was a big dust cloud right ahead of Alex on track there, and I think that's because Scott Krasnick in the SPU BMW E36, the Miller Lite car, might have had a little bit of a run through the gravel just ahead.
Connor and Collier, the two Legends cars, have gotten together, which works out well. And there you just saw Kelly chasing Bana up the hill. Again, that's H-Production. They're running third and fourth overall, but they're battling each other 4, and there they are right there. Yep. Yeah, so 2 car lengths between them.
Yeah, indeed. And as Kelly went a little bit wider on exit there, trying to open up the wheel a little bit more, I guess give the car a little some reins, and I think Jack not getting quite the exit coming out of that corner. That's definitely to Mike Kelly's advantage. Real quick here, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 7. That's our open wheel and prototype group. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. And again, for those of you watching and listening at home or wherever you may be, stay with us for that next race. We've got a special tribute for a special man.
Graham Fuller is about to kind of get in the middle of that H production battle because he's right behind Mike. We'll see how that, because last thing Mike wants right now is a car between he and the man he's chasing. You see those two guys have sort of checked out from the field. Little battle between them for the overall win.
And Steve Moeller pointed out in the chat, and I think we talked about it yesterday, the mini Gran Torino. The GT Pinto out on track, and what did I say yesterday? I said it was from Sanford and Son as opposed to Starsky and Hutch. But a great battle here. One in Legends car, as you said, those two Legends cars have hooked up, but also in GT Pinto as well. Where we've got today the four-car battle between Shelton, Drew Erie, John Fiore, and Michael Hirschberger. Yesterday, Drew Erie had to pit in early with his Pinto. Turns out his Reluctor was a little reluctant to help provide ignition to his engine. They got that fixed almost immediately after he returned to the paddock. His competitor, Bruce Shelton, actually picked out the problem. So Erie now running second to Shelton on track.
Pick up that H production battle again. There you see Fuller right behind Kelly. Again, Kelly doesn't want to get a car between he and the driver he's chasing. As you see, a couple people just, again, doesn't take much to kick up some dust here. 2 wheels off. And there's that battle into turn number 5 as they head for the carousel. Yeah, and with a... no, actually, Kelly, I think, has in the fastest lap between the two.
And so this fight we just saw coming down into turn 5 and going into the carousel. Now, Benjamin Bunk, who is currently running second at Touring 4, but right behind him, both Ted Cahall and Bob Cahall, the two brothers. That is the fight for the lead in STL. The two Mazdas. We've got a car. Did we just have a car go off on the outside there?
No, just dust.
Just some dust and dirt there on the exit of the corner, as Mike Kelly now getting a push down the front straight with 4 laps remaining. Who is that right behind him?
I think it's Fuller.
No,
it's not. It's Lucas.
It's Nate Lucas, our Touring 4 leader, giving Mike Kelly the briefest of shoves down the inside and pushes him to the lead in H production. Wow. And I think we had something very similar happen at the majors here as well back in the spring. But now Bana sweeping around the outside of turn 1 retakes the lead from Mike Kelly in H production. Kelly now fighting back as again, watching that our Touring 4 bull sitter push it. He had to pick and choose. He chose the golf, chose anger. And Mike Kelly takes the lead once again going into 5.
And if they can position it, if Lucas could get in between, that would be huge for Mike. And we'll see was that the battle for the lead?
That's the battle. Yep. Yeah, that's the battle for our E-production and overall lead, where once again it is Minor Wilcox tucked underneath the back of the Integra of Paul Marcones. But let's watch this as now Kelly is through the carousel, certainly able to get into the throttle a little bit earlier and opens up about 3 car lengths now on Jack Bana, who is running in second position.
There's 3 laps to go. Marcones and Wilcox lead. There you see H production down the front straightaway. Kelly gets a little bit of breathing room. And here they are, that group back in. And here comes Bana, and Bana back, and Bana retakes H production.
Wow, what a fight there as it continues. Again, Kelly, we've got a driver who's dropped the wheel on the outside of the track there, as Mike Kelly now falls behind Graham Fuller's F production Tercel, so he's going to have to find a way to get back around that car. I think Graham Fuller just got sick of sitting back there and not being able to find a way through in that much lighter, much faster car. We'll see if he comes around the outside, and you can see Kelly taking it. And actually, that wasn't Kelly. I think that was the E30 BMW of Mike Palasinski taking a look to the inside. So things getting pretty tough over there now.
And now Bana has a bit of an advantage because he's got some out-of-class traffic between himself and Mike Kelly. And Leaders coming by, and we'll put, I believe, 2 laps to go as Paul Marcones goes by, start finish. Paul now getting a challenge from Wilcox as well. That's for the overall with 2 to go.
And as they come into turn 1, Wilcox comes down the inside. And again, that little Caterham definitely able to break deeper than the Acura of Marcones, but looked like Wilcox maybe got out of it a little bit early, and Marcones able to hold the position as they're starting to come up on some slower traffic, starting to come up on Carolyn Bayer Broering, on Hudson Williams in the Volvo, John Fiore in the number 14 GT Pinto. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group number 7, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid.
When the leaders come by, it'll be 1 to go. Marcones and Wilcox battling for the overall lead. They've had a good race now you see them, and boy, you're right, they are just some traffic.
Yeah, they're coming up on the Volvo of Hudson Williams now, coming through turn 7 and 8. They get past the Volvo. They're now going to have that GT Pinto and H-Production Volkswagen Rabbit to contend with. They should be able to clear those cars. If they don't get bottled up coming through turn 10, they should be able to clear them on the front straight, and there they go. They get past Broering. They get past Fiore now. And in doing so, though, Marcones has managed to open up maybe an extra car length on Minor Wilcox as they now start their final 2-mile circuit of Summit Point Raceway.
There they are into turn 1 for the final time. And go back here. Yeah, Banna still leads in H Production. That's that group coming down. And here we are, the leaders. Wilcox not giving up. Wilcox takes a little peek. Drivers left. And again, that Caterham just it's so nimble, you can put that car in a place where you can't put some other car.
Exactly. And, you can vary your line wildly and not lose a lot of momentum here. And again, able to get much later on the brakes. The disadvantage for that car is if he has to overslow for the car ahead, getting back on throttle and winding the squirrels back up is definitely a problem. And when that car goes into open air, if he tries to draft past the Acura, we've already talked about how short the run is out of turn 10 to the start-finish line, but it's going to be like hitting a brick wall with that car once he pulls out from behind the big Acura. As Wilcox did take a look to the inside to driver's right as they came underneath the bridge, and as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight, Wilcox now is going to move to the inside. Checkered flag is in the air. Who will get there first? And as they come to the line, it is Paul Marcones for the second race in a row, your E-Production winner. Minor Wilcox will finish in second. Graham Fuller manages to work his way clear of that H-Production battle. He now brings the Tercel across the line. He'll finish third overall with Michael Palasinski, your SPU winner. Jack Banna will finish in fifth, takes the win in H-Production. Nate Lucas finishes just behind. He's your Touring 4 winner. Ted Cahall in the blue and black, number 182 STL Miata. He finishes seventh. He takes the winning class. Mike Kelly will finish second in H-Production with Ben Bunk finishing ninth overall, second in Touring 4, and then finishing second in SPU will be Scott Krastick. We'll go and start to break things down here by classes. Our final cars come across the line. Bob Connor will take the win in Legends cars over Michael Collier. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win. Drew Erie will finish second. John Fiore third. Michael Hirschberger will finish in fourth. We talked about the top two in H-Production. Now coming across the line and finishing third in class will be Alex McBain in the number 75 Honda Fit. Chuck Allard will finish in fourth. In Touring 4, Nate Lucas and Ben Bunk, we talked about. We're on board right now with Alex Cumming, who ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, as he now is, he's already crossed the line. He will finish third, takes the last step on the podium. And then we have in SPU, Michael Palasinski and Scott Krastick 1-2. Hudson Williams will finish third. And then finally in STL, we talked about Ted Cahall. Bob Cahall finished second. Steve Wickersham will finish in third. Then Kevin Conwin. Also, we've just been provided information from Race Control All racers here. Actually, let's hit the nasty tones here. Attention in the paddock. All racers. We've just received word from Race Control that the second races that you have today have been shortened. They are going to be 12 laps in length rather than 15. Again, they are 12 laps rather than 15. All right, so let's get back here. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, a very special tribute to a very special man and our open wheel and prototype race. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Fires, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Friends, racers, and fans here at the track, and to everyone joining us on the live broadcast. As the field rolls out for this pace lap for our open wheel race today, you'll notice a very special formation. Led by the pace car, the field is arranged in what is known as a missing man formation. The pole position has been left empty in a solemn tribute to a fallen member of our racing family. Today, we're honored to have members of his family here with us as we celebrate the life of Jonathan Webster Weisheit. Jonathan, 71 of Bel Air, lost his life here at Summit Point just 2 weeks ago doing what he loved, racing, and this lap is for him. Jonathan was a true giant in amateur road racing, his illustrious career spanning nearly 5 decades, making his mark at the 1976 SCCA National Championship runoffs. And in a stunning display of talent and longevity, he won Formula Car championships in every single decade from 1971 to this year, to 2025. Over the years, he finished at the top of the SCCA runoffs in the top 5 of the SCCA runoffs 5 separate times, including a second place finish in 1979. And his skill, it never faded. Where just last fall, he qualified 3rd in the Formula V National Championship race, and on that very same weekend, he was deservedly inducted into the Formula V Hall of Fame. But his impact was felt far, far beyond the driver's seat. He was a race worker, a technician, and a tireless advocate for the Formula V community. The DC region recognized his immense dedication with the inaugural John M. Barrett Award in 1979 and the Paul Norrera Award just this past year. What made Jonathan truly remarkable was that many of his victories came in cars he designed and built himself. His passion for racing was matched by a brilliant engineering mind honed by his studies at the University of Maryland and Georgetown University. This expertise became his profession as he served as president of JK Technologies, specializing in automotive design and compliance, and was even qualified as a professional expert witness in the federal court system. But as amazing as his racing career was, it was just one facet of his remarkable life. Jonathan was a man who lived life to its fullest. He was an accomplished offshore fisherman who competed in the Ocean City White Marlin Open and was one of only 5 rookies in 78 years to win the Ocean City Light Tackle Derby. He was a passionate waterfowl hunter and trap shooter, earning numerous awards at local gun clubs, and the 20 duck and 3 goose bands on his call lanyard were a testament to his skill and dedication in the field. He held both a private pilot license and a Coast Guard commercial captain's license, and as a young man, he was an award-winning billiards player and an accomplished club squash player. From the racetrack to the open ocean, Jonathan pursued every passion with excellence. When you spoke to him here at the track, as I had just a few weeks ago, he always had that ever-present glint in his eyes, and he left us far too soon. He's survived by his beloved partner of many years, Lois Joyce Oz, his 2 sons, Randall and Austin, his sister Kate, his brother Bowen, and many grandchildren and cousins. And joining us here to celebrate Jonathan are his son Randall and his wonderful fiancée Mary Elizabeth Parkerson, his brother Bowen, Jonathan's nephew James Weisheit, his cousin Martha Jane Chismer, his friend and shop foreman Ronaldo Benjumea, and of course his partner Lois. A special service celebrating Jonathan's life will be held at 10:30 a.m. on Thursday, September 11th at the All Saints Church in Chevy Chase. And in lieu of flowers, the family requests that donations be made to the Jonathan W. John Weisheit 73 Memorial Scholarship Fund at St. Paul's School to help foster the next generation of passionate and intelligent, driven young minds. As the pace car now pulls away, let us honor Jonathan Weisheit in the best way that we know how, with a clean, safe, and thrilling race, the kind he would have been proud to be in. May his memory always be a blessing.
Here, but I was in vicinity. I was sort of dealing with the back end of it.
Oh, okay.
And but I know a bit deeper.
All right. Well, Edwin, with that, why don't we run down the starting order for our open wheel and prototype race?
With a qualifying lap of 113.598, the Pennsylvania driver in the Pyrotech machine, that is the 142 of Jason Fraley, flanked by the 45, Chuck Moran out of Oakton, Virginia in a Crossley. Wayne Nicolette, car number 2, is in his RAC engines. Lola and Jacob King next to him in car number 3. Car number 3, that's your first 2 rows.
All right, starting on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 09 SCCA Enterprises FE2 machine, the Blue Sky Wealth Advisors entry of David Blaine. Steve Rue will start on the outside of row number 3, driving the appropriately numbered number 6 Formula F Wyvern. He is out of New Fairfield, Connecticut. Mark Walthu will start 7th today. He's driving the number 22 Crossley 35F Club Ford with Dan Carney in his number 44 Swift DB3 entry, racing in Formula F.
Row number 5, the driver out of Culpeper, Virginia, the Reardon Solutions Reynard. That's the 28 of John Vidovich. And Dustin SBRRS, thank you, in car number 16. He rounds out your field. He's out of Chester, Virginia.
All right, there you go. As the safety car, the pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Jason Fraley, in that bright blue West machine. And green flag is in the air, and we are underway. And once again, we saw it yesterday as well. Chuck Moran jumping out to an early lead from the outside lane. It's been kind of the practice, Edwin, for Jason Fraley to try to get some heat in the tires, try to get that car underneath him so that he can really attack later on in the race. Again, this is a 9-lap race to the checkered flag here, as we now have Jake King in the number 3 Royale RP24, certainly sitting in third position with Wayne Nicolette fourth.
And with it being just a 9-lap sprint, the later stages of the race come rather early as they come down into turn number 5. So, not a lot of time for strategy. Quick sprint race. Moran, Fraley, King run 1, 2, and 3 in the early stages, as you see them now. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, they'll make this turn at number 9. They'll start climbing back up the hill. As you see, Fraley, Moran, and then there's King. King's got a little gap back to Nicolette. They had a great race yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. And it appears as though we've got, is that Steve Rue, I think, that has slotted in now between Jake King and Wayne Nicolette. As we have a number of drivers that did not take the green, actually not a number of drivers that did take the green. I think we actually, now that I look at it, we've got the whole field, as we've got the Formula V of Dustin Exarlis now coming across the line. 10 drivers with 1 lap in the books. And so it's Moran and Fraley, King, and indeed Steve Rue in the number 6 Wyvern, then Wayne Nicolette, then David Blaine, our sole FE2 entry, running in 6th position.
Yeah, a lot of times on day 2, especially on a 3-day weekend, you assume as you get later in the weekend there may be a couple cars not starting, but here the entire field back for the second race of the weekend. As we go through Monday, though, with mechanicals and whatnot, you'll probably see a few drop off.
Benton in the paddock. First call to the grid for our bracket racers. Please head to the grid. Race Group 8. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. And a reminder for our Spec Miata racers, your race will be before lunch. Spec Miata Group 1, you will be before lunch.
Down the front straightaway, Moran clicks another lap off. 1.8 second gap back to Fraley. And then here comes that battle. King and Rue still there in between. In fact, now David Blaine has gotten in front of Wayne Nicolette. So King's got 2 cars between he and Nicolette, the car he's racing in class. You see him there. There's King leading the way, that orange, red, and white machine. And then there's Nicolette, who's now got, like I say, Rue and Blaine between him and the car he's chasing.
Yeah, what a spectacular battle yesterday between King and Nicolette as they swap positions. I think when we opened the show this morning, we talked about how they were sometimes swapping 3 times over the course of this 2-mile course. And we'll see here as a little bit further back, we got another nice little battle starting to form up. That's Dan Carney in the 44, another I think red and black machine, along with John Vidovich as well. Now Vidovich and Carney running in the Formula F's. We've got a driver that has dropped the wheel and gone off completely at turn 5. We've got the local caution there. We'll see which driver that was.
Sometimes you're able just to drive through that grass and rejoin. We'll have to see.
And that was the 2. Just as I said it, does this count as the announcer's curse? As
yes.
John Vidovich in the 28 machine drove
yes,
right
does.
off. Yeah, and he has rejoined.
Yeah, that's a pretty good spot there. It's fairly flat. The transition from track to grass, back to track is pretty decent.
Yeah, and since, as we've talked about, the ground is so dry, it's not a difficult job to get back up there because there is a bit of a rise back up to the track surface. When it's wet out, it is very difficult to get the car back up there.
So David Blaine now has gotten by King. That'll help Nicolette out a little bit because now there's only one car between he and the driver he's chasing. So Blaine now moves up the 09 car into third place overall.
Yeah, and so the car right between the two Club Fords, and now not between them any longer as Wayne Nicolette gets around Steve Rue's Wyvern, the Wyvern, a chassis, I believe that Rue had built himself. Great job here, and I think somebody had put it into the chat yesterday. So indeed, that is the case. He's built the Wyvern himself. He said he built it himself, and it is something that he is still that's still evolving. But he's built it entirely in his garage, Edwin.
Fraley lays down a quick lap down in the 114.340. So they're within a second of what they did either yesterday in the heat race or in qualifying. So Fraley, quick lap of the race. He runs second, but a 114.340 quick lap here as we're just about halfway.
All right, so as you said, Jason Fraley setting the fast lap, and let's take a look here. Fraley, he already started off on pole, so as long as nobody runs faster than a 113.6, that's where he'll start later. And this is something that we saw yesterday. Again, Fraley, he jumps out. He will take a couple of laps to get his sea legs, let's say, and he is lapping at the moment. Now 0.4 of a second faster than Chuck Moran, and they're heading down into turn one as they work past the Formula V of Exarlis, and West there looking ready to pounce. Or probably Fraley looking to pounce.
So Nicolette, once he got past Rue, now trying to set his sights on King, but not making up much of that gap. It was about a second last time by, and it's going to stay. Well, let's see as they come by. It's got actually a little bit. It was just under a second. Now it's just over a second. So he's holding but not gaining, and he still has the number 6 car of Steve Rue in his rearview mirrors.
And so yesterday, I'm trying to look at the lap times that they put in. We're very, very close. Actually, Nicolette was the faster of the two drivers yesterday. Turned in a 1:15.6 to a 1:15.8. For Jake King, and probably a 1:19.8. My apologies here. Both of those drivers running a little bit above that right now. A King fast lap, a 1:19.75, and Wayne Nicolette, a 19.95. We'll call it almost a 1:20 even. As the temperatures now actually a little bit warmer than what they saw yesterday. Now almost 70 degrees ambient air temperature here at Summit Point Raceway, with, again, especially with the sun now high in the sky, almost dead over us as we come up towards the middle of the day. Probably a little bit more heat in the track surface as well.
Chuck Moran, who leads overall, that gap still stays at 1.2 seconds. And when they come back around, only be 2 laps to go as Moran leads Fraley.
The paddock, second call to the grid for our bracket racers. Race group number 8, please head to the grid. Race group number 8, bracket racers, please head to the grid. And again, SM drivers, you will be the last race before lunch, so be ready after our next group goes out.
We'll look for Moran. There's Nicolette through the corner. Moran and Fraley lead the way. They'll be coming back around. They've got a huge gap over the rest of this field because from Fraley it's about 24 seconds back to Blaine, and there's 2 to go.
All right, and now with 2 laps remaining, Jason Fraley, who just reset a fast lap, comes down the inside of Chuck Moran, and the prototype 2 machine of Jason Fraley calls Wellsville, Pennsylvania home now, grew up in South Africa, right outside the Kyalami Formula One track. He now takes the lead over Chuck Moran.
And resets his fast lap of the weekend when he just did that, down to 113.364. So he set his fastest lap so far this weekend.
Yeah, that's over 0.2 faster than he ran at any point yesterday. He set his fastest lap during yesterday's race. He resets it again now.
When they come by, there'll be one lap to go. And let's see, we'll try to pick up. There's the leader right there, so he'll get one to go. There they head up the hill, and he's opened up a little bit of a gap over that second place car. We'll see him come. Yep, here they come through turn number 10. It's one to go this time by.
Yeah, as they're coming up now on, looks like, I believe, on Mark Walthu in the number 22 entry, as our leaders are now working their very last lap. Should mention here, David Blaine, who's running in third position, our sole FE2 racer. He's let out of the throttle a little bit, especially on the front straight, as he has been warned on 2 separate occasions now that he has exceeded the 103 decibel sound limit that's measured 50 feet off of the front straight. Here he comes now across the start-finish line, and he should know probably right about here to let out of the throttle just a little bit more.
King and Nicolette just go by. That's a 1.2 second gap, but that'll be a lot to make up on this final lap. So King just needs to stay clean for this final lap.
All right, as our leaders now, Jason Fraley, Chuck Moran coming out of turn 8, working their way up the hill for the very last time today, or probably, let me not say that, this morning, because they're going to be racing again this afternoon. They're scheduled to start about 4 o'clock this afternoon, but now checkered flag is in the air, and for the second day in a row, Jason Fraley, our sole Prototype 2 racer, will take the overall win. Chuck Moran wins Formula Continental, finishes second overall. David Blaine in his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, the blue and gold number 09 machine.
It'll be a little bit before he gets there.
It's going to be a little bit.
Because those guys had a huge gap and waiting to pick up. Like I said, the battle there, here he comes.
There he is coming out of the final corner all by himself. And then, of course, how much ground did Wayne Nicolette make up on the last lap? David Blaine just reset his personal best, and now as they come out of turn 10, Jake King, he's got, about 10 car lengths on Wayne Nicolette. King resets his personal best as they come across the line, and he'll take the win in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette will finish second. Mark Walthu, who's now rounding the final corner, he should take the last step on the podium in Club Ford. Steve Rue will win Formula F with Dan Carney finishing in second, and John Vidovich finishing in third. And, of course, Dustin Exarlis, our sole Formula V racer, will finish 10th overall. All right, so that wraps up our first of 2 open wheel and prototype races here today. And, of course, that very special tribute to Jonathan Weisheit, his memory will and his huge persona in the SCCA road racing community and the Formula V community will be missed. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our first of 2 bracket races today. The Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series is up next here at Summit Point. It's the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Please stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
We got one to go.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And Edwin, up next is our first of two bracket races today. Why don't we run down the starting order? Starting on pole today, Gianluca Patiti. We saw him just a little while ago in his Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Well, he's going to be on the pole alongside Christopher Graham in the car he calls Ghost, the BMW 328 IS from Hedgesville, West Virginia. Chris Schooler will start on the outside of, or probably on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 39 BMW M3 with Nick Jones in that Mercedes-ish looking midjet, Nissan powered, mind you, 3.5-liter V8, starting in 4th.
Row number 3, the 96, El Rey Rachuba in the Mustang out of Woodbine, Maryland, and next to him, Brian McRae, car number 98 in the Cyan. Row number 4, the 50, is Steve Martin in the Mustang, and then next to him, the Honda Civic. Car number 162, Matt Phillips, that's row 4.
All right, we saw him just a little while ago. We see him again, Michael Palasinski driving the number 152 E30 BMW 325i. Mike Herbert scheduled to appear in his red BMW M240i. As we heard, he's got some suspension issues, won't be racing with us this weekend. Daniel Allen driving the number 100 Toyota 86 out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Will start 11th with Matt Littleton driving the number 07 E30 BMW 325 IS, scheduled to start 12th.
Chuck Edmondson in the 45 car, his Nissan. In row 7, next to Zach Camp, the number 24, his Mustang. And then row 6, Blake Osmond, car number 49, the BMW from Moncton, Maryland, and Jed Prentice. Car number 68, that's the Mazda Miata from Tacoma Park, Maryland.
All right, Jennifer Rome's driving the number 186 Scion FRS out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, scheduled to start 17th with John Legg in the number 67 Mazda Miata 18th. Jeff Liller, likely not going to be bringing out the car that he shares with his son Mark. Jeff was scheduled to appear in the 127 Mazda MX-5. Kristen Zanatich in a Honda Civic will start 20th.
Row 11, Zachary Hallander, the 89 car in a Mazda, and Lawrence Silvinsky in car number 181 in the Ford. It's Weisheit Sarabone in the Mazda, and then row 12 on the outside, John Mayer in the 36 BMW.
All right, as the pace car is on the pit lane, starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. We also have Leanne Gesford in her Mazda Miata starting today, as well as Tim Frank in a Nissan 240SX. And then we'll see if the prelude of Louis Alessi made the field. I don't believe it. Actually, no, that might be Louis going right down the inside. We'll check on that in just a moment. He had some issues with that car yesterday. And indeed, the Honda Prelude, there it is, right towards the back of the field. He is out there.
Takes a lap or so here then for cars to start to slot into their brackets, and then we can break it out into which group is being led by whom. And again, remember, you can change brackets. You can go up to a faster bracket in the race. Obviously, you can't go down to a slower bracket in the race. So every time you break into a higher bracket, you need to keep going faster. And we saw, the idea is to get as close to that bracket speed time without going over, and then of course be leading in. So it is a race. It's not a time trial where you're trying to get to a certain time. It's a race, but you have to race within that bracket. So sometimes the person with the fastest lap within the bracket may not necessarily be the winner of that part of the race.
Exactly. And so what we've done because this is really difficult for us to explain to you, we have posted in the YouTube chat, pinned it right to the top, a link that you can go to watch the timing and scoring and see how we break out all of our racers into brackets of 2 seconds apiece, or 2-second slices here, and we'll have them start to break out, or not break out, but we'll have them shown here hopefully very soon. At the moment, it looks like we might be having some problems with that page, so maybe I shouldn't send you there. As Gene, you know what? I will do my best to manually put people in these different groups. There we go. Now we've got our timing and scoring catching up. As Gianluca Patiti, our first driver across the line, our sole racer in the A3 bracket. That is for drivers racing a minute 19 to a minute 21. Chris Schooler in the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Then we've got Chris Graham and Ray Rachuba in the A5 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Nick Jones and Brian McRae in the B1 bracket. In the B2 bracket, Michael Palasinski, Steve Martin, and Matt Phillips. In the B3 bracket, then Daniel Allen and Matt Littleton in the B4 bracket, and then B5 is for all drivers a minute 33 and above. And Chuck Edmondson leads that group for the moment. Now, I did mention yesterday, Edwin, about Matt Phillips driving the car that he and everybody else affectionately refers to as the Blue Turd. Well, he's not racing the Blue Turd this weekend. He is racing the 2000 Honda Civic that was apparently, the white and blue Honda Civic was the very first front-wheel drive car ever to break the 2-minute barrier at the Duryea Hill Climb. And apparently at some point, and there he is, third car in the line here, coming through turn 3. That car at one point put out over 450 horsepower from its 2.4-liter Honda motor. And what he said to me is, he just said last night at dinner, yeah, it's kind of rowdy.
Yeah, I would say a little bit rowdy for sure. Petiti still alone in A2, and Schooler and Graham in A3, and Schooler leads the way over Graham. The B1, you got 4 cars right now. Palazinski in second and Nick Jones in first in B1. Steve Martin and Matt Phillips in them. So you got a good group of cars in that B1 bracket. And B5 now, you've got 5 cars. Alan Littleton, Chuck Edmondson, who was leading in B5, he's now bumped up into that B3 bracket where he runs third.
That's right. And so going back to Phillips for a second, we were talking yesterday about how all of these races, they're put on by volunteers. And a lot of our races, we have a number of people, like, for example, Carolyn Bayer-Broering, who we saw a little while ago, who works grid. There are so many folks that are here that pull double and sometimes triple duty over the course of a weekend. Matt Phillips, who is a member of the Steel Cities region, helps out in grid and tech for events that they put on typically at Pit Race, and is also a novice coach for the time trials program here at the DC region, and also a coach for the SCCA Track Night in America program as well. So doing a lot more. He's been racing here for 10 years at Labor Day, and want to thank him for coming out, and everybody else. I think his partner Amanda here as well with their kids, and saw them all at dinner last night. Great to have everybody out here.
Yeah, and it's the there's as many people doing stuff off track as people doing stuff on track. So one thing that's neat here, a couple cars running side by side, what can happen is you're like, okay, I'm second right now in my bracket. I want to race. Okay, now I've gotten past the guy in front of me. Oh, wait a minute, I just popped up into the next piece, because then you can drive a little bit harder. Or the other thing is, if you catch a tow down the front straightaway, it can kind of artificially inflate your speed.
Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
El Rey Rachuba just bumped up into the A3 bracket. He's running third behind Schooler and Graham there, but just popped in there as he ran a 120.935. So move him up to A3.
I'd like, if we can, Edwin and Spencer, to track down the Midjet, the white Mercedes liveried car. I did get a little bit more information about it last night, that Nick Jones is behind the wheel of that car. We'll see. I'll see if I can track down where it is on track. I think it's actually coming out of turn. Is that it right now? Coming out of turn 10? No, that is one of our BMWs, I think. Here he goes, coming out of turn 10. If we could jump over to this second car in line. It's got a Mercedes SL front end, and it's what's known as a Midjet, which is a spec race car that they race typically in France and all over Europe. I think I mentioned this. This one has a 3.5-liter Nissan V6 in it, and it actually classes into the GT2 class here in SCCA road racing. But again, it is something that was imported from Europe. When I first saw it, again, I thought it was a DTM car. Because it's much smaller than a DTM car. Here it'll be the second car in line, but you see the big flared fenders, much wider than the doors. Really neat piece of kit. Push rod shocks, neat car. Just ahead of that machine on track, we see in the Ford Mustang, that is Ray Rachuba out of Woodbine, Maryland, currently running fourth on track, and Rachuba now third in the A3 bracket, behind the two cars directly ahead, Chris Schooler and Chris Graham, that all are in that 1 minute 19 to 1 minute 21 time range.
We talked about Edmondson bumped up into B3. Now he's gotten by a couple cars, finds himself leading B3. So he bumped up into it, was able to pass the two cars on the who were ahead of him in bracket. He now leads there in B3.
All right, heading down into turn one of our BMWs. That is, which one is that? I believe that is Blake Osmond in the number 49 machine out of Moncton, Maryland. And he is at the moment running in fourth position in the B4 bracket for drivers, a minute 31 to a minute 33. And as we've got next time our leaders, and looks like somebody got into the dirt there over at turn 5, kept it on track, no yellow flag, as Gianluca Petiti in his Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport leads the field next time he comes by, and he's coming out of turn 10 now. There will be 2 laps to go. Let's make another call for our Spec Miatas. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race. Our last race before lunch is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid now.
Petiti all by himself in A2. Schooler leads the way in the A3 bracket. Nick Jones solo in A4. You do have McRae, Phillips, Steve Martin. They're together in A5, although showing that Martin maybe has pulled off. And we should see 1 to go next time Petiti comes through. And what's it? A Mitt Jet.
So
new for me.
So I've got Chill Kevin in the chat again today. Thanks, Chill. We appreciate you checking in. He says, "Don't worry, I got you. It's pronounced Mizzet."
Ah,
French after all. So there you go. Thank you, Chill Kevin.
Now that you've fixed the pronunciation, I still don't know what it is. So there you go. Yeah,
exactly. And I'm sure I'm going to get it wrong 25 more times before the end of the weekend here. As our overall leader on track, Gianluca Petiti, our sole racer in the A2 bracket, comes out of turn 10. He's going to see the 1 to go board from the folks on the starter stand. See at the starter, he's taking the flag. He's pointing towards a big number 1 on the side of the starter stand. And
just looking,
now working his last lap.
Petiti's best lap of the weekend. Well, his qualifying lap when he's qualifying for Big Bore, a 117.458, and here running just under the 118 flat. So
we got a couple of other folks in the chat today. Jim Karamanis, somebody we know very
Jim.
well. He's out in La La Land this weekend watching, and got to sleep in late. Actually, I guess he did get to sleep in late. He had to get up very early at about 5 a.m. to start watching our broadcast. And then Chill Kevin says that he's got us. And Mizjet, they actually have a hot hatch type vehicle as well that they produce.
Yeah, Jim Karamanis, one of the good guys you'll meet in the sport. And we talk about that is, the other part of this is what happens once the races are over and it's all the socializing and hanging out.
Right.
And race car people doing race car things. So,
all right, working his way through some slower traffic now is our leader Gianluca Petiti. At least I've got that pronunciation down pat. I think he's the first car in line. He comes underneath the 2 slower cars behind, and he's going to come to the line. Checkered flag in the air. Gianluca Petiti, your sole racer in the A2 bracket. We just saw Chuck Edmondson come across the line. I think Chuck may have taken the win and actually I know he's taken the win in the B3 bracket for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. In the A3 bracket, Chris Schooler takes the win over Chris Graham and Ray Rachuba. That's for drivers a minute 19 to a minute 21. Nick Jones, your winner and our sole racer in the A4 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Brian McRae takes the win over Matt Phillips and Steve Martin in the A5 bracket. In the B1 bracket, Michael Palasinski, your sole racer in B2. Daniel Allen takes the win over Matt Littleton. And, oh, wow, look at this. I spoke too soon as Chuck Edmondson, as we looked at his lap times. Chuck Edmondson on the last lap gets elevated from the B3 bracket to the B2 bracket as he goes underneath that minute 29 threshold. So he's going to finish in third behind Daniel Allen and Matt Littleton. Goes from first to third in one lap. In the B3 bracket, Zach Camp takes the win over Jennifer Romes. Jed Prentice will win the B4 bracket over Christian Sanatich and John Legg. And then in the B5 bracket, John Mayer will take the win over Weechan Sarabon. Frank Alessi, or Louis Alessi, now will finish in third. Zach Hallander will finish in fourth. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next and final race group before lunch. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 1. Our final race group before lunch. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1. This is your final call to the grid. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. More racing action here from Summit Point, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Give us a big thumbs up and stay with us.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride? No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Oh, my. The Toyota doesn't do it. If you hit the turn signal right here.
Whenever we feel like it.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg, he's Edwin, and that's Spencer, who's pushing all the buttons right behind us. And this is the second and final SM Spec Miata race of the day. Edwin, why don't we run down the starting order?
In the Hot Stuff Racing, Mazda John Hotz in the 63, and then Oakland, New Jersey's Michael LaMania in the 88 Cornerstone car. Forrest Landy, car number 94, goes third out of Ashburn, Virginia, and Rob Hines. In the Techsport Mazda, he starts in fourth place.
And big change for Hines as he's been the pole sitter for the last two races, now starts on row 2. Kip Gaynor will start fifth today. He's our winner from race 1 today. And he will start in fifth in the structural rehabilitation group machine. Starting sixth, Jim Lindenthal, driving the number 18 RP performance entry out of Morgantown, West Virginia. Sebastian Landy, driving the number 49 car out of Ashburn, Virginia, will start seventh. And then Ted Cahall in the Cahall Racing J&L Automotive machine out of Christiansburg, Virginia, will start eighth.
Row 5 features the 54 of Michael Cohen, the Glass Jacobson Miata, and then Ryan Anderson in the 80. Driving the Windsor Customs machine, Bob Cahall, 178. He will go from 11th spot, and then the Cornerstone Financial Shauna LaMania, car number 6, she starts 12th.
Kevin Conlon will start lucky 13th today. He's driving the number 41 Rossini Racing Engines entry with David Gass from Great Falls, Virginia, starting 14th in the number 81 machine. Ben Foltz out of Peru, Vermont, representing the New England region, will start 15th today. He's in the number 08 car with Christopher Kelly from Newmarket, Maryland, starting 16th. He drives the 131 Mazda.
And then row 9, Ben Forster in the 123 will start alongside the 118 of Chung Lee. Dylan Moore in the number 82 car, 19th. And then Andre Ivanescu in car number 19. He starts 20th.
All right, rounding out the field today, starting 21st position, driving the number 68 two-man racing Mazda. It's Dominic Mandil. And then we've got the 83 machine. That is Oliver Jenkins. He will start 22nd.
Field coming up the hill. Should see pace car come onto pit road. This was a one and go, and indeed, pace car on pit road. You'll see the field come underneath the bridge. We'll look for green, Greg, as they come through the final corner.
That's right. John Hotz, our pole sitter today. And for our second race, he was yesterday's race winner. He's your pole sitter today alongside Mike LaMena as the starter likes what he sees, throws the green flag, and we are underway once again here at Summit Point as our racers make their way down towards turn 1. You know, we were talking to Spencer Gaynor earlier about that start from the morning race and how it really looked like John Hotz just didn't get a good jump from where he was on the outside lane. There were some reasons behind that. And actually, our winner, Kip Gaynor, didn't have a very good start, but today he does. Coming out of turn 2, out of the horseshoe, a lot of dust in the air. But John Hotz is your leader. Mike LaMena and Forrest Landy side by side, door to door as they go through turn 3 with Robbie Hines, our pole sitter for the last 2 races. He is now sitting in, now moves up to third as he gets around LaMena. And so Hines now on the back foot, having to play catch up to John Hotz.
Hotz, that inside line, got a good start, and Hotz had about a single car length lead into one. Then accordion backed up. The person who got shook out a little bit was Michael LaMania. He was on the outside, picked up a spot. Now you see, I believe he's running fourth on screen. So he started there on the outside of row number one, but the inside row got such a good jump. And in fact, now Hotz has done that jump and opened it up into about a 7-car length advantage on lap one.
All right, so Forrest Landy, who finished our race this morning just off the podium in fourth position. I talk about moving your way up the field slowly but surely. He started yesterday's race at the very back of the 22-car field, did not set a time in qualifying, finished in the top 10. Today he finished fourth, and now he starts off on the inside of row number 2, finds himself in second position. The interesting story here is a former national champion in the touring car classes, Robbie Hines, now finds himself sitting in third position. He had been on pole for the first 2 races, was not able to convert that to a race win either time.
Reminder, originally scheduled as a 14-lap feature. Due to time constraints, this is a 12-lap feature, and all the features for the rest of the afternoon will be 12. So just if you're looking at some timing that said, or some scheduled originally 14, these are 12-lap events as Hotz continues to lead. In fact, maybe extends that, although Landy and Hines having a good battle second and third, and LaMania is still trying to kind of recover from that first lap where he lost 2 spots on the first lap.
Yeah, indeed. And back behind Mike LaMania, our race 2 winner, Kip Gaynor, in the number 44, in the 44 machine, and then Sebastian Landy running in 6th position. And there's a bit of a gap now as Gaynor has fallen a little bit off of his teammate LaMania. LaMania having just set the fast lap of the race so far at a 1:28.1. That is almost a full second off of his previous fast lap from earlier in the weekend. But again, early on, these racers still trying to get some heat in these Spec Hoosier tires.
Yeah, LaMania just trying to, like I said, got stuck on the outside, and instead of it being almost a drag race into one on the start, Hotz inside line, this time maybe getting the right bump into one. They were able to pull out. LaMania had to find a way on the outside, and he settled now into 4th place. You can see, fastest car on the track right now, but fast car and track position sometimes are 2 different things.
2 very different things. And, I'm wondering how long, given how short these races are, not, a little bit longer than what we saw this morning, but Robbie Hines, is he going to try and dispatch Forrest Landy here as John Hotz is really starting to work himself away? Hotz lapping at that last time by, about a 1/10 of a second actually slower than Hines and Landy behind.
Be interested to see if Hines and Landy get side by side. That might be what Mike LaMania needs to kind of gain some of that position that he had lost. That's second and third. Landy and Hines tucked right in behind, and they will stay single file for now as you see him into turn number 1.
And as you look down this straightaway here, and I have a big brake lock up now, coming down alongside Sebastian Landy, that is the silver number 78 of Ted Cahall. He gets around Sebastian Landy to move him up into 6th. Bob Cahall in the 178 car holds station back behind those 2 racers.
And Ted started 8th, so he's picked up 2 spots in these first 3 laps.
And now it appears as though perhaps Bob Cahall has managed to get by. Actually, I believe that was Michael Cohen in the 54 machine that's dropped behind them. And yeah, indeed. So pardon me, Ted Cahall, who had gotten around Sebastian Landy going into turn 1, Landy was actually able to return the favor, and he's now opened up about 4 car lengths on Ted Cahall. And I think as Ted Cahall really rushed down into turn 1, the car pushed a little wide, didn't get good exit speed, and Landy was able to not only beat him down to turn 3, but beat him handily just by taking a very late turn in. And that now has put Bob Cahall in a very good position with his brother just ahead.
John Hotz started on the pole. John Hotz has led every lap, and John Hotz just reset fast lap of the race, just under a 128 flat here on, where are we, the fourth lap.
Fourth lap. You know, and interestingly, Edwin, you know, in the race we had this morning, you know, never mind the fact that John Hotz didn't get a good start. And the reason why he didn't get a very good start is because the pusher behind him, Kip Gaynor, our eventual race winner, actually missed a shift and wasn't there to push the person at the front of the row, which was John Hotz, forward, whereas on the inside row, Mike LaMena pushed Robbie Hines forward. But John Hotz appeared, you know, he dropped back, I think, to like 4th or 5th position after the first lap, and just didn't seem to have great pace until the end of the race, where he was able to get back up to both Robbie Hines and our eventual race winner, Kip Gaynor. But he had wonderful pace yesterday during the race, and today as well. You know, he is just continuing to get more speed in, and he is the fastest of our top 5 drivers at the moment.
Going back a little bit, I think it's picking up 8th place. I think it's Ted, Bob Cahall, Cohen, Conlon. I think it's that group,
this
right,
group right
there,
led by Sebastian Landy. Yeah.
Good battle. So it's that 7th through about 10th or 11th spot.
Yeah.
Here they are right there off turn number 10. Landy hanging on for right now. Everybody's staying single file at this point with 7 laps to go.
All right, last time by, Ryan Anderson, driver of the number 80 machine, had his challenges over at turn 3. It turned in a little bit early, ran a little bit wide through the gravel. He gets back underway. He was running 13th, so just behind this pack that we have been watching, just behind Ben Foltz in the 08 machine. We'll see how far. Matter of fact, you still see dust, some clouds of dust in the air there a half lap later. We'll see where he ends up, and he moved from, actually did not lose a position, stayed in 13th.
Believe it or not, Hotz will get us to halfway next time by. He did reset fast lap and extended his gap between himself and Hines. So Hotz having a stellar performance right now, but we're halfway through this one next time by. Still a lot of racing to go.
That's right. And a reminder to everybody, this is our last race before we take a quick break for lunch. It's going to be about an hour, and then we've got 7 more races this afternoon for you. 6 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, 1 more bracket race for you. Lots of racing action here on day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular.
There are the leaders down the front straightaway, and let's see where that gap is now. Hotz has it almost up to 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds back to second place of Hines. And then there's that group. We mentioned Landy leading both the Cahalls, Cohen. That's 7th back through 10th place. Gaynor started 5th, running 6th, but just kind of in a gap by himself right now.
Yeah, we see here as he now in that light blue and yellow number 44 machine, he's slotted in behind James Lindenthal and just barely, I think, out of the draft. Now, Lindenthal up in the 5th. He's kind of in the exact same position. He is, I think, out of the draft of Mike LaMena. Lindenthal, though, who's finished 6th in both races so far. Actually, I take that back. He finished a little bit further back in the pack. Actually, the last race, I'm showing that he finished, and I'm wondering if it was because of a penalty. He actually is showing as having finished last in our race this morning, but he had been running 6th for the majority of that 9-lap race.
Your 3rd place driver, Landy, and you'll see it coming up here, Forrest Landy, he's dropped back a little bit, but look, there's Mike LaMena. So LaMena running in 4th. He's caught Landy. In fact, that'll be a battle for position here down the front straightaway. Mike LaMena in the 88 car coming into turn 1 right now. Battle for 3rd, and for now they'll stay single file. Forrest Landy, Mike LaMena run 3 and 4.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is as John Hotz and Rob Hines have started to pick up the pace a little bit here midway through the race, have transitioned from running in the mid 1 minute 28 range to the high 127s. Landy just has not been able to match that new pace, lapping around 128.2, 128.3. Last time by, Mike LaMena was almost 0.2 of a second faster.
You see that yellow and red flag there, debris flag. Somebody probably went offline and drug some gravel and all back onto the track.
Right back on.
Yeah, we'll see Forrest Landy who comes back by, but I think he's probably dropped maybe a full second behind. There is Hines, so we'll see probably about a second behind Hines now, and LaMena in fourth, trying to take that step onto the podium.
All right, sounds like we've got one driver, Dominic Mandiel, driver the number 68, two-man racing machine out of Ellicott City, Maryland. He had some mechanical issues. He's pulled that car off down in the, I think, over by turn 4.
LaMena can use the draft to get up to Forrest Landy, but he's not that much faster to where he can make the pass. He can draft up right behind the bumper, and there they come right there in third and fourth, right behind him, but catching them and then having enough differential in speed to make the pass, that's difficult.
All right, Rob Hines just reset his personal best lap of the race, but still not gaining any ground on John Hotz. I think Hotz just being very methodical and maintaining enough of a gap that he doesn't have to worry at the end of this race. Hines that last time by made up 0.04 of a second on our leader.
Hotz and Hines keep swapping fast laps here, so when you can do a fast lap, but then if the other guy resets his lap, that gap's going to stay basically the same. What was it, 4/1000ths of a second?
4/100ths.
Yes,
yeah.
All right, that's a little bit. That's getting there.
That's a foot or two.
3 to go next time by.
And just saw it pop up on the screen, making some big advancements here. Beans Forster in the 123 Miata out of New Bern, North Carolina, out of the North Carolina Outer Banks, our sole racer in the SMT class. He's running the Toyo Proxy R888 tires, and not nearly the grip levels that the Hoosiers that are shot on all the other machines out here have. He's now worked his way up into 16th position overall. He started off, I believe, in 19th or 20th when the day began, when the first race started yesterday. So a good advancement for him as he gets more comfortable with the car. As Mike LaMena now taking a look to the inside of Forrest Landy as they come into turn number 3. And can LaMena get that pass done as they go down the hill? He does. So move Mike LaMena now up into third position.
And just the way that looked, that was maybe something LaMena set up into one, did the outside, and hung on because he was in that position when they came by. But Forrest Landy still tucked in right behind him. Those cars very evenly matched.
And we then also have Kip Gaynor, again, our race 1 winner, probably our race 2 winner, starting to make up a little bit ground to James Linenthal. Definitely within the draft right now. Last time by about 0.6 of a second back, and I think we've only got 2 laps remaining when they come across the line, but he's starting to close things down there in the battle for 5th position.
Now that battle with Landy and LaMena, LaMena moved up to third, but it caused that gap to get
increase.
really big up to second spot.
All right, John Hotz working the penultimate lap now here, just a touch under. 4 miles remain for him, and Robbie Hines not able to make much headway. Matter of fact, he lost maybe a half a car length, maybe a full car length on that last lap now. About a little bit less than a second and a half back from our leader.
Just going back a little bit and seeing that Landy, Ted Cahill, Bob Cahill battle. It's still Landy and then the 2 Cahills. They've not swapped up. You mentioned Gaynor there in 6th spot. but he's just sort of had just one of those weird races where he's just sort of been in his little bubble the whole time. And there's Landy right there. Leader should be coming back towards start-finish here soon to get one to go.
And Michael Cohen, the trailing car there, that the white number 54, I'm sure he's just hoping against hope that the two Cahall brothers, Ted and Bob, just start fighting it out for the last 10 turns. That'll bring them right into that fight. As John Hotz, he's shown the one to go board there being hung from the starter stand. 2 miles, 10 turns remain. Can Robbie Hines get his first race win of the weekend, while John Hotz looks to get his second as they go into turn 1?
Hotz puts 2 tires off driver's right, but he's done that a couple times. And then there is your third place car of Mike LaMena. He cannot shake that fourth place car of Landy, but should be able to hold him off. Hotz now still probably about 5 car lengths advantage. There's the battle for third.
And big change there as Kip Gator gets did he get around for Sebastian Landy? Indeed he did. And actually the one driver who's not showing up because I think he's got a transponder issue got around Jim Lindenthal. So move Kip Gator now up in the 5th position, move Lindenthal back in the 6th. And yeah, I think now that I'm looking at the finishing order of the previous race, Lindenthal with transponder issues, he did finish 6th in the prior race.
Leaders for the final time will come through. Turn number 10, John Hotz, stellar race. Led the most, started on the pole. I think he will end up with fast lap of the race, but he'll have Hines in his rearview mirror to the line.
And here they come, checkered flag, John Hotz. Win number 2 of 3 races here so far this weekend. We've got one more race tomorrow for Spec Miata, where they will be the first group out. Our coverage begins tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. Make sure to join us for the final Spec Miata race, as Rob Hines will finish 2nd. Michael LaMena will take the last step on the podium. Forrest Landy will finish in 4th. Kip Gaynor will finish in 5th. Jim Lindenthal will finish 6th. Then we've got Sebastian Landy. He'll finish 7th. Ted Cahall finishing in 8th. Bob Cahall will finish 9th. Michael Cohen rounds out your top 10. Another wonderful race here in Spec Miata, and we've got 7 more races for you here today. Lots of racing action during the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be coming back in about an hour. I don't have the start time yet. Did you hear it over the radio by any chance?
I did not.
Okay.
I like about an hour. That'll work.
Exactly. So we're anticipating that we'll be back on air around 10 minutes after noon with the next race starting at 12:15. And actually, I'm still waiting for a little bit of information there. But as soon as we find out the return time, we're going to put it on the screen for you. And, of course, we'll announce it over the PA system as well. So our next race group, our Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, they'll be up on the grid, ready to go for their final race of the day. As we've got victory lap for John Hotz about to get underway, we're going to take a quick break for lunch. We'll be back in about an hour. Thank you so much for joining us for this morning's coverage. If you like what you see, of course, give us a big thumbs up, and we appreciate you staying with us here all weekend long for the 2025 MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Pizzerrini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items
Yeah, the problem is all the younger brother was having a hard time getting a job after he graduated with mechanical engineering. And so many of resumes that people are sending in, the first thing they go through AI is what they go through before some HR person physically looks at it.
Yeah.
So AI is eliminating a bunch of these resumes.
It's got so many bills, it's ridiculous. And this thing,
You gotta know the tricks just to get in the kitchen.
Just to get in the door.
Yeah.
They won't even acknowledge the receipt of a resume. Yeah.
like they don't even say no thanks. They just keep every time you get nothing.
You get ghosted. You're getting ghosted.
something. I really have a 49.
Tire rotations at your house, at your office, wherever. But
Brilliant business plan.
it's, when you think about it, if the person puts it, everyone's like, oh, that's right. I said, yeah, it takes a little time, a little thought, a little, you got to have the
Come up with getting back like better floor pad. Race smart.
roof right by the sunroof, so it was always leaking. The car was always wet inside, so something's corroded. And I don't know what. But finally, as a last resort, I had a mechanic replace the body control unit because he could tell me there was a drain, but he couldn't tell me where it was coming from. But here's the point. imagine if nobody called you, if you went off at base or and nobody called anything. Nobody called anything. You had no idea. Well, she's going to win. I'm telling you, there are 2 cars in this.
You have to do something like now in Pennsylvania, you get your motorcycle lights, you have to do something, I can't remember all. Yeah. Stop. Put.
Yeah. But I mean, there's some cones up there that are, it should tell you, hey, maybe this isn't the way.
All that shit. I wanted a trail bike. The knobby tires and shit and all that.
Station 3, clear and double yellow.
Do flags for a little while.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Edwin Pardue. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch. And Edwin, we've got a great afternoon of racing coming up. Actually, let's do this, Edwin. Let's throw the schedule up on the screen here, because we've got a couple of changes. We've got now 7 more races this afternoon. Instead of 14-lap races, they are going to be 12-lap races. They've been shortened a little bit to get us through the end of the day. And we're going to be running Group 2 through Group 8. And then, of course, we're going to do it all again tomorrow, where it is feature race day. But Edwin, still wonderful day here at the Point.
Yeah, it's been gorgeous, perfect morning. Pretty smooth. We had one of our Spec Racer Fords have a major engine meltdown, but luckily he stopped right in the right spot, which was right in front of fire, And the fire truck rolled right out, and you can still see some of the fire retardant there on the ground. But they did a great job of saving that race car. So otherwise, very, very good. Some good competitive races this morning, and we're lined up for some fun this afternoon, as well as we'll start with our Group 2 race here in just a little bit.
Yeah, it should be a good time here as they're all coming to the grid now for their second race of the day. And it looks like we've got a pretty stacked field. Looks like the majority of the racers have made it out. You'll have to give me a couple seconds here, Edwin, as I'm trying to bring up another version of our timing and scoring software. As we know, our normal provider, Race Monitor, is having some technical challenges today, so we're trying to work around that.
It's all right. There's more than one way to get this thing
done.
There is. Sitting here resetting computers and all that sort of stuff. If you want to do that, I'll do a lineup while you're working computer stuff.
If you could, that
Deacon
would be
Greenfield
so
on the pole, car 32, the OG Racing Mazda. Next to him, Mark Johnston in the 17 in his Nissan. Row number 2, Mark Liller scheduled to go, as we know, Mark had an incident yesterday and car is not ready to race, so then it'll be Glenn Evans there in 4th spot. Row number 3, Joel Gambino in the 31. He's the first of the ITA cars, and then the 00 of Jeffrey Lucas. Row number 4, we'll find the 55 of Murphy Nichols and T. Wade Heron next to him in the 78. Row number 5, the 100 of Justin Shepard, and then it's Peter Doan in the 59 car. And then I believe the first of the ITBs is the number 88. That is Thomas Martin. And then the first of the B-Spec cars, the 103 of Tristan Herbert, set to start in 12th place. Giovanni Crisfulli in car number 41 will start there on row number 7. And Kevin Fryer, the 98, is next to him. Alton Fryer will roll off 15th. Carl Fossler in the 82, 16th. Picking up 17th spot, Jonathan Kinberg in the 02. That's an ITB car. And then the rest of the B-Spec field, Ryan Moran in the 08 and Alex Ratcliffe in the 105. James Kohler in the 95. And our final row, row 11, the 11 of Robert Ahern and James Neer in the 96. That is Group 2. And that's improved touring and B-Spec cars.
All right, and we're going to have to see which driver is in the 96 car, or sometimes numbered the 95, as James Noller and James Nur sharing the car this weekend. So I think only one of them can drive at a time, but having grown up in the time of the easy method driving school, where the driving instructor actually had a steering wheel on the opposite side of the car to counteract all of my bonehead moves. You never know. All right, pace car now leaving the pit lane as the field now leaves, and once again Deacon Greenfield in his ITS Mazda MX-5 looking to get 3 race wins in a row in ITS. Yep. Had a spectacular run. Always seems to come under early attack from Mark Johnston in his Nissan 240 SX. But Greenfield has been able to withstand that attack and go to, I think, fairly easy wins. As a matter of fact, turning out to be a good day for Deacon, as I saw him driving through the paddock in his Honda CRX. So we may see his other race car. I'll have to start from the back of the pack, but may see it in our small bore race a little bit later today. That would be race group number 6.
And we talked about it earlier, but it does bear repeating that the interesting thing is Greenfield and Johnston. Johnston in that Nissan, sometimes we'll see him get the jump at the start, and we'll see then Greenfield come back. Once Greenfield gets to the point, he's in pretty good position. But it's, again, 2 different cars. They're both in class together, but still 2 different cars that are better on different parts of the racetrack.
Exactly. All right, we've got Sherry Mack. That's Deacon's auntie in the chat again. Of course, Deacon's mother. By the way, want to wish Deacon's mother a happy birthday. She's celebrating with us here this weekend. Also, for everybody here in the paddock, I was talking to Lynn Toland, who's a member of the Washington, D.C. Region Board of Directors. On Friday, the region opened up the elections for the 2026 slate of directors, board of directors, and you should have received an email with a link to go to our voting site. As they say, vote often, Vote early, vote often. Apparently, they had a small little hiccup at the beginning. They sent out the wrong link, and if you voted early, you might actually have to vote again. So it actually does work out that way. All right. Earlier this morning, as we mentioned, Deacon Greenfield took the win in ITS. Joel Gambino was your ITA winner. Tom Martin, after having to retire early during yesterday's race, he took the win in ITB. And then Tristan Herbert was your B-Spec winner. As we are, as you can see, under full course caution. That's
our flag cam.
That's right. As the pace car now brings the field underneath the Toyota bridge, heads to the pit lane, turns things over to our front row, Deacon Greenfield and Mark Johnston, as they maintain the pace of our pace car, about 35, maybe 40 miles an hour, coming around to turn 10 onto the front straight, as our starter will now look over the field. Beth Burkhardt, our starter, and green flag is underway. We're racing once again at Summit Point, race number 3 for our approved touring and B-Spec racers. And Greenfield and Johnston, they are neck and neck, nose to nose, as they come down to turn 1. The last 2 races, we saw where Johnston got an early advantage. Today, this afternoon, that is not the case. Deacon Greenfield will lead the field into turn number 1. And as they come out from behind the horseshoe, maintains that lead. Sitting down in 3rd place behind him, it is Glenn Evans, in the number 10 Miata. Remember, Edwin, that Evans spent the majority of this morning's race in the gravel trap at turn 10, watching his race go by. Turns out, we got word that he actually got tapped from behind, got pushed into the gravel trap. So he's looking for a little redemption. We wouldn't talk about who actually did it.
Greenfield's line got a good run. So what we've seen, Johnston and maybe early on, Greenfield had a good run into 1. You see now early on opening up some distance.
Yeah, and he managed to do that in the first race of the day as well. Snuck underneath Johnston going into turn 5, and you can see how much more pace Greenfield carries through the carousel than almost the entire rest of the field, as he's now worked clear of Mark Johnston by about 10 car lengths as he comes onto the front straight to complete lap number 1.
And that's been Greenfield's best first lap we've seen over the past 2 days. That's real strong start.
All right. So Jeff Lucas in his Datsun 240Z, the silver and red machine of the professor, he slots into 4th position behind Glenn Evans. Joel Gambino just behind. He is in 5th. He's got Murphy Nichols and T. Wade Heron behind him. But once again, Gambino has opened up a nice gap to the rest of the ITA field. He spent the beginning of this morning's race with the Datsun of Jeff Lucas, and really had walked away from the rest of the ITA field, and he's right there again. We'll see if the Datsun, or probably the Nissan or the Mazda Miata, have the pace to get up to Gambino here today.
Thomas Martin, the 88, leads the way in ITB. Back to Alton Fryer and then Carl Fossler. That's your top 3. It's Thomas Martin, Kevin Fryer, and then Alton Fryer, your top 3 in ITB.
All right, and we did find solve the mystery of the number 95 or 96 car, as I kind of suspected. James Nur behind the wheel this afternoon. We had James Kohler behind the wheel this morning, so likely Kohler will run the cleanup position, and he'll take tomorrow's race, as it appears they've been swapping off from race to race.
Boy, Greenfield just shot out like a cannon. 125.355. Got him within about a second of his best time of the weekend.
Yeah, almost 4.5 seconds up on Johnston already.
And we've not seen that in the other races. What we've seen is that lead you're seeing right there kind of get a little bit bigger each lap. Here, it's right out of the box for Greenfield.
Yeah, indeed. All right, and Jeff Lucas now has cleared Glenn Evans. So Evans now falls back to 4th position ahead of Joel Gambino, about 2 seconds separating the black number 10 ITS Miata from the ITA Miata. behind. Big difference between the ITS version and the ITA version. It is primarily a flat plate restrictor on the cars that the ITA cars can run the same 1.8 liter motor as the ITS machines. The ITS cars can also, I believe, be a little bit lighter than the ITA machines as they are spec'd out.
The Mazda MX-5, Bristow, Virginia's Deacon Greenfield there in the 32 car, and he was 4.4 seconds gap on the last, and he's extended it even more over Mark Johnston. In fact, it's now a 6.5 second gap. Now we'll see Johnston and Lucas. That's the battle for third in class and overall. Johnston's about 2.5 seconds ahead, and then Glenn Evans in the 10 car. Evans right now 4th place, so he wants to pick up a spot, be on the podium. But your top 4 cars on track are the top 4 in class together.
Yeah, and so I think it bears mentioning here, Edwin, that Greenfield in that new to him Mazda MX-5. This is his first weekend behind the wheel of that car, and he's acclimated to it pretty darn well. I was just tracking to see what the track record in ITS is currently, because it was set by Camden Gruber in that very same car. Gruber set a track record 2 years ago in April of 2023 at a 123.635. So with the SCCA track records, they can only be set under race conditions, not during qualifying. Greenfield's been running a mid 1 minute 24. So he's got to find about a second. Weather conditions, I think, very similar to April. As I look back 2 years, and I've just vividly recollect that weekend.
Remember, it was a sunny day, a few clouds in the sky. Yeah,
exactly. But given that Gruber had been racing that chassis for 2 seasons, and this is the very first weekend that Greenfield's behind the wheel, not a huge surprise that he's likely going to find a lot more time the more he's behind the wheel.
Gambino, the 31, still leads in ITA 3 seconds over the 55 of Murphy Nichols. But Nichols and the 3rd place car in class, that T. Wade Heron car, they're all pretty close. They're pretty close there, 2nd and 3rd. And then Peter Doan's about 7 seconds behind those, running 9th on track. But 1st in ITB continues to be the 88 of Thomas Martin. 8 laps remain. Remember, these are 12-lap feature races this afternoon for the rest of the field. So we're closing in quickly on the halfway mark. Greenfield's got that gap up to nearly 9 seconds here, still shy of halfway. There you see the leader coming off turn number 9.
All right, let's see if we can go back a little bit to the eternal fight between son and father. Here, the 2 BMW 2002s of Alton Fryer and Kevin Fryer. Kevin now calls North Carolina home, spent a lot of years with his lovely wife living out in the Chicago area. I think that was Ryan Moran running a little wide there through the carousel as the 2 BMW 2002s. And here they come up the hill just ahead of Tristan Herbert. Again, for the past number of years, Kevin Fryer has been campaigning a touring for Mazda MX-5 at the national level, has made a number of runs with very good finishes at the national championship runoffs. I believe the first runoffs he ran was in 2017 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he's attended every year since, but he always comes out to where he got his roots here in the DC region for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular behind the wheel of his 2002, and his dad's been racing ever since, as long as I've been racing, in that same number 89 machine. I think it's been on track for probably close to 30 years with Alton behind the wheel.
Fry Guy Racing, like the name as well. Little family fun, and there they are in your shot right now. As next time by, we will be at the halfway point, and Greenfield is just run off and hidden right now. ITA, let's see if Gambino, Joel leads. He's got about a 4-second advantage.
Attention in the paddock, SSM racers, race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 3, SSM, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
If you are trying to follow on Race Monitor at home, I will let you know
Yes.
it's on their end. We've reset it. I've tried to reset it here a couple times, so something going on there. So we'll let you know if that's back up and running. Until then, you can actually follow most of it right there on the screen you're looking at. So Greenfield gap continues to increase. I was going to look at the battle second and third in ITA. Heron is now almost 4 seconds ahead of Nichols, and then another 5 seconds back to Peter Doan. So that ITA race, closer a little bit earlier, it stretched out a little bit here in the midway of the race.
Yeah, and we've seen it, of course, a very short race, but at least so far this weekend over the course of the first 2 races, Nichols' car starts very strong, and he had a very good qualifying yesterday morning, but it seems like about 5 to 6 laps in, he starts to have some challenges, and it may be a question of maybe being on some older tires with that car. Again, a heavy car, not very nimble. We just saw him go through the carousel there, and it looks like not getting the rotation out of that car that he really needs. I think it's showing in the pace that, much like Mark Johnston, the weakness for those Nissans is once you get down to turn 5 and work through the carousel, they just don't transition from left to right very well.
Beacon within 0.7 of a second of his best lap of the weekend. So he's down to here a 125.1. His qualifying was a 124.4. So he's getting close.
Trevor Carmody. Hi, Trevor. Noted Formula V racer, and he wanted to thank us for the little comment about Race Monitor. It's something that we'd been trying to troubleshoot from our end with our timing and scoring team here during the lunch break, and as we went to their website, we realized that live timing functionality is down for everybody. Yeah, we'll always have the live timing here up on the side of the screen, so you can follow along with us.
We're full service.
That's right.
Full service, my friend.
Might create some problems with us for the bracket racing, but we'll see what we can do.
071, so Greenfield doesn't improve on his best time.
Yeah, so Greenfield's, yeah, exactly. He's been down to a 125 flat, so not quite as quick as his qualifying. He's been down as low as a 124, 347. That was yesterday morning in qualifying, and the temperatures now have risen up. We're now at about 74, 75 degrees ambient air temperature, much, much warmer than when he qualified, and also from the race this morning where it was about 50 degrees, maybe a little bit over 50.
Somewhere in there when we first went racing this morning, but again, could not have just more perfect weather this weekend, and it'll continue tomorrow. Bring the grill and some burgers. You can cook out and watch some racing.
All right, with 4 laps remaining, soon to be 3. Let's check in with our ITB, or probably our B-Spec leader. That is Tristan Herbert, who's looking to run the table. He just crossed the start-finish line to complete lap number 8. He is now working lap number 9 of 12, and he has really started to stretch out the lead over Ryan Moran, who is about 12 seconds back from Herbert. We're just seeing him now come down into turn 1.
Yeah, you've got Fossler, Kenberg, and then, I'm sorry, Tristan Herbert. Yeah, B-Spec.
With Fossler and Kenberg sitting between
their position
and
in
Ryan
between.
Moran.
Yep, there they are.
And that battle in ITB for second place is Tom Martin for the second race in a row has really run away and hidden. Tom Martin now almost 11 seconds clear of Kevin Fryer and Alton Fryer. There's Martin now in that Volkswagen Golf Again, Martin, former Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITB champion, also winner of the American Road Race of Champions, the ARC, down at Road Atlanta a number of years ago, what is more or less the de facto national championship for improved touring classes, as improved touring does not run at the SCCA National Championships. And a good run for him so far. He did have issues during yesterday's race where he pulled off just a couple laps in.
2 laps next time by Greenfield, Johnston, Lucas. They're 1, 2, 3 on track, and they're 1, 2, 3 in ITS. 4th place is still Glenn Evans, the number 10 in the ITS. Joel Gambino, the 31 car, he's 5th overall and leads in ITA. Now Gambino's got about an 8-second gap back to T. Wade Heron, who runs 2nd in ITA. And Murphy Nichols, the 55 car, he is 3rd in ITA.
All right, so the next time our leaders cross the start-finish line, will be 1 lap to go, 2 miles remaining, and Deacon Greenfield has opened up. You see there on our timing and scoring, almost 15 seconds on the rest of the ITS field. He's just put a stamp so far on the weekend. Now, of course, there'll be 1 more race for this field. That will be tomorrow morning. Our coverage gets underway at 8:40 a.m., and they will be the 2nd race of the morning. So definitely join us tomorrow for more racing action, the final day of action.
20-lap features, big features.
That's
tomorrow.
right. Much longer races, as our leader, Deacon Greenfield, now coming through turn 8, making his way up the hill all by himself.
Yeah, this race has gotten spread out. We've had some good races in Group 2 this weekend. This one just not quite as tight and competitive, as Greenfield should get the 1 to go here. 1 to go. There he is.
There you go. As our starter, Beth Burkhardt, points to that big number 1 on the starter bridge. And there is going through turn 1, just ahead of our B-Spec leader, Tristan Herbert. Again, that continued battle between Alton Fryer and Kevin Fryer. They are trying to work their way around the Chris Afuli ITA Mazda Miata, and in trying to do so, as Chris Afuli moved to the inside, Kevin Fryer not able to get around, not able to outmotor that car, and Alton Fryer has been able to close things down considerably here now, and unfortunately for Alton Fryer, he now finds Chris Afuli directly ahead of him going into the chute.
And not surprising, those 2 cars coming out of the same stable, family team, but those 2 have run one in front of the other the entire weekend. Shouldn't be a surprise, but it's funny, just sometimes the situation in a race, you get separated from another car. Here, those 2 have been together the entire weekend, as it should be. Family weekend.
All right, and so right behind this pack, behind the Fry guys, behind Tristan Herbert, that is Deacon Greenfield, as he makes his final run today up the hill and underneath the Toyota Bridge. Just 1 more turn and a 1/4 mile to the checkered flag. Deacon Greenfield, I always wait till they get out of turn 10, just in case. Taking his 3rd ITS win of the weekend, Deacon Greenfield, out of Bristow, Virginia, in the OG Racing RP Performance Mazda MX-5. Finishing 2nd in ITS will be Mark Johnston, who is the 3rd car across the line. There's Mark. He'll finish 2nd today. And then we will have Jeff Lucas finishing in 3rd. Glenn Evans, well, much better than finishing in a gravel trap. He will finish 4th as the number 10 car comes across the line. Joel Gambino will take the win in ITA for the 2nd time today. Wade Heron in that green number 78. He'll finish 2nd in ITA with Murphy Nichols. Here he comes, Nichols, bottled up behind a B-Spec car. And, oh, you know what? Big change coming across the line. Who is it? It is Peter Doan. Peter Doan in his Toyota MR2, the number 59 machine. He will edge out Murphy Nichols to take the last step on the podium. What a run for Peter that last time by. He was almost a half second faster than the Nissan of Nichols. We said that Nichols was losing pace towards the end of that race.
A little bit, and then I think Nichols also just caught a out-of-class car at just the absolute wrong time, final corner, final lap. That didn't help either.
Yeah, so there you go. Peter Doan will take the last step on the podium in ITA. Murphy Nichols finishes in 4th. In ITB, Tom Martin runs flag to flag. He'll take the win with Kevin Fryer 2nd, Alton Fryer finishing in 3rd. And then in B-Spec, it's Tristan Herbert with the win, Ryan Moran finishing 2nd, and Robert Ahern finishing in 3rd. And again, great story with Ahern. He was the driver yesterday morning, probably yesterday afternoon, was not able to complete the race. Actually, we saw him because he was stuck right in front of our camera down in the carousel. They worked all night on that car, getting it back together, and he finishes on the podium here this afternoon in B-Spec. All right, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track here in just a few moments. And Edwin, hopefully, we might have a special guest joining us here to, because nobody trusts the way I call a race, to come up and give us a little assistance. Matter of fact, he's sitting right out on the back porch while we get him ready. We're going to take a quick break, thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, it's SSM here at Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
No, the yellow doesn't mean, keep
One and
racing.
go.
One and go.
Yellow means it's a great time to cheap shot someone. Right? And if I can't hold it, it's okay. The quarters workers are already there to respond. Like, no, guys, that's not.
Welcome back, everybody, to where are we? Oh yeah, Summit Point Raceway. I don't even remember. It's been a nice time off. Summit Point Raceway. It's a 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Edwin Pardue. That part I remember. Spencer Gainer's right behind us, and we've got a special guest. We'll get to him in just a few moments. But Edwin heading out now for the first of 2 pace laps. It's our 3rd race of the weekend for SSM.
Your top 3 qualifiers reset their fast lap in this morning's heat race, so here's how they'll roll off. With a lap of 127.694, the RP Performance Mazda, that's Rich Roman. In the 11, Jordan Fuhrman. In car number 8 will start second. Row number 2, Ryan Maloney, car number 15 out of Dayton, Maryland. And then it's the 63 of John Hotz.
All right, starting 5th today, it is Colin Murchison. All 14 or 15 years old of him. He is out of Sykesville, Maryland, area of Chasm in the number 98 machine. He's going to start 6th today. He's out of Silver Spring. Callan Crocker in the 123 car. He moves up to 7th, while Jamison Huffman, driver of the number 89 machine, hasn't been real happy with the setup this weekend. He will start 8th.
Row number 5, the 79, Scott Brunk. He set his time this morning in the RP Performance Mazda. And then it is Jack Murchison in the 21 car, goes 10th. Dylan Adeli in the 75 car starts there in row number 6, and Isaac Jordan in the 46 car rounds out your top 12.
All right, starting lucky 13th today, driving the number 88 machine, the Mind and Body Clinic Mazda of Jay Bindrum. Brent Simonson will start 14th. He's driving the number 26 machine. He's out of Millersville, Maryland, representing RP Performance. Then we've got Andy O'Brien. Andy's driving the number 14 car. He's out of Richmond, Virginia. He starts 15th. And then rounding out row number 8, starting 16th today, driving the number 2 DBM Racing J&L Automotive Mazda, it's Mark Rougeau.
The 18 of David Whibley finds himself on the inside of row number 9 in the Performance Auto Mazda. He's flanked by Stephen Rollo. Stephen out of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, in car number 35, the RTR Racing Machine. The 113, David Gaiman in the Dorf Racing out of Downingtown, Pennsylvania, is on row number 10, and next to the 65, that's Brooks Hunt. The Ten Oaks Motorsports car from Fairfax, Virginia.
All right, we've got Oliver Jenkins driving the number 83 machine. He starts 21st today. He'll start alongside Ron Etzian in row number 11. Ron is driving the Eli's Heating and Air Conditioning machine. Mark Sylvia will start 23rd. He's in the number 22 RP Performance machine. He's from Potomac, Maryland. And then we got Rich Ura. He's in the number 61 car. He's from Fairfax, Virginia. He starts 24th.
Next to him, behind him, will then be Chase Kovach, the 71 RP Performance car, and then Isaac Clark, the 86 from Culpeper. Row number 14, Ben Sarley in the Sarley Motorsports number 199, the 56 from Newcastle, Virginia. That is Jim Hess.
All right, gotta love Jim Hess's car. It's got the Thunder Chicken on it. It's got the Firebird livery on the hood there. Mike Monahan driving the number 44 car, the yellow 44 out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. He'll start 29th. Ken Siegel driving the number 24 machine, the Ellicott City native, is going to start 30th. Then we got Ray Seabird Heath in the RHRNL Windsor Customs machine. The driver of the number 24 car will start 30th on the field start 31st on the field with John Maslin driving the number 16 Mazda. He's from Ellicott City. He's going to start 32nd.
Scott Kane's out of Washington, D.C. The 97 car will start 33rd, flanked by Jack Kellum in the 39 machine. In the next row, Stephen Bindrum, the car 07 from Knoxville, Tennessee, and then the RP Performance Mazda. He's from Reston, Virginia, the 73, Gregory Gale.
All right, then we've got Pat Sharkett starting 37th today, the number 96 car out of Knoxville, Maryland, with Nathan Reynolds driving the number 95 machine. The RP Performance entry from Stafford, Virginia starts 38th. Starting 39th, John Grayhor from Ashburn, Virginia, also representing RP Performance, as does James Roberts. He's in the yellow number 6 machine. Actually, that's the Jim Roberts West Main entry. He starts 40th.
Anita Barnes will make up the rest of the field. She's in car number 72. The field looks good through turn number 9. Greg, we're ready for a 12-lap race.
We indeed are. We got Heather Marie in the chat. That is Jordy Fuhrman's mother checking in for our racer who now comes underneath the Toyota bridge. He leads up the outside of the front row with our pole sitter, Rich Roman. Also want to welcome here as we go to green. We've got Ben Forster with us here today, SMT driver, the number 123 machine. He'll join us in just a moment here as the green flag flies, and we are back underway here at Summit Point Raceway. The inside lane led by Rich Roman with Ryan Maloney, our last race winner, our 2-time race winner, now getting a slight advantage as they come under braking down into turn number 1. And Roman, who has had to fight his way through traffic on opening laps for the last 2 races, as we thought might be the case here, he's got a clear view now as he goes into turn 3 for the first time, and right behind him, almost in a diamond formation, it's Jordy Fuhrman to the left. It is Ryan Maloney to the right. They are still side by side, and the longer they do that, especially as they come down the hill through this high-speed chute, that is going to allow Rich Roman to open up a gap.
Boy, Fuhrman tried to hang on drivers left till they got right there and could not do it. He thought if he could hang there for a little bit, maybe take that spot, he's going to end up losing a spot, and that's going to allow Roman then to extend a little bit. Get him battling behind him. Rich will take it to the house.
All right, so as I said, we got Ben Forster, driver of the 123 SMT Mazda Miata. welcome to the booth for the second year in a row, Beans.
2 years in a row. We should just make it a regular thing.
I think we should. Now, the big difference here this weekend, obviously, is that you're racing. Last year, you were just spectating.
Yes, I was. I remember last year, I made it my goal to make this my debut race with our car that we built ourselves.
Yeah, and so a good start for you in a very tough field. You said you although I think you finished 16th this afternoon, you're this morning, you ended up working all the way up at the 12th position early on, and it's a tough field there of close to 25 cars.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. A lot of figuring out just kind of the strengths and the weaknesses of the car, a fresh build and everything. Haven't put a new motor in it or whatnot, so I'm just kind of running how it is off the street, pretty much.
Well, there you go. And of course, as we talked last year, you've got a ton of experience here at Summit Point, just maybe not behind a real race car. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your virtual racing experience and what basically what you do besides race virtually?
Yeah, so in the simulator, we run a virtual Spec Miata series and a virtual Spec MX-5 series with full send sims. So we spent a lot of time making our racing to mimic like it does in the real world, kind of try and mimic the SCCA as to what all of us are really used to, and kind of point it towards being a training tool to get people in the car on the real racetrack and get them comfortable.
All right, so big changes up at the front of the field here as Ryan Maloney has managed to close up on Rich Roman, our leader, Edwin. And not only that, he's brought Jordy Fuhrman along with him, but they've started to now stretch things out away from John Hotz. And Hotz was, again, finished up fourth in the last race. Hasn't really shown the pace in the SSM car this weekend that he has in the Spec Miata.
Fuhrman couldn't get the outside line to work on the start. He lost a spot to Maloney. Well, those guys were side by side. That's when Roman got away a little bit. I thought Rich may go and hide. Maloney and Fuhrman hooked up, ran single file. They've reeled Rich Roman in a little bit. It has a little bit of a gap now back to Hotz in fourth, but I thought Roman would be gone. Those guys work together. They're now 1, 2, 3, and then about a 3-car length gap back to Hotz, who runs fourth.
Right, and right behind Colin Murchison, who to start this lap was running in fifth position, had a little bit of a challenge over turn one, ran wide, got two wheels off into the little apron that separates the track from the gravel trap, and he's now lost a couple of positions. As we see, there's the black number. Actually, he hasn't lost positions, but he's lost a lot of ground to John Hotz ahead. It's a lot more than 0.3 of a second. So, Beans, tell us a little bit about, we talk about what you do, and you do a lot of coaching for Full Send Sims. What do you do when you're not behind the wheel of a race car, real or virtual?
Well, so a lot of the times it's just hanging out with the family, I got 3 kids and my wife, and we just kind of try and find stuff to do. I do spend a lot of time in the sim, a lot of time working on the car, but now that the car's done, I got to figure out what else we could do now. Just spent a lot of time working on it.
Seat time, my friend. Excellent. All right, now starting to see Roman and Maloney break away a little bit from Jordy Fuhrman. We saw that yesterday as well. That Fuhrman didn't necessarily have the pace of the two leaders. Of course, Fuhrman coming away, not with his first race wins, but a couple race wins at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course just a few weeks ago. And I think the driver we want to watch for here, and you'll have to excuse if we see him move up and down the timing order. Jamison Huffman, currently running 7th in the number 89 machine. We know that there are some issues with his transponder. Our timing and scoring team is tracking him manually, but I think 7th is as high as he's been. He's also a multiple race winner this season.
Maloney took a peek down there at 9, just stuck a nose out there to see. Here they came off the corner. and you see Hotz has fallen back a little bit, and Murchison has sort of lost that lead pack. It's a tandem duel up front. Roman and Maloney, they're going to try to get away and maybe settle this thing a little bit later. Probably would behoove Maloney right now just to follow Rich for a while, try to gap Furman a little bit before the last 2-3 laps of the race.
Well, we'll see now if Air of Chasm can work with Colin Murchison to maybe close the gap down to the white number 63 of John Hotz. Again, these races not very long. We'll see how this plays out. Jamison Huffman is hooked up both with veteran Scott Brunk as well as Callan Crocker, the 79 and the 123. They may be able to get up to that pairing of Murchison and Chasm and really make that a 5-car fight for 5th position.
Yeah, Furman now has kind of reeled Maloney back in. So you got the top 3. There's Hotz, sort of a gap, and that was Chasm trying to take a peek on the inside of Murchison.
So Beans, knowing that you're from North Carolina, East North Carolina, there's a lot of racing still going on in the Southeast Division. Once we get past September, obviously a lot of warm weather as you get down to Atlanta. There's the ARC at the end of October, beginning in November. I think there's some races also at Roebling Road. Is this the last on track for you this year, or do you plan on doing a little bit more behind the wheel to get that seat time?
I would like to. Jumping in the car and shaking it down this weekend. There's a couple little things that kind of quality of life things that I feel like I want to take care of, maybe try and lower the seat a little bit more, and just kind of onesie and twosie things here and there, but I would absolutely love to. I would like to race VIR. That's probably a goal for next year. Don't think they're really running anything at the end of this year, but CMP, I know they'll do some time trials there. They'll do some time trials at NC Car.
Yes.
And whatnot. So I would love to. Just all depends on if the cards play out right.
All right. Well, we'll see. And we got a driver who's pulled off. He may set a new lap record if he rejoins as he takes the crossover road from the front straight to the short chute between turn 2 and 3. I believe that is the number 14 car. Andy O'Brien, who's had some mechanical issues with that car, retired early yesterday as well.
Hotz has dropped back now about 3 seconds behind Furman. So Roman, Maloney, Furman, and then it's a 3-second gap back to Hotz, who runs 4th. Murchison's about 2 seconds in arrears of Hotz. That's your top 5. There's the leaders once again off 9, and we'll be halfway this time by.
All right, so Beans, tell us a little bit. You were talking about working with Full Send Sims and the race series that you try to mimic the SCCA as far as both SMX and also Spec Miata. What is your role with Full Send Sims? I mean, you're obviously not just racing with them. You have a lot of other responsibilities there as well, right?
Yeah, so I mean, we all kind of carry multiple hats with the Full Send Sim stuff. So primarily, I do a lot of the coaching. We run coaching sessions for all of our league members every other week during our racing season, which actually starts tomorrow.
Right.
and so every other week we'll put out a 2-hour coaching session for whoever is a part of the league that wants to just jump in and get some seat time and learn from instructors like myself and Trace Hance and Morgan Burkhardt as well. We like to kind of give back to to the drivers that frequently race with us, because if we can just make everybody a little bit better, then the racing is better exponentially. And then so we'll go and we'll do private events as well.
Okay.
This past year, went down to Miami again for the second year in a
for the Grand Prix, right?
Yep, we went down. We were running simulators for a private car club for the Miami Grand Prix. That was fun. We'll do corporate events, birthday parties, kind of you name it. Based out of Central Florida.
Okay.
And so,
See, every time you say doing birthday parties, I think about me like dressing up in a clown suit or something. At the
well,
show.
That's a newer thing, because when I first did the F1 event 2 years ago, we had a couple like 6-7-year-olds come in.
Okay.
And they were like, they really want to do it. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see if we can figure this out. Slid the seat all the way forward, reclined the seat all the way forward, basically eating the steering wheel. Tried to find some pillows. Actually, I think we found some a stack of Sabel Velcro pads for the seats.
Oh, okay,
and
yeah.
just stuck a bunch of them behind the kids to get them up and close to the pedals, and they had a great time. And I think it should be accessible to everybody, regardless. My kids, they even jump in the sim at home too.
I would say it beats a bouncy house, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does.
Edwin, what's going on here?
4.5 laps to go. Now they've gapped Furman a little bit in third place, which means now Maloney might be free to take a chance or two behind Roman. Hott still fourth, Murchison fifth. But Maloney is just tucked right in. He took a peek here and there to find a gap. But again, they've got enough distance between Furman. Maloney can now take a few chances on track as he's got a little breathing room with the car behind him. Here they are off 9. And last time he kind of peeked a little bit to the right just to see what was there. Let's see if he can set him up as they come down the straightaway.
And, and it looks like Colin Murchison and Arif Kazim have closed the gap down to John Hotz as well. They get just off the podium, battle for fourth, whereas we haven't seen that group behind Jamison Huffman, Callan Crocker, Scott Brunk make a lot of progress. That said, Crocker has dispatched with Scott Brunk. Brunk maybe now falling off that pace just a little bit. By the way, Beans, we've got both Erica and Tiffany D. Beans is the ladies' man, obviously, here, saying great job today.
Thank you.
Yeah. I never get those kinds of accolades for some reason.
It's because you got to get back in the car.
That is that's very true.
There's Maloney again. He looked just to the driver's left as they came up. You see him crest the hill right there. Car likes to get really light right there. Got to be careful because if Roman puts a wheel off in the gravel, Maloney's right there to get by. Down the hill to this left-hander. And now you're going to start setting him up all the way back around to turn number 10 as that second group's there. They've got that gap back to Furman in third's a little bit bigger. Hotz now has sort of lost that lead group, as you mentioned, maybe under pressure from Murchison on these final laps. There'll be 3 to go next time by as the leaders come out of turn number 9.
Yeah, and so we've got a defending MARRS champion. We've got a former MARRS champion leading the field. For those that are joining us here from don't know DC region racing all that much, Rich Roman, a multi-time Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series SSM champion. He is also the 2-time defending B-Spec national champion as well. Now, we do have a car off track, and I believe we're watching the dust cloud there at the exit of 3. Just to the right of our camera is a car a little bit deeper in the gravel trap that is stuck there. We'll see. That's going to bring out certainly a local caution at 3. We'll see if that possibly brings out a full course caution here as the laps wind down.
So it looks like standing yellow there for that corner. So we'll stay green the rest of the way. As the leaders come by, it'll be 2 to go. And will traffic play into this thing before the day is over? Right now, don't see them. There's a big pack right there, but don't know if they'll be caught up in any of that before they get to the final lap.
Yeah, it looks as though, just watch coming down past us here. It looks like we had the 46 of Jordan, Dylan Adeli, Jay Bindrum running like 10th through 14th. Brett Simonson, who just reset his personal best lap. And then also Ron Etzi and Isaac Clark, Rich Ura, all very closely matched. A group of about 7 cars now, actually make that about 10 cars. Right in the mid-pack, all bunched together as we see them come down through the carousel, or come down through the chute.
And here come the leaders back down the front straightaway. The 2 to go. Here they are. There's Roman. There's Maloney. This time, Maloney in the tire tracks. The question is, does he pop out this time and try? Up there's a lap car they're catching and caught it right at the time as they were getting into the corner, and that means Maloney might have to wait another lap.
Yeah, indeed he will. And of course, remember, we've got that local caution over at turn 3 as the cars approach us. Now, before they came up on that slower car, on that light blue RP performance machine, Rich Roman started to protect a little bit to the inside, much as he did right here. Now also coming down almost the center of the track where the track is straight. It's actually a little bit shorter distance down to turn 3 as well. So that actually helps him hold an advantage over Ryan Maloney behind. And we saw earlier now Maloney taking a peek to the outside. as Rich Roman comes down center of track, maybe a little bit left to center to maximize the speed down the hill, but also to protect the inside.
Maloney's best time in this race is better than Roman's best time, but they're so close. Again, running faster and passing, two different things. In fact, here they come through 9, so it'll be 1 to go. This time by, and that Maloney does it again. He just takes a little peek to drivers right there in turn number 9, but nothing he can do there. He'll tuck back in. Here they come off turn number 10. 1 lap to go, and now you see Roman again protecting to the right a little bit. Maloney tries to find a line. It's not there right now. Fuhrman still in third, and now look, he's going to look to drivers left as they go into 1. If he can hang on the outside to the next corner, he can make a pass. Let's see what he does into 1. He's on the outside. Can't quite do it.
No, can't do it. Roman later on the break slides across the nose, keeps Ryan Maloney from either A, staying on the outside, or making an over-under, and Rich Roman now set up to the inside, coming into turn 3. Again, the local caution there. Maloney can attempt to sweep around the outside, so Rich Roman's going to hang out going down the hill. So real quick, Beans, here, these racers on their SSM cars, they're all running the same Toyo rubber that you've been running this weekend on your Mazda Miata. At the end of a race like this, a 12 or 15 lap race, what are those tires like? Do they have more or less the same grip levels that you see early on in a race?
They felt very consistent to the race. Now, I got sticker tires, so I'm not sure how tires with 4 or 5 heat cycles on them feel, but they were very consistent. The car was super predictable. I didn't have to guess that the car was going to do kind of something that I wasn't expecting it to. And I actually really enjoyed running on them.
All right, leaders now coming underneath the Toyota bridge into turn 10 for the very last time. Rich Roman with half a car length on Ryan Maloney. Maloney, will he move to the inside? Will he try to come out of the draft? No, he moves drivers left, and Rich Roman takes his first win of the weekend. He breaks Ryan Maloney's streak at 2. Maloney will finish second. Coming home third, Jordy Fuhrman. Heather Marie, you should be very happy for your boy. Finishing third today, last step on the podium. Colin Murchison holds off Eric Chasm to finish fourth, with Chasm fifth. Jamison Huffman gets around John Hotz.
Hotz lost 3 laps in the 3 positions in the last handful of laps.
Yeah, so John Hotz falls all the way back to 7th. He'll finish behind Jamison Huffman in 6th. Scott Brunk will finish 8th. Callan Crocker 9th. Dave Weibel will round out the top 10 with Dylan Adeli, Isaac Jordan, Jay Bindrum, Brooks Hunt, and Brent Simonson finishing 11th through 15th.
That was a good race. Maloney, again, for the race, Maloney ran a faster lap than Roman did. You could see he could get right there, but the differential in speed wasn't enough to get the pass done. Possibly with 2 to go, it was that 1 lap car they caught in turn 1. That might have been Maloney's best chance. And then Ryan sent it on the final lap. Roman was protecting drivers right. Maloney looked drivers left. And if it's that point where he could hang on that outside, that was his best shot to win.
All right, and just one more that Kayla Alessi got in the chat, wanted to remind everybody, the race monitor timing system that allows you, when you're either here at the track or away, to check the live timing. It has been having issues. It is not on our end. It is with the race monitor service itself. We'll continue to give you updates, and of course on our live stream, we've got the live timing for you. So Beans, want to thank you for joining us here today. You've got one more race this weekend. What's your thoughts? What are your strategy going into that final day?
Try not to lose the positions that I gained last time.
There you go. All right, everybody. That is Beans Forrester, driver of the number 123 SMT Mazda Miata, the Full Send Sims machine. And if you want to find out more about Full Send Sims and their sim racing programs and leagues, Beans, where do they go?
So you can go to www.fullsendsims.com. And from there, you can navigate to our Discord. We have live broadcasts for all of our Tuesday night races on YouTube with Kyle Heyer and Greg Kramer doing our commentary for us. And so
the good Greg, as I like to say.
OG Greg.
Yes.
and yeah, so YouTube, Discord, that's where we base all of the management and the running of the league from, and then the website.
There you go, fullsendsims.com. Beans, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Get in the paddock. Final call for race group number 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your final call to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point Raceways in 2025 MARRS Spectacular.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Can you call, hey, Andrew? Just call the tower and just get me time of call incident when I called in. Time? You want the time? Yeah, the time that I called in. We're doing a course check right now. Okay. And then the report, right? I don't have to do much, just ask you. Stepping up. Not a problem. It's horrible. You want to go back on? No, I'm fine. So I guess you go up there by yourself, right?
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We want to thank Beans Forster once again for joining us during that SSM race, and good luck to him tomorrow. Up next, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We've got Joelle Pence on the up at the top of the grid. She is our starter, and she is waving to us with her big Minnie Mouse hands and her Formula Car foamy hat. Edwin, let's run down the starting order.
A lap of 119.859 puts Sam Schechter on the pole, car number 55, the surf shop driver out of Boyd's, Maryland. Liam Kerper in the 44 car. He set that mark this morning out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, to go second in car 44. Theo Pepis starts off in row number 2 in the 27 car. And then Joe Banks, he goes fourth from Chesapeake, Virginia, car number 74.
Well, we'll have to see if Theo Pepes makes it out.
Yes.
Talk about a phoenix rising from the ashes. That car already was up in flames earlier today. today. All right, starting 5th today, driving the number 56 machine from Flemington, New Jersey, it's Jason Pintar. Stephen Shu representing the Surf Shop. He's in the number 81 machine. He's going to start 6th. Christopher Windsor in the Windsor Customs Spec Racer Ford, the number 38 machine, will start 7th. And then on the outside of row number 4, driving the MSI DFAT Services Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the 09 car of Matthew Polk.
Let's go to row 5. That's Jeff Valentino, car at number 68. Next to him, Stephen Minkin in the number 99 car. And then row number 6, Keith Fraser out of Annapolis, Maryland, and the New Jersey driver Mike Thomas. Car 54 starts 12th.
All right, starting lucky number 13th in the number 14 machine, the Surf Shop car of Kevin Silbert. Then we got Andrew Waldorf. He's out of Leonardtown, Maryland. He's in the number 13 car and starts 14th. We should talk to Silbert and Waldorf about that. J. Mark Wendling drives the number 3 Doggone Racing entry. He's going to start 15th today, and on the outside of row number 8, driving the number 8 machine, the Cornerstone Financial Advisors Spec Racer Ford of Mike LaMena.
Let's go to row 9, racer out of Wisconsin. That's the 50, Kyle Herlitsky. And then it's David Lanning, car number 16 from Richmond, Virginia. Brad Gould, the Doggone Racing machine out of Greensboro, North Carolina, car 197. He goes 19th. And then it's Bruce Kaminga out of Millersville, Maryland in car 31. Will start 20th.
All right, starting 21st in the number 80 machine from Vienna, Virginia, my good friend Phil Ackley. Alan Rothman will start 22nd on the field. He's in the number 79 Surf Shop entry. And then rounding out the 23 car field, driving the number 33 Sterling Acceptance Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Annapolis, Maryland, it's Dave Trossel.
Is Phil Ackley not like the nicest guy you'll ever meet in your life?
Oh my gosh, and so much energy. He is, well, you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Jonathan Weisheit, actually. That always a smile on his face, and always a love of life and a love of racing.
He was here a couple years ago with grandkids, and I'm like, and they're like teenage grandkids. I'm like, said, you know this guy's a rock star, don't you? They kind of shook their head and like, yep, we do.
All right, as Phil has moved over to the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, he used to be in a little baby Grand for many, many years, and his street car selection is absolutely amazing. I think he had one of the very first C8 Corvettes off the line. He's got this Audi R8 that is just absolutely stupendous and spotless. But our pace car, let's go to the action here as our pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Sam Schechter, who once again today for our third race this weekend leads the field to the green or to the start line, and green flag is in the air. John Burkhardt waving it, and Stephen Shu moves to the inside. He brings Matt Polk along with him, trying to make things 3 wide, and wants to get an advantage going down into turn number 1. Schechter's going to lead the field through there as Liam Kerper with a great jump. He gets a nice move on Schechter. I don't think he's going to be able to pull that out for the lead, but as we expected, Theo Pepe's not here. Jason Pintar and Joe Blanks now side by side as they go down into turn number 3 for the first time. And the field still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, with the exception of our 2 racers up front, Schechter leading Liam Kerper down the hill.
It briefly got 3 wide down the front straightaway, but wisely or by chance, everybody got to at least 2 wide by the time they got to 1, because it's difficult enough. 2 wide there, it's doggone impossible to do it 3 wide. Now they've sorted out in the carousel pretty much the field, single file on our first lap.
All right, and as Tony Kart Racer in the chat, thanks for joining us, wants to know what class is this? All of our racers on track right now in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. The Gen 3 car is the current version for national class racing with 1.6 liter Ford motors out of the not out of the Ford Escort, out of the I think out of the Ford Fiesta. All right, racers going down the front straight, and now protecting the inside lane, it is our pole sitter Sam Schechter. He's got Liam Kerper in the Doggone Racing machine, was close behind Kerper, decides to open things up, wants to come underneath the number 55 machine, do a little over-under there, and maybe get the run going down to turn number 3. And it looked like Schechter had already gone to protect the inside there, making things very hard on Kerper, and indeed Kerper has to follow Schechter through turn number 3. All the while there, Joe Blanks making up good ground on our leaders. He's got Chris Windsor and Pintar behind. Of course, great race, actually great 2 races in a row with Blanks, Windsor, and Pintar. I think Windsor got the best of that pair in our last race, where Windsor finished on the last step of the podium, getting around Joe Blanks with about 5 laps to go, about midway through our morning race, which was only 9 laps.
Schechter, Kerper, 1-2, about a 2-car length gap back to Joe Blanks. And then, as you mentioned, Windsor there in 4th. Pintar currently rounds out our top 5. Schechter was very aggressively looking for a line last time down the front straightaway. You see there, they were single file off the corner. And again, he's forcing, Kerper forcing Schechter, I should say, to kind of guard that right-hand side down the front straightaway, forcing the second place car, if he wants to do something, just like he's trying right there to try to do it on the outside.
Yeah, indeed. And, with these 12-lap races, a little bit longer than that, obviously longer than the 9-lap race that we had this morning. But, there's the point where trying that same move lap after lap, you hope you kind of lull your competitor into some complacency, thinking, oh, well, Kerper's always going to go down, try to go around the outsides. We've got somebody who takes a big, long run through the gravel trap at turn number 3. I think they made it through there okay. Looks like all of our drivers did continue. I think we'll get the car number, and it was actually Keith Frazier, one of our 2 racers that went through there, and we'll get the other number. I believe it was Brad Gould, our second racer, a little bit further back in the field, that went through the gravel trap there.
Windsor, Windsor with a nice strong run right now. He sets a fast lap of a 1:21.737. Windsor started back in this field a little way.
Oh, Stephen Shue with a big wiggle, puts 2 wheels into the gravel trap at turn 10, really impacts his drive off that corner. And we have, I think we've got a local caution out on track also. We'll try and track down where that is. But Stephen Shue losing a number of positions. He was running 7th. He was running in 6th position behind Jason Pintar. He now falls behind Jeffrey Valentino. I think Keith Frazier might have gotten around him going down into turn 1 as well.
Boy, they're using just every piece of the track, all the way on the curbing to the left, then let the car drift all the way out, just touch 2 tires right on the outside here, just like that driver just did in our shot. Using all of the racetrack, Schechter, Kerper, Blanks, like I said, Windsor started back in 7th. He's picked up a couple spots. He's to 5th. Pintar resets fast lap.
All right, a little bit further back in the field, and really some nice, tight, close racing here, Edwin. With Valentino, Shue, Frazier in very close proximity. A little bit further back, Mike LaMena in the number 8 machine, as he has now made up 4 positions, moves up from 16th to 12th. He's got Kevin Silbert, David Lanning, and J. Mark Wendling directly behind him in a nice little train. So, seemingly a good fight pretty much up and down the field. Actually, now as they cross the start-finish line here in this second group, that bright blue and yellow machine, that is Mike LaMena, and both he and Kevin Silbert in the number 14 machine. They have now managed to open up a nice gap to David Lanning on that last lap, lapped about 0.3 of a second faster than the Lanning machine.
Yeah, your top group of cars, your top 5, all within sort of an umbrella together. Windsor now to 4th and Pintar back to 5th. So Windsor picks up another spot after starting in 7th place. Field comes down the chute. We'll pick that group up.
Oh, and the 14 machine of Silbert, he's gotten back around Mike LaMena, got that pass made at the exit of turn 3, and was able to clear him before they ever came down through the chute. I love that camera. Of course I love it. I'm the one who put it out there. But the shot of the cars coming down through turn 4, the chute, then under braking in turn 5, because you can really see how on edge those cars are as they get on the brakes to go from the very fastest corner here at Summit Point Raceway, where they're doing probably close to 115 miles an hour at the apex, down to about 40 miles an hour to turn in for turn number 5, and the rear end starts to wiggle around as there's very little weight, and the drivers are constantly having to adjust that brake bias, move it forward a little bit so that the rears don't lock up.
Kerper trying multiple lines down this front straightaway, trying to decide as we get later in the race which one's going to work, but we've seen him try to go to driver's right, and then Schechter kind of shuts the door there. Then Kerper's peeked a couple times out to the left and hasn't really run hard into the corner, but right now just trying to see what he might do in the later stages of the race as we're coming up on halfway.
That's it in the paddock. First call for Race Group 5. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. Race Group 5, this is your first call to the grid.
Next time by, we are indeed halfway. Schechter leads Kerper. Then it's about 2 seconds back, I should say, to Joe Blanks. Chris Windsor in 4th and Jason Pintar in 5th. Your top 5 at the halfway point as the leaders are off 10.
All right, and we see this again where Kerper turns in a little bit early going into turn 10. And I get the feeling he is trying to get his nose underneath the 55 car, really force Schechter to run wide at the apex and maybe lose some speed. Hasn't been able to get it done, but now Kerper, with that late turn in, he's almost able to get underneath Schechter. Schechter not able to come across the nose, and this might be his best opportunity to possibly sweep around the outside. But once again, Schechter able to hold him off, move slightly back over to driver's right to affect when Kerper can actually turn in.
Great race back a little bit. Valentino in the 68, Shu in the 81. That's 7th and 8th place. That's a great battle. There it is, yeah.
And here they come under braking going into turn 5 as Steven Shu, again, lost a couple positions a couple laps ago. He now tries to come underneath the number 68 car, and Valentino comes right across the nose of Steven Shu. Shu having to take evasive action into the grass, and that's one of the steeper curbs here at Summit Point Raceway. Really lifted up the inside of Steven Shu's number 81 machine.
Off turn number 10, we'll watch again. What will they? Now this time, both of the leaders stay driver's right. Does that give Kerper a chance to pop out to the left? He does. And now it's the question, can you hang on the outside through the corner? This time he gets a pretty good run, but not enough. And look what this has done. This has brought Windsor, who's up to 3rd now, Blanks and Pintar all back into this race.
Yeah, it has only taken a couple of attempts, and again, Kerper hasn't changed his strategy since the beginning of this race. And frankly, in our race this morning, Kerper tried that exact same move, tried to turn in late, tried to come underneath the 55 car continually. And, at this point, I don't think this bothers Sam Schechter one bit. He knows how to take advantage of it. But now Kerper, he moves to the inside, coming through turn 6. This might be the opportunity. Maybe he caught Schechter unawares that time through. Let's see as they come over to the carousel. Who is our leader? It is now Liam Kerper, your new leader. Well, maybe he did lull Schechter into some complacency down at turn 1.
He did it right in that same spot, using that curbing to driver's right to kind of hook the front end and turn. And wow, that's not where I expected the pass to occur.
No, we've seen some passes here this weekend, and it is for the non-SSM racers and non-Spec Miata racers, it's a pretty common area to attempt to pass. I just don't think Schechter was even contemplating Kerper making that move. Kerper now leads his first lap of the day with 4 laps remaining. Now, Edwin, yesterday Kerper did manage to get to the lead and get around Sam Schechter. Schechter, with 2 laps remaining, made that move down the inside going into turn 1. We'll see if Kerper's prepared for that today.
That is twice now, the last 2 laps, where Windsor has put at least the right rear off in the gravel at the top of the hill there. The lap before that, he was at about 45-degree angle, corrected the car and kept going. But Windsor, right there, he's in your screen. He is driving hard right now. He's in 3rd, and he's looking for 2nd place.
I turned some of that spray
Leaders will come through 9 in front of us right here, and Kerper has about a 3-car length advantage. Pintar there in 4th place. His sights are on Windsor, but Windsor has really now put the pressure on the 2nd place car of Schechter. They've got 1 lap car to deal with. In fact, you see the flag there letting that car know the leaders are coming up on them. Should not affect. They should get everybody, at least the top 3, should get that pass done before they get down to turn number 1. In fact, I think Pintar is going to sneak by as well. Yeah, and that driver gives them plenty of room to make the pass. Good gentlemanly driving out there. Next time by, it's only 2 to go. This one flying by. Oh, and here comes Schechter back. Here comes Schechter back.
There you go, and down the inside, and this is the pass, this is the move that he made yesterday, and now Sam Schechter with 2.5 laps, 2 3/4 laps remaining, moves.
Look at Windsor.
Well, he's not back in the lead yet. He and Kerper are going to go side by side into turn 5. Kerper is inside position, and yeah, right there with really nowhere to go is Chris Windsor. I think he's just waiting to pick up the pieces when it all falls apart for Kerper and Schechter.
Windsor's like, I'm not sure who to follow down here. That's great racing. Here we come. Next time by, 2 laps to go. Leaders are in turn number 9, and this has brought car number 56, Jason Pintar, into the race as well. When they come by, 2 to go. Barn burner up front for the Spec Racer Fords.
All right, Jennifer Robinson asks, what are their speeds? Well, Jennifer, unfortunately, well, heck, we're all having enough trouble getting live timing and scoring. I can't give you what their speeds are at each and every corner. I can tell you that they're averaging somewhere around 88 or 89 miles an hour over the course of the full 2 miles. They'll get up as high as about 115 to 120 down the downhill section, of course, the chute. But here they're probably running at about 65 to 70 all the way up to about 90 as they turn in here. And now we've got Chris Windsor, as you said, who's now moved into 2nd place. He's taken advantage of Liam Kerper's miscue. Windsor, who finished 3rd in our morning race, he's looking for more. Can he pick up the win? Can he pick up the lead from Sam Schechter?
Next time by, 1 to go. Pintar, 56. Kevin Fraser in the 7 car. There you go. You've got your top 5 right there in a single shot, and a lap and a half to go in this one. Boy, those guys sitting there, now you're just, if you're Pintar Fraser, you're like, man, I just won a podium, and I still have a shot at it. For the first time in a while, everybody up front is single file. They'll head for turn number 10. It'll be 1 to go, single file. There they are, single file through the corner. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a little bit back to Fraser.
That's right. And no, that was not a drone flying overhead. I think that was a big hawk who is checking in on our racers as we begin our final lap. Sam Schechter, he's confident where he is. He stays over maybe a quarter of a car length from drivers left to protect a little bit, but also to maximize his entry speed into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. He's going to lead the field on the run down to turn 3. Liam Kerper, he's going to try to sweep around Chris Windsor. Windsor has been racing here at Summit Point for over 25 years, as opposed to Kerper, who's been racing here at Summit Point for maybe 25 months. Windsor doesn't give him the room around the outside as they come down into turn 5.
Side by side down the chute for position. Those 3 drivers, oh man, what a turn that Liam Kerper tried to turn and drive underneath the Windsor off the carousel. I don't think he can make it stick. And the leader will head for turn number 9 for the final time. Great race up front for our Group 4 Spec Racers.
All right, as our leaders, they go and drift across that crown in the pavement through turn 8 up the hill and now underneath the Toyota Bridge for the last time today. They're going to have one more race tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow morning. But as we see the checkered flag being displayed, John Burkhardt gives the checker to Sam Schechter, who takes another win here today. Schechter, the winner both yesterday, both this morning, and he gets his 3rd win in a row, a 3rd win on the weekend. Windsor 2nd, Kerper 3rd, Jason Pintar, and now coming to the line, Keith Frazier with Joe Blanks. Actually, that was just a little bit behind. Blanks is going to finish 6th, Valentino 7th, Stephen Shue will finish in 8th, Steve Mincon 9th, Mike Thomas will finish in 10th. And really, what a finish here. All in a row. Thomas in 10th with Andrew Waldorf, Kevin Silbert, all within 0.2 of a second of one another. And that's right in the middle of the field. Mike LaMena will finish 13th. J. Mark Wendling 14th. David Lanning will round out your top 15.
Chris Windsor from 7th to 2nd. That was a good race.
And he has been nothing but aggressive. And every time that he's gotten into a multi-car battle, he's been able to pick up those positions. I mean, he's got to be, although he hasn't had a win yet this weekend, he's got to be, besides Schechter, one of the 2 stars in Spec Racer Ford so far this weekend. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for Race Group 5. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Race Group 5, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point Raceway, home of the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Stay with us.
17 Baron AEM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic 5, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Hospitality party for all outside Chess Summer. Dinner for all, location to be announced. We know where that was last night. Tonight it's supposed to be
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day Mars Spectacular. I'm Greg Ginsburg. That's Edwin Pardue. We got Spencer Gaynor making sure you don't see all of our cameras that are falling apart. Let's get to race number, what would this race be? Race number 5 in the afternoon here. Another 13-lap race, or is it 12-lap? Pardon me, 12-lap race, sorry, for our big bore racers. And Edwin, now that I've got that straight, let's run down the starting order.
Coming up from Florida, his heat race this morning set his qualifying time, 1:17.174, the Porsche. Number 76, Nicholas Carangellen. And then next to him, Gianluca Petiti in the 84 car, both Porsches on the front row. Marshall Lytle in the 14. I don't believe we'll see Marshall. Ted Warning in the Corvette car number 72. He's set to start 4th.
John Polishuk driving the number 10 ITE Black universally modified performance Ford Mustang. He'll start 5th with Robert Hayeshak, starting in 6th position, driving the number 9 Factory 5 Racing Cobra, the CSRS machine. I'll get that right eventually. Alec Maisel, he is your pole sitter for American Sedan. He is going to be starting number 7 today. He's in the 61 Armor Auto Recon Ford Mustang. Then we got Chris Maiba. He is your outside pole sitter for American Sedan. He starts 8th. He's driving the number 77 Dodge Challenger.
Starting in row number 5, the BMW out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. That's the 62 of Mike Herbert. And then next to him, Melvin Miller, car number 60, the Ford Mustang from Lincoln, Delaware. And in row number 6, Jonathan Wrights. He's from Pennsboro, Pennsylvania in the Mustang. And finally from Mebane, North Carolina, the BMW. Car number 3, that is Ralph Gunderson.
All right, it appears as though we talked about Marshall Lytle not making the grid today after his issues yesterday. Mike Herbert, Melvin Miller, Jonathan Wrights also not going to take the green flag today, not out for our pace lap. That will leave us with, I believe 8 or 9 racers on track. Is that beautiful GT40 Rev 1, version 1, Mark 1, pardon me, that's what I'm looking for, Mark 1 GT40 makes its way down the hill into turn number 5, and saw a great battle here this morning between Carangellen and Petiti. Again, not in the same classes. Carangellen driving a late model Porsche 911 Cup car, 997.1 series machine, and Gianluca Petiti driving a GT4 Club Sport. And Petiti had a great start. Hey, there you go. There's our flag. Petiti had a great start. But Carangellen on the last 2 laps, just the Porsche, the balance of that Porsche, so much better. And, well, there you go. Double yellow flags out. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that down. We appreciate that. As the pace car now brings the field underneath the Toyota bridge, going to head to the pit lane. But, yeah, great fight in our morning race between the 2 Porsches. Ted Warning. Pretty quiet race for him in that new to him silver T2 Corvette. Green flag in the air, and we are back underway. And it is Carangellen and Petiti as they come down into turn number 1, cutting across the nose of Petiti. It is Nick Carangellen in that Porsche 911 Cup car. He's going to be your leader going into turn 1, the Club Sport. Second, then we got Ted Warning. They're in the silver T2 Chevy Corvette. He gets around Polishuk's ITE Mustang, the black Mustang with the wing. Beautiful Fox body car. It's going to slot in the 4th with Bob Hayeshak's Factory 5 Racing Cobra in 5th. Then Maisel and Maiba there. The orange car of Maisel, the green Challenger of Maiba there. Your two leaders, top 2 cars in American Sedan.
Talk about Ted Warning, that number 72, the silver vet. He's just had a really, really solid weekend. He's in a spot where, again, different classes. He's quick car, but he's not going to be up there with Carangellen and Petiti. But he's found that middle spot, and he's just been really solid, put together real consistent laps, and so far has to be very pleased with how his weekends come across so far over the first 2 days.
Yeah, and as we said, he's been racing for years in American Sedan. I'm sure if he knew that we were going to have a great American Sedan, we've had a little bit of attrition here in American Sedan, but that might have changed his decision to bring out the Corvette versus the American Sedan machine, but he has been getting progressively faster each and every session that he has been behind the wheel of that car. He came into the day, and we'll watch his lap times, was able to get the car down to a 121.29, and was very close to that during our morning race. It's a little bit warmer now. We'll see how things play out and see if he can pick up any speed. But, if we take a look here, the weather is we're quite a bit warmer than when they went out for their race earlier today. It was about 55 degrees for this group's first race of the day, so we're almost 20 degrees warmer here, and the track, I'm sure, appropriately warmed up as well.
Yeah, we'll watch, morning. So, like this morning, Kranglin was a 117.174 was his fast lap because he set his quick lap. Well, we didn't see him yesterday.
Right. He didn't race at all and didn't qualify yesterday either.
So we saw his only fast laps this morning, but it was a 117.174. That's the fastest we've seen in Group 5 all weekend long.
And they're going so fast, they drove right by us there coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Group 6 small bore, don't dilly-dally too much because 12 laps takes no time.
It's not going to take very long when they're lapping at a minute 17 or a minute 16.
And we'll watch. Well, it'll be interesting. Kranglin now actually got down to a 118.7. So even with the difference in temperature, he's within about a second and a half of where he was this morning.
Yeah, and again, I think a lot of this is given that this morning's race was his first time having this car out on track. Actually, well, he did have it out for a time during qualifying yesterday morning, but didn't have it out for the race. He took quite a bit of time to get his sea legs. To get the tires warmed up, to feel that he had control of the car before he started to pick up pace and move back up to Petiti. He seems a lot more confident early on in this race now than he was yesterday. Again, not only did he jump to an early lead, but he's been able to hold off Petiti for the first number of laps. This morning, he closed things down on Petiti with like 3 laps to go and then made the pass on the last lap.
Petiti had set fast lap, and it'll still be fast lap. Not that time by, but the last lap, Petiti got it down to 118.883, or make that 118.162 now. So 118.162 for Petiti fast lap as he is now in the tire tracks of Kranglin.
All right, coming down into turn 1. Now Bob Hayashak running with not with Alec Maisel in the American Sedan Orange Ford Mustang. And let's stick on with this car for just a moment if we can, Spencer. That is the universally modified performance Ford Mustang, the ITE machine of John Polishuk. Now, Polishuk, out of Ashburn, he's been in sales for a number of years, and he'd been racing, I think, for about 10 years in Spec Miata. And he brings this car out earlier this year, and this is a pretty cool car. That it's got one of the Coyote Ford motors out of a 2013 F-150, and throws it behind this Fox body Mustang. But looks like a
but now that he took the motor out of his tow vehicle, how did he get it
here? Yeah, exactly. Well, it's no longer a trailer queen. There, just goes and wraps all his other gear around the big rear wing on the back.
That works. With like a HPDE guy with the little trailer behind it, just shows up to the track.
Yeah, exactly. Just loop the tires over the back wing, and it'll be fine. All right, as we now have 8 laps remaining, and I'm looking here as Chris Maiba in that beautiful green Dodge Challenger crosses the line. I'm looking to see where he is time-wise. It appears as though I was thinking that maybe he's lost a little bit of pace from earlier in the day, but his fastest lap coming into this race, a 128.33, and he's run. Well, his last lap was a 128.30. 128.34. And his fast lap so far this race, he's improved a little bit, a 128.223. So Chris being incredibly consistent. I think the big difference is that Maisala ended up picking up some time both this morning and in today's race. Is the Mustang driver has gotten down as low as a 126.7 in today's race, and his previous fast lap was a 127.6. So he's found a lot of pace from this morning to this afternoon, even with the rise in temperature.
Well, and we mentioned with Mavis number 77, it does give, Mention's just such a good, like, Trans Am Series old school feel to it.
Yeah.
And I can imagine what it would look like with a fleet of those zipping around here. He's done a nice job. Like you said, he's been very, very consistent in what he's done all weekend. Petiti as now they're, 3 car lengths behind Karangalin. So those guys running close together. Karangalin did not run off and leave Petiti. Petiti's there maybe 3 car lengths as they come to us at turn number 9. In fact, we'll be halfway when they come back past the start-finish line. There they are, 1-2 overall in Group 5.
And Petiti definitely making up for lost time, for lack of a better term. That last time by was almost 0.3 of a second faster than Karangalin's Cup car ahead. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 6, small bore racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, small bore racers. Please head to the grid.
So just past halfway. This will get us 4 more races to go this afternoon, 3 of our other groups, and then we'll wrap things up with our bracket racers this afternoon. Now remember, tomorrow, 20-lap races, except for the bracket group. They'll split it into 2 10-lap race sessions. So looking forward to that. That'll be 9 feature races tomorrow. So if you nearby, you haven't made it out this weekend, you still have time tomorrow. You'll see a whole lot of on-track activity here tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have 7 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, and our bracket racers, they'll be out racing twice. Actually, both in the afternoon. They're going to come to us directly after lunch tomorrow and then round out the racing weekend's activities. As now Karangalin opening up the gap just a little bit more to Petiti. Again, that Cup car capable of a little bit more pace than the GT4 Club Sport, and that Club Sport, I believe, is a 982 chassis. A little bit older spec than the more recent GT4 RS Club Sports that are running in IMSA and running worldwide in some of the larger Pro Series.
About a car length and a half there, but yeah, you do have the feeling like Karangalin could extend that if he wanted to right now, and he does by about 2 car lengths. They head for turn number 3. Again, these laps tick off quick when you're doing minute 19 laps around this 2-mile circuit. Everybody else now kind of spread out and settled in a little bit for the rest of this event. Those 2 guys hanging out on the wall, getting some good shots.
Yes, they are. And that's a great place for photos. And also just to the left of this camera, we've got some campers there that are literally right up against the edge of the track. Great places, many wonderful places to spectate here.
You got, from some of those spectators, you got some information about that camera, didn't you?
Yes, I certainly did. We were talking about Rob Ahern's issues during yesterday's B-Spec race, and it turns out one of our cameras, it's a good thing they're not manned by live people, almost got hit by a tire yesterday during the race.
I'd have been like, whoop, we lost that one, but all good. All good. Next time, they're down the front straightaway now, so the next lap they'll have 3 to go. But again, that race has sort of settled down. Everybody else right now just trying to get to the finish line here, run some good solid laps. There's Mava again in the 77. And then here come your leaders for turn number 3.
All right, Ted Warning working his way. Warning now moves on to the same lap as Karangalin and Petiti. Just to give you a little idea, he's about 35 seconds back from our 2 leaders at the front of the field. John Polishuk just now coming across the line. He's going to be about, about 15 seconds. I was close, 13 seconds back.
That's a good eye.
From Ted Warning. Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting good at this. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 6. Small bore, please head to the grid. Race Group 6. Small bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
Karanglin just set the fast lap, I believe, of the session. Yes, he does. Last time by 1:18.707. So 1:18.707 is our fast lap in this field. Will not improve his best time of the weekend, but again, that was set this morning, a little bit cooler temperatures, but he backs it up with that lap, just a little bit under a 1:19 flat.
Our American sedan leader, Alec Maisel, in that orange number 61 Ford Mustang, putting Ralph Gunderson in the ITR BMW 325i a lap down. Gunderson just turned in his fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.360, about 2.5 seconds off his fast lap of the weekend. But he's been slowly but surely picking up some pace here today, and now a huge bottleneck going down into the carousel as both Karanglin and Petiti come up on Maisel, on I think Polishuk is there, and also that Gunderson car. They find their way through.
They were pretty patient there. They knew
very much so.
Very patient.
But you can see the pace as they came through there. It looked like the other cars were almost standing still. Now, we do have a car that appears to be off the pace, and now I know why, that it looked like Maisel was standing still. He's got some problems. He's now being covered by a white flag as he comes up the hill, and he's going to bring his Ford Mustang onto the pit road. His day is now done.
There he is on pit road. Lucky where he was close enough to get back around to pit road.
So not only did I think he was at a standstill as the Porsches went by, apparently our flaggers caught the situation as well, but started to cover him with a white flag, so all the cars coming through knew that there was a slower moving vehicle up ahead.
Yeah, and where that happened, they're down at the carousel, so everybody kind of got bunched up.
Yeah.
So, all good.
Well, here we go as Petiti takes a look to the inside on Karanglin. The GT4S Club Sport not quite close enough to really force the issue and force that Porsche, the other Porsche, wide. And Karanglin's going to hold on to the overall lead for now as they now make their way out of the carousel, up the hill. And when they see the start-finish line, when they see the starter bridge, they'll also see the big number 1 on the side of that bridge, with just giving them 1 lap remaining for their third of 4 races this weekend.
A lot of on-track time for these drivers. You'll be tuckered out, especially the drivers that are doing any type of double duty.
Yeah.
By the time the end of the day's done Monday, you've pounded out a ton of laps here for the weekend.
And we've seen Petiti do that a number of races. Oh my gosh, Petiti, you think about it, because he's been running with our bracket group as well. 5 races in bracket, 4 races in this big bore group. I can't count. That's what, 9?
I believe it is.
9 races. Wow.
A little bit of traffic to deal with. Let's see if Petiti will be aggressive. Oh yes, he started to go on the other side of that out of class car and thinks better of it.
As he comes up on Bob Hashak with the Factory 5 race at Cobra, both Porsches get around that beautiful little red machine here on the last lap. And I think Petiti had some designs on getting Karanglin, as Karanglin was trying to be a gentlemanly racer and it give the Factory 5 Cobra a little bit of extra room. Petiti almost came right underneath that cup car now as they make their way up the hill for the last time.
Through turn 10, as you said, they'll look at the starter, who will display the checkered flag and wrap this one up. Karanglin and Petiti, and there's the checkered flag. Karanglin with about a 2-car length gap at the end of it over Petiti. And let's see, I think Petiti will set fast lap of the race. He will, a 1:18.162.
There you go. And so it is now 2 2 races to the good for Caranglan. He takes both this morning's race win and this afternoon's. Again, both he and Gianluca Petiti in different race classes. But Petiti with the overall win yesterday. He's going to finish second overall, takes the win in Touring 1. Ted Warning in the number 72 Silver Corvette. He'll finish third overall, takes the win in Touring 2. John Polishuk will take the win in ITE. There's Ted Warning coming to the finish line. Bob Hayashak will take the win in SPO in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra. And then in American Sedan, Chris Maiba in the Dodge Challenger, one of only 2 American sedans to start today's race. And of course, we saw Alec Meisel bring his car in 3 laps early. He'll finish second in class. Ralph Gunderson rounds out the field. He finishes 7th overall, takes the win in ITR. So, gentlemen, while we take another quick break, before we do, let me call our next race group to the grid. Let me try that again. Push that button. There you go. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 6 small bore racers, please head to the grid. Race Group 6 small bore. This is your final call to the grid. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from Summit Point.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Edwin Pardue. Next up is our small bore race as they're on the pace lap. And Edwin, let's run down that starting order.
Well, we've seen these two guys up front all weekend. Minor Wilcox in the 65, the Caterham, and then next to him, the Radial Tire Acura. That's Paul Marcones in the 48. Thomas Beverly in the 4 car. That's a Honda he's driving. And Ted Cahill's Mazda is car number 182. He starts 4th.
All right, starting 5th today in the number 22 F Production Toyota Tercel from right outside the gates here at Summit Point, West Virginia. It's Graham Fuller. Nathan Lucas, our T4 pole sitter, driving the number 67 Mazda MX-5. He starts 6th. Jack Bana taking the win this morning in H Production in his Volkswagen Cabriolet. He's your pole sitter again for the class. He starts 7th. And Scott Krasnick in his SPU number 91 BMW E36. He's going to start 8th.
Row number 5 has Benjamin Bunk Subaru, which is car number 114. And then it's Michael Palazinski, the 152 car, his BMW. Row 6, the 86, Mike Kelly's Volkswagen. And then Bob Cahill is in the 178.
All right, then we've got Steve Wickersham driving the number 82 STL Mazda Miata. He's going to start 13th today with Owen Sheffer in his Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, scheduled to start in 14th position. Bob Connor, first of our 2 Legends cars today. He's out of Stafford, Virginia. He's going to start 15th with scheduled to start 16th would have been Mark Liller in his Mazda MX-5. We don't think that car is going to make today's grid.
The Courage Motorsport Mazda, Alex Cumming, the 24 car, is 17th. Bruce Shelton, his Pinto, number 11, is 18th. And then row 10, that's the other Legends, Michael Collier in the 61. And the universally modified machine, the 75, Alex McBain.
All right, now let's move over as pace cars bringing the field up the hill. Kevin Conlon is starting 21st today. He's in the number 41 STL Mazda Miata. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS, the T4 car, will start 22nd. Michael McQueen in his H Production MG Midget will start 23rd. And Chuck Allard, also in H Production, driving a Porsche 924, will start 24th as the pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Minor Wilcox, our pole sitter. We've also got our in-car video from Alex Cumming today. Green flag is in the air. And much as we saw here, let's stick here with Alex Cumming here on the start. We can see how crowded it gets on a start. Alex having some trouble getting into 3rd gear there as they're going to come down into the braking zone at turn number 1. He downshifts down into 4th, into 3rd, and in the middle of the track with cars to the left and to the right. He's going to break through ahead of him. taking the lead is going to be the Acura Integra of Paul Marcones, almost a repeat of what we saw this morning.
That is a great in-car shot, especially to follow it all the way into turn one at the start of the race just to see how busy in that track full. And, that's an opportunity to pick up some spots, especially if you're starting maybe out of class or somewhere you can make up a spot. But that was just a great view to see how busy he is in the race car and how crowded that racetrack gets as they got down into turn number one for the very first time. Lap 1 of 12, Group 6. These are the small bore cars.
Hey, real quick, Edwin, I just want to thank, we had some great friends of the show and of the DC region pop up into the announce booth. Kelton Jago, FE2 racer, and his wife, Angela, and their little puppy and their son as well. Coming on up, Angela had been racing in SSM last year, taking the year off. Looks like she's going to get behind the car, get behind the wheel of a car next season. They actually were walking through the paddock doing a little car shopping today, almost like it's a car dealership, Edwin. Hopefully we'll see the Jagos back here on the race grid and in the paddock next season.
Definitely a variety to choose from. Paul Marcones leads lap 1. There he is, the little Caterham of Minor Wilcox. He is sitting behind him in second. I think it's Ted Cahill now in third. It is Cahill in third, Graham Fuller fourth. Lucas is fifth right now.
Spencer, if we can go to that in-car video of Alex Cumming for a moment. He just came through turn one side by side with the number 18 RX-8 of Alex Scheffer directly ahead of him. And it looks like Scheffer has gotten the better of him. Scheffer now running 12th overall and I believe third in Touring 4. So that's the fight for the last step on the podium in Touring 4. Let's see if Cumming can maybe make up a little ground here under braking. And he does close the fight down just a little bit as Scheffer now might be getting held up just a little bit by Steve Wickersham in the STL Mazda Miata ahead.
I'm trying to see, did Bana make the start here? He did not.
He did not.
Jack Bana in the number 7 H production did not take the green flag. He's had a very good weekend, but obviously something going on with that car. So Bana not taking the green flag here.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see, Mike Kelly is out there. Mike Kelly running 8th overall. I was starting to look through the field and go, well, who's our lead H production car? And I think running second in H production at the moment is Alex McBain in the white number 75 Honda Fit. And Mike Kelly, let's just say he's got a little bit of breathing room right now. As Kelly is running currently 8th overall, and McBain at the moment running 19th. As a matter of fact, Mike Kelly right at the front of this train going through, and McBain just now coming out from behind the trees. Here he is in the white number 75, I think the most narrow car on the field, and might even be the tallest car on the field, as he drops a wheel going through turn 3.
Down the chute we go for the second time. Now, Minor Wilcox sets a fast lap. He is a 1:23.905, but that's about a second and a half off of his fast lap for the weekend. But Marcones continues to lead overall. Ted Cahill in third place, that 182 car, and I believe he started fourth, now runs third on the early stages of this one. Lucas and Fuller, as I mentioned, round out the overall top 5.
All right, we gotten a little update from Taylor Hyatt in the chat, who's actually here this weekend.
Hi, Taylor.
I was going to say hobbling around. She's actually looking pretty good. She, I think, broke her ankle a couple of weeks ago at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Ended up with pins and metal around her leg, but she is definitely up and running around. She said, maybe not running around, but Jack Bana has left the facility, won't be back it certainly isn't here for this race, will not be back for tomorrow's race as well. Also, did we mention Deacon Greenfield, who we've seen win every one of the ITS races so far this weekend? We had expected him to bring out his Honda CRX yesterday for the races, and even this morning had a brake failure in that Honda CRX before he ever went for qualifying yesterday. Had the had a brake line burst on him. He's brought that Honda CRX out, and we'll try and track him down. I think he might be right near Alex Cummings' Mazda RX-8. He has started at the back of the field. He is now almost dead center, up to 15th overall, and there it is. Perfect timing going through the carousel through turn 6 and 7 as Deacon Greenfield has gotten around the Touring 4 machine of Alex Cumming. Now, again, that is not a battle in class as the CRX running in STL, and I believe that will put Deacon. He is currently running 3rd in Super Touring Light. Next car for him that he has to worry about is Bob Cahall, and Bob Cahall just up ahead as they head down towards turn 1. I think about 4 seconds clear at the moment.
Greg, as we were digging through the field, we did have a swap up front. Wilcox now has gotten by Paul Marcones. So always something going on. We dig a little deeper in the field, but they do a swap up front. So you now have the Caterham leading that car, the Acura Integra of Paul Marcones. And there they are, yep.
Yeah, and there they are as Marcones fall back in the 2nd position. And again, this is the part of the track where that Caterham, probably the best car on track. And we'll see here if Marcones can make up the ground now that he's lost it.
There they are, off turn number 9. And we'll see kind of how that gap changes here from lap to lap. It was about 2 seconds last time by. Wilcox now down the front straightaway. We'll see what they are next time by.
Attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. Our open wheel and prototype racers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 7, this is your first call to the grid.
So that was about 2 seconds. Paul cut it down to just under 1 second. So we'll see how racy they get towards the end. And of course, that not only is overall, but those two guys are in class together. So It's a class battle and an overall race win battle.
All right, a little bit further back, Benjamin Bunk. We haven't given him much love here this weekend. Benjamin running 9th overall. He is currently running 2nd in Touring 4 in a Subaru BRZ. Owen Scheffer, though, starting to close things down on that machine, and we see them now coming into turn number 3 as Scheffer now only 3 car lengths back from Benjamin Bunk in the number 114 machine. Our T4 leader, Nathan Lucas, looking for his, I think, 3rd win on the weekend. And Lucas currently running 4th overall in a very good position with a little bit of a gap between Ted Cahall, our STL leader, ahead, and Graham Fuller, our F production leader, behind.
We are already halfway. Wilcox down the front straightaway. He still leads Paul Marcones, and let's see what the gap is now. It's back up to almost 2 seconds. So Wilcox has that car running, probably the best we've seen it this weekend. And we've got a standing yellow down in 1.
And we're going to hopefully get a call on that, figure out what that is in just a moment. Unfortunately, out of our camera's view, just past the apex at turn 1.
Let's ride with Alex here down the front straightaway. We may be able to see what brought out that yellow down here. It's somewhere right here as Alex is coming through. One car stopped, but it's in a safe spot. There you see it. It's the little Starsky and Hutch Pinto is what it is. Way off driver's left. Stay there. Let it be scenery for the rest of this race. But yes, it's the Starsky and Hutch Pinto that's come to a stop down in turn number 1.
Yeah, that is Michael Hirschberger, driver of the number 8 machine. And it looks like his day is now down. That's the Busch Welding entry.
Marcones picks up about 0.4 of a second there on that last lap, but Wilcox turning fast lap after fast lap here down into 122.3 seconds.
All right, let's stick with this fight right now. Well, I was going to say this fight. I wanted to pick up Greenfield in the Honda CRX again, as Greenfield now starting to really reel in Steve Wickersham in the number 82 STL Mazda Miata. And they are on the front straight now, and that whole reeling things in, it's already done as Deacon Greenfield now picks up a position from Wickersham. That is now going to move him up into second position in STL. He's got now about 7.5 seconds to make up in order to get to Bob Cahall. Pardon me, I'm sorry. It moves Greenfield up to third in STL. Bob Cahall running in second currently.
Yeah, they're both chasing Ted Cahall, who's up the road
quite a bit,
but gets Greenfield on that third step if he can hang on.
Yeah, and considering he started at the tail end of almost third, I think 27th position, pardon me. He is doing amazingly well as he's now picked up 14 positions since the start of the race.
Wilcox, Marcones lead 1-2 in class. Then, as we mentioned, Ted Cahill, he is third place, but he's leader overall in STL. Then it's Lucas and Fuller in the top 5 overall. So, about 4 laps to go, and we should be. And they're coming out to put 3 to go. So Wilcox looking good. Once he took the spot back over from Marcones, he's been kind of keeping that lead anywhere from a second to almost a second and a half. There you go. You see the 2 leaders in the carousel, and they've just got a handful of laps remaining. Are you going to get on the radio and ask the flagger to turn the camera back?
That's just what I was going to say. Maybe the flaggers over at turn 8 can adjust our camera for us. But so far, well, we'll do what we can with that camera here as Minor Wilcox leads Paul Marcones through turn 10 onto the front straight to complete lap number 8 of 13. Or is it 12? Lap number 8 of 12. I still can't count. How many? That's 8 more laps? 9 more laps? 12 lap races here this afternoon. Thank you, Edwin.
We left the abacus at home. So,
it's funny you should mention that. When I call races on iRacing, I actually have on my soundboard an abacus that exactly for just such an occasion.
You see Wilcox lead him down the chute. He's extended that lead now. Make that left-hander at 5 and around the carousel. Marcones tried to make a little bit of a charge to reel him back in, but right now that race pretty steady. That's first and second overall and in class. Cahill in a really good spot right now. He's about 14 seconds behind them, but he's got a huge gap back to the rest of that STL field now, which is Bob Cahall and Deacon Greenfield still sitting third in class with STL. There's the leaders. Be 2 to go.
And Deacon Greenfield really closing things up now on Bob Cahall. I think I mentioned before that he was almost 7 seconds back. Well, now he's less than 2 seconds back. There's Cahall, the lead of these 3 cars, and there appears to be some white smoke, maybe some engine issues for Bob Cahall, currently in that STL Mazda Miata. The battle for second as Greenfield had moved to within about 2.5 seconds. If he can get by this Legends car, he's got a great opportunity, as our camera gets hit again, to go and pick up another position.
Well, here he is, getting by that Legends car, and that'll put him, he can see him.
Yeah.
He can see him on the final lap. There's second STL, there is third right there.
So I'm trying to track where our leaders are at the moment. As our leaders now, that camera's not going to do us any good any longer. As our leaders are coming up and underneath the bridge, it is Minor Wilcox, still your leader, and he has not only about 10 car lengths on Paul Marcones, but Marcones has one of our GT Pintos to contend with coming out of turn 10 and on the front straight. Wilcox looking for his first win of the weekend in E-Production, as Paul Marcones has run the table so far. Took the win yesterday afternoon, took the win this morning as well. They've got just now 9 more turns and a little bit less than 2 miles remaining.
So Wilcox turning the table on Marcones. There you are, the final time there. Has a little bit of lap traffic now to deal with, but he's got enough of a gap back. He can be patient as he crests the hill there. And we'll see, looking back at Greenfield. Greenfield has made some inroads on Bob Cahall, but maybe not enough. That out-of-class car in between them may have kind of snubbed his chances a little bit. Well, nope. Because Greenfield now is within 0.4 of a second as they came to take one to go. He still has a chance to get that spot. Leaders are headed for turn 9 now, so they don't have much to go. But Greenfield has caught Cahall again. That would be for second place STL.
STL, exactly. All right, our leaders now coming to the Toyota bridge and underneath the bridge, and Paul Marcones is pulled right up alongside Minor Wilcox. Does he have the power to get past? Wilcox moves to the right to cover as they've got Bruce Shelton's Pinto there alongside, and taking the win today, this afternoon in E-Production, is Minor Wilcox. Paul Marcones will finish in second. Ted Cahall coming out of turn 10, he's going to take the win in Super Touring Light in the blue number 182 machine. Graham Fuller in his Toyota Tercel, I was about to say Toyota Yaris. He's going to take the win in F-Production. He's going to finish fourth overall. Nathan Lucas will take the win in Touring 4 in his Mazda MX-5 with Michael Palasinski coming across the line. Your winner in SPU, finishing 6th overall, just ahead of Scott Krasnick. Only 0.4 separating our first, second place racers in SPU. Mike Kelly will come across the line, take the win in H-Production today, with Owen Sheffer finishing second in Touring 4. Benjamin Bunk finishing third in Touring 4. Deacon Greenfield coming across the line. He does beat Bob Cahall to the line. He will work from very last to 11th. He'll finish second in STL. Bob Cahall will finish third in STL. Bob Connors, your winner in Legends Car, finishes 13th, with Alex Cumming finishing just off the podium in Touring 4. I want to thank him once again for providing us with that in-car video. Michael Collier finishes 16th. He'll take home second place in Legends Cars. Taking the win in GT Pinto is Bruce Shelton, with Drew Erie finishing in second. Alex McBain in the number 75 Honda Fit. He'll finish second in H-Production. Chuck Allard will finish in third.
That was a last lap pass by Deacon Greenfield to move him up to 11th overall, second in STL. When they came down and took the one to go, it was 0.4 of a second that Cahall had in front of him, Bob Cahall, and Greenfield somewhere on that last lap made the pass.
Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 7. Open wheel and prototype racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 7, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a moment. So Edwin, Spencer, why don't we take another break? We've got 2 more races this afternoon. They're 12-lap races, right? We've got 2 more races here from Summit Point. It's the 2025 Labor Day Mars Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Please stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-5300. 2740. That's 301 585 2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Oh, you took off Tuesday? I thought you were working Tuesday night.
I was going to, but then I was like,
oh, okay. Well, I only took a half day off on.
nothing's been down here.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. 2 more races remain. Next up, open wheel and prototype racers 10-car field. Edwin, I need that abacus. I think. Let's run down the starting order.
The 142 and that prototype you see leading there, the blue machine, that is Jason Fraley, the 142 out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. Then Oakton, Virginia's Chuck Moran in the number 45. David Blaine, the 09 car. He's in that FE2. And then Jacob King in car number 3. He will start 4th.
All right, starting on the inside of row number 3 in the number 6. Wyvern SR1, the Formula F that he built in his garage at Steve Rue. Wayne Nicolette in the number 2, Club Ford, the 1973 Lola T340, sponsored by Rack Engines and Exhibits.net, driven by Wayne Nicolette, will start 6th. Mark Walthus, Club Ford Crossley 35F, another Rack Engines machine, will start in 7th position with John Vidovich in his Reynard RF82, the Reardon Solutions machine, will start 8th.
Final row is Dan Carney. He's in the number 44 car. And then starting in 10th, car number 16, that's Dustin Axerless.
All right. Want to thank James Ritter for joining us in the chat. He said it's its first time following us and wants to thank us. And I'll tell you what, as we got this pace lap going on, let's give you the big reminder. Go ahead. If you haven't done so already, give us a big thumbs up. We'd really appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA's YouTube channel, you can do so now. It doesn't cost you a thing, and we'll let you know every time we go live. All right, pace car now heads to the pit lane. That beautiful Mark 1 GT40, turning things over to our pole sitter, Jason Fraley in his West race car. The Wellsville, Pennsylvania driver by way of South Africa sees the green flag, and we are back underway here at Summit Point Raceway. As we've seen 2 races prior, Chuck Moran in the number 45 Crossley 71F, the Formula Continental driver, jumps out to an early lead on the front straight. Fraley is going to go down right alongside, will probably lead Moran out of turn 2, and then we'll see Moran possibly lead for a couple of laps as he gets the advantage going into turn 3. And lo and behold, Edwin, that's exactly how it works out. The FE2 of David Blaine slotting in the 3rd position. And we'll have to watch Blaine. He, got caught for going past that 103 decibel sound limit that is so important to maintaining a good relationship with the neighbors here at Summit Point.
Yeah, and that causes him then, if he gets in a competitive race, we saw him, he's lifting early.
Yeah.
The guys know where the sound checkers are, but the part where you're lifting early is the part where you're critical because it just kills your end of the lap speed as the leaders are coming off turn number 9.
All right. Well, one advantage to having the camera repositioned like that is if anybody goes off at turn 8, we're going to know about it. Here as our leaders coming out of turn 10 to complete lap number 1. And hey, almost like I scripted it, Chuck Moran crosses the line first. He's going to lead Jason Fraley to the stripe to start lap number 2, David Blaine. And then in that battle that we've seen all weekend long between Jake King and Wayne Nicolette, they are now side by side going down into turn 1. And now this is a return to what we saw in the race yesterday. Wayne Nicolette, for the moment, takes the lead in Club Ford from Jake King as they come out from behind the trees and head towards turn number 2. They were once again wheel to wheel in those early 70s Formula F machines as they come down the hill. We'll check them here in just a moment.
Yep, they swapped the lead several times in the race yesterday, and they do the same thing now. So there is Nicolette. He's in front of King for now. Look at King trying to get drivers right to get the inside right here. Can he hang on? Oh, you saw the back end step out a little bit.
Exactly. Wayne Nicolette, who had to take a little bit wider set, little later turn in there, I think was able to get the power down and drive off, but it's by no means a done deal as they come through turn 8 and head up the hill. Still side by side. And, the longer they do this, the longer or the shorter it's going to be before Mark Walthu in the red and white number 22 machine
Still side by
closes
side.
up with them. Oh, my gosh, what a wonderful start to this race as they complete lap number 2. What is the gap between them? Wayne Nicolette first to the line, 21 one-thousandths of a second before Jake King, but now I think under braking here going into turn 1. Finally, Jake King gets the pass done 2 miles later.
Well, and think about that. Nicolette ran driver's left for an entire lap, which makes it for a lot longer lap than if you're driving the whole thing driver's right, and he takes the spot back.
There you go. So Wayne Nicolette regains the lead in Club Ford, and Mark Walthu, who managed to get around the Formula F Wyvern of Steve Rue. It is now a 3-car fight for the lead early on here in Club Ford.
Yeah, Walthu there. Like I said, you mentioned that. Those two guys get to tangling. That would bring Mark's car right into the battle.
Yeah, and and as Walthu got around Steve Rue, John Vidovich, who I think had some mechanical issues in our race this morning, he's now starting to close things up on the Wyvern of Steve Rue. So Vidovich, who is in a much older machine, in an RF82, we're talking about a 30, almost 40-year-old chassis. Starting to close things up on the silver and black car just ahead.
King takes the spot back, but Nicolette's there. Nicolette will try to be driver's right into turn 1 this time. But yeah, this is what we saw yesterday, was they're trading the lead 2-3 times a lap. Let's see what Nicolette, that's a nice job. King drove it in pretty deep there on the outside to hang on to the spot, at least for now.
Yeah, and again, this fight is keeping Mark Walthu right in the thick of it. He's ready to pick up the pieces in case something goes wrong with the 2 racers ahead. That last time by, we talked about Nicolette, who had a 21,000th of a second advantage. Jake King, that time by, well, he doubles it. It was 43 thousandths of a second advantage. And he opens things up a little bit coming down the hill, as we just saw where Nicolette dropped 2 wheels off into the gravel trap. Now, for that, as long as you straighten the wheel up, it's not difficult to recover the car and continue on down the hill. The problem is you don't get a good drive off. You lose a lot of momentum there, especially with these more narrow tires that these Club Fords race.
Yeah, it cost him a little bit, because now you see King has the largest lead anybody in this group has had all day, which is about 6 car lengths. So we'll see, give Wayne a couple laps, see if he can gather it back in and cut that gap and go racing here.
And if you're interested not only in Formula car racing, but also SCCA racing, wanted to urge you, if you did not see it and you weren't with us this morning, whether during the broadcast here now or maybe tonight once we wrap things up, scroll back to this morning, scrub back to this morning's open wheel race. I had a very special tribute for a very large man in the Formula V and FE2 communities, Jonathan Weisheit, who left us just a couple of weeks ago, and I urge you to see how the racing family honored his life and times.
We are watching this race because it's the best one right now. Fraley, the overall leader, is about 5 seconds ahead of Moran as they come by and put another lap on. But this is the race. In fact, now Nicolette has reeled King back in. Interesting, Walthu has backed off a few car lengths from those guys. But King, Nicolette, and Walthu running 4, 5, 6, but that's also 3 cars in class. And that time, Wayne just drove it hard through 9. He's tucked up right behind. Let's see what he can do. Here they come. Does he have that inside line? Oh, just barely.
Gets the nose in there, doesn't physically push, but kind of pushes Jake King to the outside a little bit. That impacts King's ability to drive off the corner. And Nicolette, once again, not only in the draft, but had the opportunity to move to the inside. He decided not to use it this time. Now also, Steve Rue, who has been able to dispatch with his Formula F competitor, John Vidovich, he's gotten back around Walthu. And Walthu, coming up to today's race, had his fastest lap was about 2 seconds back from what both Jake King and Wayne Nicolette are capable of. I think as he was able to join that fight for the lead, a lot of that had to do with the fact that Nicolette and King were wheel to wheel for approximately 2.5 miles.
Yeah, kind of brought him back into the race there. King has given up a little of that to Wayne Nicolette. It's about a 2-car length advantage. We're halfway home.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 8. Our last race of the day. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid. Race group 8, bracket racers. This is your first call to the grid.
Now make that about a car length. Nothing Nicolette can do right there. He'll be patient, try to reel it in, get it a little bit closer. He's got 5 more tries down this front straightaway to make that happen. And we've said it before, but again, it bears repeating. Oh, here he is. Let's see.
Yeah, now he tries.
He's got it.
And he goes deep. Jake King waits and waits, turns in a little bit later, wanted to come underneath Wayne Nicolette. Nicolette was able to cover, didn't allow King to move to driver's right, and Nicolette's able to hold him off going into turn 3.
Yeah, a couple times King's been able to stay there driver's left till they got to this point, take the spot back. That time, Nicolette had just enough gap to kind of pull in front and shut it. Never mind, swap positions again.
Yeah, but now Jake King, what a move. Goes around the outside where there is definitely a lot less grip. Through the chute, down the hill, under braking, manages to get past Nicolette, and that was, I think, probably from not only this pair, but in this entire group, the most definitive pass I've seen all weekend.
So let you know up front, Jason Fraley in the 142, he's got 10.5 seconds over Chuck Moran, who's second. David Blaine, the 09 car, is running third, and then that brings us to this race right here, 4th and 5th overall, but they're running 1-2 in class with 5 laps to go. That's fun to watch.
Well, you see the folks on the starter stand, and I'm seeing almost twice as many people on the starter stand now as this morning. They're watching them go down the front straight as well. I think they're pretty engrossed in what's happening and what the storyline is here with Jake King and Wayne Nicolette. Is once again, they are wheel-to-wheel. King sweeping around the outside at turn 2. Manages to hold off Nicolette this time through. Let's see if Nicolette stays in the throttle a little bit longer. Maybe tries that same move that King made on him. Not quite close enough.
King had a little bit of a gap down the chute that time, so get back single file, reel it in, and they've got 4 laps remaining, or actually where they are about 3.5 to go.
It sounds like we had a car perhaps drop a wheel off at turn 5. Yeah, it sounds like Dustin Exarlis in his Formula V had a little bit of a challenge there down at turn 5. You know, and as a racer there, especially if you don't have any cars around you, you know, as you're trying to pick up more speed, Edwin, you know, you go into turn 5, which is the heaviest or next to turn 1, the heaviest threshold braking zone, and you're maybe trying to push your braking a little bit deeper and deeper and deeper. And, you know, at some point, you kind of hit that point where you went too deep. And Exarlis,
I found the point. There's my spot. Yes.
I've done it so many times, and Exarlis found that point. He's going to back up his braking probably around 3 to 4 feet the next time around.
You saw a little while ago, Fraley, he was going down the chute, the blue car. That's your leader, but you can see why we're not following him too closely, because he has a huge gap over second place overall. But talk about a gap. King now has actually opened up a little bit of breathing room between himself and Nicolette. There it is. Yeah, it's only 3 car lengths, but when they ran side by side for several laps, 3 car lengths, that's some breathing room as they go through turn number 9. Handful of laps left, and we'll see, does Nicolette have anything? Not right now. King's got 2 car lengths now over Wayne Nicolette.
Yeah, and so Jake, and I've gotten to know Jake so well over the last couple of years, working with him and his father, the team with the South Jersey region of the SCCA. Jake really calls Joe Marcinski, another one of our Club Ford racers, as a huge influence both in his life and both personally and also his racing life. For the longest time, Jake was racing in a car owned by Joe Marcinski that it was being loaned to him. Now, interesting thing about this particular car, this Royale, is at the moment, and Marcinski taking a look to the inside on Jake King as our leaders are going to get the one to go here in just one moment. But King is actually running the rear end from another Royale RP27. It is the same rear end, same bodywork that Bob Berman ran as the Club Ford champion in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in the 80s and 90s. And maybe
that's some life to
it. Exactly. And a little Providence, and it might be helping him out a little bit today with Wayne Nicolette.
So your leader will be coming through here in just a moment. In fact, he does get the one to go. And now here comes King and Nicolette.
And as they come across the start-finish line to start their final lap, they are separated not by 43 one-thousandths of a second, but they are separated by 11 one-hundredths of a second, which is still incredibly close as they head down to the turn one. And there, look at that, Wayne Nicolette gets around Jake King, under braking going into turn number one. Can he hold him off as they come out from behind the trees? He does. Now let's see what Jake King does. Will Wayne Nicolette defend against that move to the outside going through the chute?
And something to think about, King and Nicolette aren't on their last lap because the leader was almost lapping them, so they'll have a
another lap.
Yeah, next time Fraley comes by, he'll get the checkered flag. There's Fraley.
Right. As long as Fraley doesn't pass,
it
doesn't catch him, or more importantly, doesn't pass him. Hopefully, he'll maybe just lay out of the throttle a little bit. He's got, not that it matters, he's the only P2 racer, but he's got about 12, almost 13 seconds on Chuck Moran at the moment. So as our leaders are coming up, leaders in Club Ford are coming up the hill. There's Fraley now, and Fraley's not going to get to them before they get to the checkered flag. Coming underneath the Toyota bridge into turn 10, it is Wayne Nicolette who leads in Club Ford. Jake King in second. King tucked underneath in the draft, pulls out before they get to the line. They've got one more lap as Jason Fraley takes the checkered flag. Jake King was 24 one-thousandths of a second back from Nicolette as they cross the stripe. Nicolette defends to the inside as they go into turns 1 and 2. What will happen next?
Had that been the last lap, Nicolette would have won. Now he's chasing King. They've got about 3/4 of a lap to the finish. Race is over for the leader. The race is not over for these two.
All right, Chuck Moran crosses the stripe. He finishes second overall, takes the win in Formula Continental. David Blaine, we'll see him. He's coming out of turn 10 now. He's going to finish third overall, takes the win in FE2. That now leaves the battle for the lead in Club Ford, or fourth and fifth overall, but I think more importantly, for the lead and the win in Club Ford. They come through the carousel over to turn 8. It is Jake King who leads the duo up the hill. Wayne Nicolette only a car length, not even a car length, a quarter of a car length back, but time is running out. He almost drafted by on a previous lap, but he gets the rear end to walk out on him. Doesn't get a good run off the corner, and as they come to the line, taking the win in race number 3 for the Club Fords, it is Jake King, margin of victory, 35 hundredths of a second.
That was fun to watch.
Oh yeah,
that was fun. So it's funny, had the leader got in front of him on the lap before, then Nicolette ends up going to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close. If as you said, if maybe Burley had managed to get around him, that would have ended it, and Wayne Nicolette would have taken, I believe, his first win of the weekend. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our open wheel and prototype racers today. They'll be back once again tomorrow for their final race of the weekend. It is feature race day on Monday, not Sunday, but on Monday here at Summit Point. Let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day, Edwin. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 8. Bracket racers, please head to the grid. Bracket racers, this is your last call to the grid, and it's also the last time we're going to take a commercial break before the end of this broadcast. I want to thank all of you for joining us, of course, here from Summit Point. We'll be back in just a few moments with one more race today. Stay with us.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. It is our last race of the day, and it is the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. A 12-lap race? 12-lap race to the checkered flag.
And remember, we have racing tomorrow, Greg.
That is right. All right, I'll tell you what. Actually, Spencer, why don't you throw up the schedule if you can real quick? Got a second here. Tomorrow morning, want to remind everybody, and we'll show the skin a little bit later, we're going to be starting at 8:40 in the morning. So Jim Karamanis, if you're still with us, that's 5:40 a.m. Pacific time. And it is feature race day here at Summit Point. 20 laps for our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And the bracket racers who are out now, they're going to have 2 10-lap races tomorrow afternoon.
Jim will be on because it'll be 5:40 out there. He will just be coming in from playing live at some club. So,
Right.
he'll just be wrapping up his evening.
All right, somebody tell that corner worker to make sure he doesn't hit our camera there on the outside of turn 5. All right, as the pace car is bringing the field around, we'll run down the starting order here, and we'll work it in as we get through this race. Gianluca Petiti, we just saw just a few moments ago in our big bore race, and his Porsche Cayman out of Brookline, Massachusetts, going to start on the pole. Christopher Graham in the car he calls Ghost, his BMW 328, will start on the outside of the front row. Ray Retruba in a Ford Mustang out of Woodbine, Maryland, will start third, and Nick Jones in the number 178 Mezet will start fourth.
The BMW of Chris Schooler, the 39 car, is fifth. And then Brian McRae, car number 98, he's in the Scion. Seventh, that's Steve Martin, car number 50. He's in the Ford Mustang. And then the 162 of Matt Phillips, he'll start 8, and he's driving a Honda Civic.
In the car he calls the white car. Michael Palasinski in another white car in his BMW 325i, the 152 machine, will start 9th. Mike Herbert was scheduled to start 10th in his BMW M240i. That car is not out here. Scheduled to start 11th in the number 100 Toyota 86 from Fairfield, Pennsylvania, Daniel Allen. And then Chuck Edmondson in the number 45 Nissan 350Z out of Medina, Ohio. He's starting 12th.
Row 7 is the 07 of Matt Littleton, flanked by the 24 of Zach Camp. And row 8, Jennifer Romes, she's in the 186, and Blake Osman is in the 49.
All right, Jed Prentice starting 17th today. He's in the number 68 Mazda Miata. He'll start, was scheduled to start alongside Jeff Liller in the 127 machine. That car not making the grid. Christian Zanatich in his Honda Civic, and Zach Hallander scheduled to start 20th and 21st as the green flag, Edwin, is in the air and on the front row. It is Petiti and it is Chris Graham as they make their way into turn 1. Let's continue to run down the order because it's going to be about a lap or so before our racers start to fall into those different brackets.
We'll do that. The 89, Zachary Hallander in 21st place. 22nd is Lawrence Silvinsky. He's in car 181. Weishan Sarabon in the 118 car. He's 23rd. And Frank Alessi in his Honda Prelude number 43. He's 24th.
All right, and we just got word in the chat from Kayla Alessi that her father-in-law, not her husband, that Louis Alessi, he's got the Prelude back in the paddock, continues to have some mechanical issues with that car, trying to get it ready for tomorrow.
So then Liller in the 127, set to roll there. And then, Frank and Tim Frank. So, we got them all.
All right.
I didn't want to miss anybody.
No, not at all. And it looks like Matt Phillips did not bring the white car out for today's race, that high-powered Honda EK Coupe. Mike Herbert, Jennifer Romes, Jeff Liller, Louis Alessi, as well as Tim Frank not taking the green flag. And we'll have to see. I think Jennifer Romes might not have taken the green as well.
It takes about 2 laps through to kind of start setting the brackets that they're in, because that first lap's not a full-on flying lap, so you won't get a true test there. That second one's their full flying lap, and then that's when the cars will start popping in to their individual brackets. So you'll see this first round come up, but give it about a second lap so you can truly see where each car is.
All right, and I've once again pinned the link to our bracket timing and scoring to the top of the YouTube chat. If you'd like to go see there, it is at the MARRSpoints.com website. And we'll see now as that website goes to slot the drivers into those 2-second time slices, the different brackets. And the goal is always, if you can, to stay within the bracket that you're in. If you break out, though, you don't get DQ'd. You just move up to the next bracket ahead, the next faster bracket. The problem is you may find yourself going from leading a race to maybe in 4th or 5th place.
Boy, Petiti has pounded out some laps here this weekend.
He has.
In that 84, Gianluca, his Porsche Cayman has just turned a ton of laps. And got to give it credit, that car's been really reliable all weekend.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, practically the Iron Man this weekend is he's run 7 races. This is his 7th race of the weekend. He's got 2 more to go. 6th. I do need that abacus. 6th race of the weekend. He's got 3 more races tomorrow. He's got the Big Bore race, and he's got 2 more bracket races tomorrow.
Yeah, the bracket races, as we mentioned, split into 2 10-lap races. So we'll see the bracket guys twice, everybody else once for 20 laps, which changes a lot. You know, we had a 9-lap heat race this morning, and tomorrow you'll have, a 9-lap heat race. Then the cars came back out for their 12-lap feature. Tomorrow, they have 20-lap feature races for the final day of the 3-day weekend, and that changes things a little bit. Cars will change over the course of a longer event.
All right, so in the A3 bracket right now, it is Gianluca Petiti and Ray Rachuba. Rachuba in his Ford Mustang. And as they work around, there's currently 3.7 seconds separating them on track. So Petiti leading that particular bracket. Again, that's for drivers 1:19 to 1:21. And I don't think it really matters at this point if he breaks out of the bracket, Edwin, because he's leading this one. But Petiti he's got about 47 1,000ths of a second buffer until he breaks out of the A2 bracket, goes to the A1 bracket for drivers 1:15 to 1:17.
Yeah, like you said, it'll be fine because he then would be the only driver in that bracket. So no harm, no foul.
And that's exactly what's happened. He's now turned a slightly faster lap, and he's now moved into the A2 bracket. The A4 bracket, Chris Graham leads in his BMW. That's for drivers 1:21 to 1:23. And he's got Chris Schooler and Nick Jones with him. And now things have changed a little bit as we'll see here, because I think we just lost a racer. I'm showing Nick Jones is our only racer now in the A4 bracket. Our timing and scoring being a little, how do I put this, finicky, as we just had a driver pull off.
Yeah, I can't get a number, but one car pulled off safely into the crossover area and has come to a stop.
And that is the number 100, either Scion or Subaru BRZ, that has pulled off. That is Daniel Allen out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. He was running 3rd in the B3 bracket behind Chuck Edmondson and Zach Camp. And it looks like his day is now done. Unless he wants to go to the fastest bracket, at which point, he could just continue on and skip a quarter of the course.
Nice job there, though. Very sportsmanlike. Find a safe place to pull off where the rest of the field can go ahead and enjoy their final 8 laps of the day.
Yeah, and it looked like there was a little bit of either steam or smoke coming out from under the hood. Hopefully he doesn't pop the hood, especially if there might be flames under there. I already had enough of my share of fire today. But he's got his hand out and he's signaling to the corner workers he's okay. I think that's probably just an overheating condition.
And it has gotten a little warmer this afternoon, but by no means like being out here in the middle of July for sure.
All right, coming down across the start-finish line now, Chuck Edmondson, and he's got Zach Camp in the red Ford Mustang SVT Cobra. Pulling up right alongside them. Now they are in that B3 bracket for drivers running 1:29 to 1:31. And the last time they crossed the stripe, they were, I think, pretty safely in that bracket. Now Zach Camp made up a lot of ground on Chuck Edmondson, ran a 1:29.3. So he's got a little bit of a buffer there if he manages to keep up that pace. Edmondson was almost 0.6 of a second off of that pace.
Petiti in that A2 by himself. El Rey Rachuba, he ran a 120.326. So I don't think Rachuba is in any threat of moving himself up there in that bracket with Petiti.
No, he's in a good position now. He hasn't had that same kind of pace all weekend long. So we'll continue to track there, as we had a nice little isolation shot on Brian McRae. You may have seen Brian on some of these SCCA advertisements. He does quite a bit, time trials, track days, obviously road racing, all with that Scion FRS of his. And there you go, getting ahead of Chuck Edmondson. We'll see if either one breaks out of the B3 bracket, but that's going to move Zach Camp now to the lead in that bracket, we believe. And Zach Camp, he crosses the line and actually did not get any faster that last time by. Ran a 32.288, and I think that's what happens when you go side by side with somebody through turn 10. I guess safest way not to break out is go side by side through what should be one of the fastest corners with your competitor.
So let me see. I want to see what Petiti's fast lap of the session. 118.132. So track has slowed down a little bit here in the afternoon. It's had a lot of traffic on it, and there's probably some dust and other stuff kicked up. But number two, you've got some went from just the right amount of heat in the track now to where that asphalt's getting a little bit warm because you got direct sunlight, ambient temperatures only about 74. But that sun, there's been hardly a cloud in the sky, sun pounding that black asphalt all day.
All right, and had a change on track as Steve Martin in the number 50 Ford Mustang gets around Brian McRae on track as McRae's pace has dropped off just a little bit, but he stays still ensconced in the A5 bracket for a minute 23 to a minute 25. Now I'm trying to track down Ray Rachuba in that number 96 Ford Mustang, and then the white BMW of Chris Graham. Last time they crossed the start-finish line, they were, I'd say, probably within like 3 car lengths of one another. And as a matter of fact, they're coming out of turn 10 now onto the front straight. There is Chris Graham in the white BMW. He has worked his way around the white Mustang of Ray Rachuba. And as they cross line, neither one now has broken out of that A3 bracket. So that'll put Chris Graham, I believe, into the lead. Oh, actually, I take that back. I think that was some slower traffic that Graham just got around. Ray Rachuba, still your leader in the A3 bracket.
I want to say a quick hello. Somebody else I ran into at dinner last night said he used to come out here with his brother-in-law all the time racing. Was coming back out of the track, so he's hanging out down there at turn 5 with the crew coming back to the track for the weekend. So hope he had a good time. Wasn't here yesterday, was coming today. So hope he's had a great time down there in turn 5.
All right, now I think Spencer, coming into turn 5 where they're all watching, I think is just caught up, and it's just ahead of this group right here, Spencer. The 3 BMWs that I was trying to track down, Chris Graham, Chris Schooler, and also I think we had in there, actually I think Rachuba was in there as well in his Mustang, but just ahead as they have really started to close things down on one another. Chris Graham now about a second back from Ray Rachuba. It's a good fight here. There goes the number 20 machine of Graham. Yep, there we go. The 96 of Rachuba, the 20 of Graham as they now head down into, coming out of turn 10, going down into turn 1. As we have now, 4 laps remaining. It'll be 3 when our leader, Petiti, crosses the start-finish line.
Wanted to watch. When I saw Petiti down here in 1 last time, I don't know if it was just a little bit of brake lock-up, tire lock-up, but just the slightest little whiff of smoke, or might have even been just kicking up some of that dust that's been brought onto the track. So I couldn't quite tell, because I had just said earlier how that car had been bulletproof all weekend long in the number 84 car, the Porsche Cayman of Petiti.
Hey, Spencer, if we could follow around right now, I believe the trailing car in this group, there we go. It's the red number 83, I believe. That is the 118 car, Weichan Sarabon, in a Mazda RX-3. And without it, there he is. little bit of brake light coming into the chute, and that car absolutely love these things. See them in SCCA road racing, obviously not all that often any longer. Almost a square layout, that their track is almost as wide as their wheelbase is long. They've got a Mazda rotary motor. I believe it's the same 12A motor that was in the original RX-7s. And these cars usually from around 1974, 75, thereabouts. But absolutely some of the most gorgeous early Japanese cars.
He's paddocked right out behind the tower here, and I spotted that car yesterday, and yes, it's got the rotary emblem painted on the hood. It's just it's a really neat, proper period piece.
Yes.
A little bit of rolling history right there in the 118.
Yeah, I used to race for years against somebody, John Cummins, with Kearney Automotive, that raced the Mazda RX-3. The Kearneys had, I think, had some of the very first SCCA national level RX-7s. They had so much rotary experience, and besides John being a wonderful man and a great racer out of the UK originally, those RX-3s are always just so tough. As long as you could get them, much like an S2000, as long as you could get them on the boil, that they'd rev up to about 9,000 RPM, almost no torque. But as long as you can carry speed through the corners, and Sarabon is doing that right now, although it looks like we got a slower car coming down into turn 5 he's going to have to contend with.
Petiti, fastest lap of this session, a 118.132. He sits alone in bracket A2. El Rey Rachuba is on top. 4 cars right now in the A3 bracket. Rachuba leading that group. His best lap of the session, a 123.26. McRae finds himself alone in A5. And Steve Martin, the 50 car, currently leads in the B1 bracket.
And Edwin, definitely a loaded question. Matty P is in the chat. He goes, I just got back. What'd I miss?
Back the feet up and walked it all over again. Yep.
A lot, Matty. So, you've got almost a full day of racing action to catch up on. Tell you what, you check back with us tomorrow morning when we start up at 8:40 and let us know what interested you. All right. Our leader, Petiti, in his Porsche GT4 RS, or actually GT4 Club Sport, not RS Club Sport. He's going to come to the start-finish line, and there you go, starters pointing at the big number 1 board on the side of the starter stand. As Petiti starts his last circuit of Summit Point today. Again, he's got 3 more races tomorrow. Our bracket racers have just 2 more races, and a lot of racing action tomorrow for feature race day at Summit Point and the Labor Day Mars Spectacular.
Let me make you put your racer helmet on.
Sure.
How much do you change? And I know it depends on the car, but from a 12-lap race today to a 20-lap race tomorrow, obviously put a little more fuel in it.
Sure.
But what else do you change?
I think I would, for me, and again, a lot of it I think depends on the car as well. Slightly different tire pressures, especially since I'm normally driving a front-wheel drive car. Maybe start off with a little bit lower tire pressures, anticipating them rising up towards the end of the race. I think a lot of it is where you are on the grid. Do you need a car that will come in early, or do you want a car that is there at the end that comes in late? Some of these cars, that are production based and maybe don't have upgraded hardware like brakes, a lot of it is driving style also. You need to make sure that you've got brakes for the end of a 20-lap race as well. That's not really a setup question. It's a driver approach question.
Right. Setting up the driver's brain for what he needs to do.
Indeed. All right, so Petiti came out of turn 10 as I banged the counter and our camera went flying through the air. And Petiti's going to take the overall win. He finishes as the only driver in the A2 bracket. That's for drivers, a minute 17 to a minute 19. In bracket A3 for drivers, a minute 19 to a minute 21. Ray Rachuba takes the win over Chris Graham, with Chris Schooler finishing in 3rd. Nick Jones in the Mizet will finish in 4th. Then we've got Steve Martin. He takes the win over Brian McRae in the A5 bracket. That's for drivers, a minute 23 to a minute 25. And I think that's the fastest Steve Martin has put that Mustang all weekend long. Michael Palsinski in his BMW E30 will be our sole racer in the B1 bracket here at the end, a minute 25 to a minute 27. He turns in a minute 26 flat as his fastest time. In bracket B2, Matt Littleton takes the win over Zach Camp. Littleton in his E30 BMW turns in a fast lap of 128.609. So firmly in there and with a lot of breathing room if he decides to pick up some more speed tomorrow. Zach Camp, again, finishing second. In the B3 bracket, Chuck Edmondson holds off Daniel Allen in the Toyota 86. Probably helped that Allen, I think, finished a couple laps down. They've already got that car removed. I didn't even notice that because he pulled onto the access road a couple laps early. That's for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. And then B4, as opposed to just after. The B4 bracket, that's drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. Blake Osmond will take the win in his BMW over Jed Prentice in the Mazda Miata. Zach Callender in his MX-5 will finish third. Then Kristen Sanitich and John Legg. And then for our racers, a minute 33 and above, Larry Slavinsky in his Ford Fiesta out of Ellicott City takes the win. Fast lap for him, a 133.580. Leanne Gunsford in her Mazda Miata will finish second. Weechan Sarban in that beautiful Mazda RX-3 finishes third. And then John Moyer in a BMW will finish fourth. So that's going to wrap up racing action here for day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Edwin, let's take a look at the schedule coming up, and then we'll discuss a little bit about what we saw for Matty P in the chat. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start at 8:40 a.m., with our sprint races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. 4 races before we break for lunch. And then in the afternoon, 2 bracket races, 3 MARRS races. It is, once again, much like today, a full, packed day of road racing here from Summit Point.
We've seen some great racing this weekend. You're always going to have a few there where they get a little spread out, but there's always a story to find somewhere. And you've noticed both yesterday and today, sometimes the best story is not the leader. Sometimes the leaders run away and hit. Sometimes the best story is somewhere middle of the pack. So throughout the weekend, we'll be sure that we touch on everybody so everybody knows where their favorite person is, but then try to find that race that's the most interesting and bring that to you. But I think it's so important. These folks work hard to be out here, introduce all the drivers, do the rundown at the end so that everybody gets credit for the hard work they put into coming out and racing on the weekend.
I should mention, as I'm joking about Matty P, that's actually Matt Phillips, who didn't bring his Civic out. That's what happens when you have a high-powered Honda Civic. You cord tires. He's found some additional tires. He'll be back out for the bracket races tomorrow. You know, Matt, I'm just joking with you. All right. That's going to wrap up our coverage from day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. For Edwin Pardue, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Join us tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. And thank you so much for joining us here today for our coverage.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland, specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini. Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items